bum 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 bum. Hello. Dun, 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 dun. All right, abrupt stop. All right, abrupt stop. Whoa, slow down there, Tiger. Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's live stream. Spicy already in the chat. Guys, I got the block button moist and ready to go. I will block the ever-living F out of you if you annoy me today, okay? So you better be nice in these comment sections or I will flick that button just like I did your mom last night. You got it? All right. Let's see. Shout out to Natalie, member in the chat. Let's go. Oh my gosh, thank you for covering this today, Brittany. I know it's quite drawn out at this point, but I'm a fan and avid watcher of both H3 and Hassan. And I'm like, God, you bitches are too messy and opposites. Bro, the messiness is apparent. So, yeah, let's try to take an aerial view together as a group today. Let's try to zoom out and observe this as like human behavior. Okay, we'll just take our emotions out of it in that sense. Not that emotions aren't valuable. They're super valuable. We're not going to be logic bros here. We're just going to be observers. And we're going to try to acknowledge that all of us suffer from prejudice and bias. And we have to work to deconstruct that on a daily basis. Okay? So we're going to get into it without involving ourselves in the messiness. I've seen other content creators like try to get involved. And I want to make it clear, I don't want to get involved in this family dispute. I just want to talk about your family with the other families next door. And this is, we're just talking about you, but like, I do not want to be involved. And also shout out to Tectone, who decided to throw himself into the mix. A man who thought World War II happened in the 1800s. Love ya, Techie. Sit this one out, huh? Like, that's what's so cute about it is like when these things happen and bubbles collide, you see the other people start to come out of the like, they're like, you know, coma and they have like strong opinions on things. Tectone, out of all people, Tectone. Why is Tectone talking about anything in regards to anything? It's just so funny. Like, I watch Tectone and Asmin and Emaru to like, it's my dumb people podcast. It's for me to turn my brain off because Tectone is so funny because he's so dumb. And so to see him get involved in things is like, shh, don't ruin this for me. And Ethan used to be my Tectone, by the way. I used to watch Ethan in the same way that I watch Tectone now. I don't watch Tech's channel. I watch his podcast where like, it's I get to turn my brain off because they don't know anything about anything, right? And to see them both get so passionate online about these things is like, shh. Especially Ethan. It's like, shh. And I've always had this opinion about Ethan. All my life, people are like, Brittany, why do you watch Ethan? Why do you watch him? I don't get it. I think he's funny and he's stupid and it's kind of fun. But like, now that he's trying to get serious, it's like, sit down. Sit down. Oh, fuck. I just realized I forgot my water. Oh, how am I going to monologue without moisture? Fuck. Okay. I have to get up. I have to go get it. I'll be right back. Fuck me. Listen to some Elvin. I'll be right back. God damn it. All right. Okay, so okay, I know this title and this video is gonna probably bring people into my chat that like aren't here in good faith / don't care about like leaving their bubble / are going to take the most centrist fucking reactionary opinion on this. So I just want to make it clear, okay? If you guys are new to my channel and you're new to the work that I do, all people are born free, and only because of the constructs around us do we limit how we exist on the planet together. It is because of the arrogance and ego of the human that we, and the fear, especially the fear, that we create constructs to keep people down, right? Racism, subjugation, all of the things that we do that are negative towards other people come from a place of fear and misunderstanding, right? We are all born free. All of us have a right to this planet. All of us have a right to live in peace in that sense. But because we have conflict with one another, we create justifications to be cruel to one another. No matter who you are, you can be susceptible to this. No one is perfect, okay? Everyone has their own struggles. Every population has a problem. And no matter where I go, how many places I've seen, people are the same everywhere. We love the same, we cry the same, we bleed the same, we die the same. Regardless of who you think you are, regardless of where you've come from, regardless of your religion, regardless of your skin color, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're all the same. So today, as a group, we're going to zoom out of our lens and try to observe this from sort of an aerial perspective, okay? We're just going to look at information today. We're just going to observe, okay? Every person has some good and some bad. Every person has some truth and some misinformation, maybe a little bit of a lie. All people are so much more than you think they are, including yourself. You are so much more than you think you are. Okay? So I want to make it clear that all of us will have a moment where we need to be humbled, and all of us will have a moment where we need to be praised. And in this moment, we're going to look for a humbling because I think it's appropriate in this moment. Okay? So I don't know how you spent your weekend, but I spent my weekend reading. So I read this book over the weekend called The 100 Years War on Palestine. It was recommended to me by a pro-Palestinian friend of mine. And it was good. Glad I read it. So recommend. You can listen to it on audiobook on Spotify, or even YouTube has a video on it if you want to watch it. He's a Colombian professor. He's been covering the war. He has ties to the war. He actually him and his family have they were there for a lot of the peace treaty talks, for a lot of the stuff that happened over the last so many decades. So kind of cool. Definitely recommend. I will also read some pro-Israeli side stuff over the next week because, you know, your girl loves to read books. You know how many books I've read. I just love to read, right? So I thought this was a really good rundown of what's happened in Palestine and Israel. And in this video, we are not going to be talking about this specific bubble alone, but using this bubble to have a much larger conversation about humanity itself. Hassan and Ethan not getting along and the internet taking sides between the two of them is exactly why Palestine and Israel continues. And it's exactly why human beings go through cycles of war. And as a person, if you don't know my story, right? My parents are Assyrian, they're Chaldean, they're from the Middle East. They immigrated here. Saddam and Saddam's rule did impact my family in a negative way. And for every negative story I have about Hassan and Hassan, oh my God. Every negative story I have about Saddam Hussein, there are people who I've met over the years who have a positive story about him. No villain in the story is purely bad or purely good, right? So when we have these conversations, we have to think about it in this way. So if we're looking at it from a spectrum perspective, Hassan is born in Turkey, came here when he was 18 to America, right? My parents are immigrants, but I was born in California, so I'm American raised. I don't speak any of the languages. I think English is Hassan's second language, right? And then Ethan is Ashkenazi, help me say that word, Ashkenazi. He's Jewish, but he's not Israeli Jewish, right? That's Ela. Ela is Israeli Ashkenazi. I can't say words. Anyway, so Ela is Israeli, and Ethan is 100%. I think he did the 23andMe. Ashkenazi. Thank you, Fishy. Thank you, Fishy. Okay, so that's Ethan. There's Ela. There's me. There's Hassan. All very different people, right? Like all so different. Okay. So when we're having these conversations and we're going through, we have to remember that it's not about us. These are opinions people have held before we came into their lives. We come from our family's history and our culture before that. So when I say Ethan's making this about himself, it's because he forgets that Hasan has had these opinions before Ethan came into his life. And we'll go over it because I think there's a lot of misinformation that got spread over the last week. And again, I do not care about these opposing bubbles, right? If you're like Team Ethan, Team Hasan, I'm not talking to you. Okay? My channel is not a centrist channel. We're further than that. I think everything is a construct. I don't want to speak for my audience, but for me, everything is a construct. That is beyond the centrist point. Centrists think, oh, both sides have a good point. No. None of y'all have any more of a point than anybody else, right? Wait, I thought Hila was Sephardic. Is she? I thought she was... Wait, I don't know the differences now. I don't know the differences. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Chat, feel free to block like the trolls. If you can tell they're really trolly and coming from like a very particular bubble, block them. Okay, block them. Sephardic. Thank you, Fishy. God, my words. Okay, so when we're having conversation from my bubble lens, we're trying to zoom out, right? So example, okay. Read this book over the weekend because it was recommended to me. Pretty good rundown. Great, no problem, okay? One of the things that came up yesterday was Ethan is basically saying that Dan Clancy, the owner of Twitch, should be taken down. Now, look, this video that we're not talking about Twitch. We don't care. I don't care. What I care about is the humanity of the conversation and how misinformation keeps us from actually being able to have a real conversation. So the issue that we're going to have throughout this conversation is that Ethan wants Hasan to react. He says, Ethan, react to me. But the Ethan and Hasan don't watch each other's full clips, unlike the people like us who deep dive into topics. I mean, I read a whole ass book about Palestine over the weekend. Fuck all of you, okay? Like I don't know anything about this conflict in the way that the experts do, but either does Ethan and either does Hasan. We know only as much as we know, and we're not people who have necessarily consumed our whole life with it, though I think Hasan, out of everybody, has consumed most of his life with it, right? So Hasan has no reason to engage with somebody who can deconstruct the misinformation from his accusation against Hasan. Like there's a Houthi pirate, in the midst of everything. And I wanted to deconstruct this one the most because it was the most confusing to me. Why did people think that Hasan was interviewing a Houthi terrorist? And why were people saying that wasn't true? Okay, so I looked into it. Here's what I found. But first, let's hear Ethan explain that sort of accusation again as of 21 hours ago, just so we're all on the same page, right? Just so we're all on the same page. So here's Ethan. This is yesterday, in case you guys missed it. Did a whole thing on it again.
I mean, I'm progressive. I just don't think that Israel should be wiped off the map.
Okay, first of all, Ethan is not progressive. I just want to make that abundantly clear. This is why I don't like people who think they're progressives, but they're not, because you're so fucking annoying. Like, Ethan is not a progressive. He's never been a progressive. He is a liberal who has some progressive ideas. He is at most kind of uneducated, but like votes Democrat maybe. So Ethan is not he is not what I would call a progressive. Okay. So the fact that he keeps saying I'm progressive, I just think Israel should have a place. He's saying 8 million Jews should not be displaced. I agree. We shouldn't be displacing people. How do you think Palestinians feel? Palestinians have been displaced for like 100 years. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind, right? Is that I agree with Ethan. 8 million Jews shouldn't have to leave the Middle East, but neither should Palestinians. And right now, politically speaking, just politically speaking, and I hate politics, I do, politically speaking, Israel is taking over. It is going to take over. It is going to do the same thing that Americans did to the natives. And this is what's very important, is that if you look at the conflict, that's the closest thing I can explain it to Americans with, is like if you agree that what we did to the natives was bad, then what Israel is doing to Palestine is basically the same thing. And if you don't agree, then you're not paying attention to the politics of the situation, and the humanitarian perspective isn't enough for you. Right? Okay, fine. But it is an atrocity what is happening in Palestine. I mean, it is beyond devastating. It is beyond devastating what is happening there. So again, my heart goes out to the Israelis that were affected on October 7th. My heart goes out to Israelis that are, fearful in Israel. My heart goes out to you. My heart cannot stop bleeding for Palestine because it's also crying for you. So my heart goes out to Palestine. My heart goes out to Israel. But my heart will always go down to the underdog. And Ethan is not the underdog. Palestine is the underdog. Israel is not the underdog in this story, guys. If this was an anime, it'd be very clear that Palestinians need help. And so those are the things that I think is important here, is Ethan is making it about him, as if Hassan or anyone who's pro-Palestine has anything to do specifically with Ethan, and not with the fact that they are basically being genocided, right? They are being genocided. Like I personally believe, even in a political sense, this is basically a genocide. I know there's some nuances and definitions, but I think we're playing politics when we're not admitting it. If it was up to Israel and Israelis, a lot of them would rather see no Palestinians there, from my understanding of what they've said themselves. Okay, so watch this.
That's literally the only deviation I have with these people. Is that
if that was the only deviation he had, he would know why there's a deviation in the bubble. See how Ethan can't understand Hassan? He thinks this is the only deviation. This is a huge deviation.
I don't think that we should relocate 8 million people who were born somewhere to somewhere. That's my only deviation. Isn't that crazy?
How do you think Palestinians feel, my bro? How do you think they feel?
That's literally it. Thank you, love, so much. Appreciate that. Here's this other clip. Hassan has gone forward without talking to me and contacted Sam Seder to arrange the meeting of two Jewish minds.
I also reached out to Uncle Sam and I was like, bro, can you please talk to Ethan? I'm legit.
That's kind of like a sweet gesture. I think that's a really sweet gesture. Like, hey, I'm having trouble talking to my friend Ethan. I feel like you would be a good mediator. Could you like maybe talk to him? Maybe because he'll understand your perspective. It's nice to hear from people that are like you. And Ethan, it's so funny. He's like so offended at this. Like, oh, what, you think another Jew is going to make me convinced? But then later on in the stream says, ask any Jew, they'll agree with me, except the crazy leftist ones. So it's like, this is all miscommunication because of the bubbles. We're not zooming out of our own perspective. Why won't Ethan talk to Sam Seder when he was happy to use Sam Seder to go after Steven Crowder? Why not? If Ethan is truly open-minded, then why wouldn't he talk to Sam Seder? Maybe he's missing something about the conflict, right?
Get worried on his trajectory. And he said
Again, somehow I'm going down a conservative trajectory. Like, bro, literally, I fucking just made some decent points about how I did. About you fucking interviewing a terrorist and showing terrorist propaganda.
Okay, so keep that in mind. He still, as of yesterday, he still keeps saying that he interviewed a terrorist. This is really important because one of the things that I take into consideration before engaging with people on whether or not I'm going to try to have this conversation is whether or not they can start off on a point of honesty. And there is a dishonesty happening with the way that they're calling this kid a Houthi terrorist. There is a deep dishonesty that's happening with this conversation. So I think that's the problem. Is how do you have a conversation with someone that started off the like, how do you talk to somebody about homophobia and how they're being homophobic when they start off the conversation with all gay people are predators, right? It's like, fuck, now I have to deconstruct that not all gay people are predators. And then after I deconstruct that, we can talk about the humanity of homosexuals. Like, one of the problems we're having in these conversations is Ethan's already starting off with so much like conspiracy that it's like, I can't start to pull this apart. He wants to hold Hassan accountable for interviewing a terrorist he never interviewed. Like, that's the dilemma. It's like, how do you can't hold Hassan accountable for something he didn't do. Now, I'll show you why he didn't do what everyone keeps saying he did, but I'm confused at how the internet is so dishonest that it just didn't take 2 seconds to read like 10 articles. It took me like, I don't know, 3 hours to read everything about this Houthi kid I could find online. And even the BBC came out with information about these people that obviously disproves they're technically terrorists or even terrorists at all. So I'm going to go over this, right? Let me make sure there's nothing else here.
And I'm going down a wrong path.
Okay.
You've walked down the wrong, this whole platform has walked down the wrong fucking path. The only place we deviate is that I don't think that we should displace 8 million people that were born there. That's fucking it. So what path am I going down exactly?
So I could say the same thing about Palestinians from that other perspective, right? That's what Ethan's missing. Everything he's saying on behalf of Israel, Palestinians have the same argument for their side. So who's right? And
again, instead of responding to anything I actually fucking said, he's poisoning the well of his audience.
he would do it. So I might.
What about? Did you ask me? Hey,
I also reached out.
It's like, what kind of fucking bigotry is this?
So it's like bigotry to ask Sam Cedar? Is that what he said? Like to ask Sam Cedar to talk to him?
Also, just a bonus one. A few bonus ones. Hassan, I want to give a shout out to Hassan subreddit, which posted.
Okay, no, stop there. Now, okay, so his accusation is that this kid, so Hassan interviewed Yemeni Timothy Charlemagne January 17th, 2024, the video posted to Hassanabi, which I'm assuming means the stream happened the day before, right? So hold on, you guys can't see because my beautiful photo's in the way. So you can see in the bottom left corner of my screen, January 17th, 2024. Okay, this is the kid he interviewed taking a picture with the ship. And everyone was like, oh my God, he took pictures with the ship. Everyone kept saying he took pictures with hostages, but I haven't seen any pictures with hostages. I just want to make that clear. I've only seen pictures with the ship and people touring the ship. So then if you go to the US, so okay, first I was confused about the Houthi part. And then I was confused about them being a terrorist group. So then this is from the US government. This is state.gov, terrorist designation for the Houthis. So this was issued January 17th, 2024, the same day the interview dropped with the kid. So even if Hassan interviewed this kid, he wouldn't have been designated a terrorist, right? From my understanding, press statement, terrorist designation of the Houthis happened the same day the video dropped, right? That's what I'm understanding. Okay. It says the Department of State today is announcing the designation of Ansarallah, guys, pronunciation is going to suck today, commonly referred to as the Houthis, as a specially designated global terrorist group, effective 30 days from today. So effective 30 days from today, right? Since November, the Houthis have launched unprecedented attacks against international maritime vessels in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden, which we know because those were some of the videos that were shown, right? Now, what's interesting is that in this letter, basically, they want to hold the Houthis accountable, right? Not at the expense of the Yemeni people, which is good. I also did some research on Yemen because I was curious about where that kid was coming from. Horrible situation in Yemen, which I know a lot of you know. I understand. A lot of you already know this. I love that for you. Okay, I tried my best to listen to some things and do some research. Okay, the interesting thing about this letter, it says, during the 30-day implementation delay, the U.S. government will conduct a robust outreach to stakeholders, aid providers, and partners who are crucial to facilitating humanitarian assistance and the commercial import of critical commodities to Yemen. So basically, they feel like these people, the Houthis, are stopping basically movement on the sea. But then they say in this letter that they're willing to redesignate. Okay, if the Houthis cease their attacks in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, the United States will reevaluate this designation, meaning they're not terrorists as long as they don't fuck with the ships. Okay, so you remember how I said terrorist is sort of like a subjective term we put on people who we don't like? Okay, sometimes it's appropriate and sometimes it's politics. So if the US government is willing to take away this label of terrorist, if they stop fucking with the ships, but fucking with the ships is how they feel like they're protesting as Yemens, like this is what I want you to do. I want you to zoom out and just think, okay, if this was my story and my people were starving and my people were having the largest humanitarian crisis ever, and this is one way the rebel groups have decided to rebel, and they are trying to help their people by gaining some power over the US, which is technically happening, right? Then the US decides they're a terrorist group because they're fucking with their ships. Okay, so then I'm thinking, okay, so this is like a very human story, right? In America, we teach our troops, like, you will die for the flag, you'll die for America, you'll die for God, you'll die for all these things. Well, they teach that in other countries too. Hold on, my bobby pin dropped down my shirt. Oh my gosh. It's not specific to the US. It's not specific to them. We all teach our kids to die for things we believe in, right? Like that's a common theme throughout cultures because it's considered brave. And in some instances, like in Yemen, they're not just dying because of something they believe in. They're dying because of things that are happening that are man-made. Humans, are creating the atrocities that are happening in Palestine and in Yemen, right? Okay, so then I looked it up. So this is Vice. So this was Vice January 16th, the day before the U.S. gave a 30-day warning to say that the Houthis were terrorists, right? Everything we know about Timothy Charlemagne. Okay, so the nickname Timothy, it's not even clear that he's associated with the Houthis, according to this, and that's his This is, oh, nope, hold on. I just deleted. No, come back.
Hello once again, my friends.
Ethan, please.
An emergency.
Ethan. Not yet, Ethan. It's not your turn yet. Okay. So it says the video was filmed by the Yemeni influencer who calls himself Rashid Al Haddad online, and there's no clear evidence that he's actually participating in the raid that captured the Galaxy leader. But he does look good when posting next to the ship. Okay, there's no proof. I'm not seeing it yet. Can someone send me a link in the Discord if there is one? Here's his YouTube channel. This is the kid's YouTube channel, right? First of all, he's playing One Piece music, so we love to see it. But he is by one of the captured ships. But the captured ships are apparently a part of a tourist destination that's being used. This is the BBC. The BBC was being used by Ethan to show that like Houthis are terrorists. Okay, well, this is the BBC. Images show tours on board Houthi hijacked ship. So the Houthis hijacked this ship. Okay, this is the blue ship. This is the blue ship. So this kid is taking pictures. He is by the ship, but he is just another social media kid like the rest of these people. They are not, that's the evidence that he's a terrorist. And again, the US is only designating the Houthis as terrorists so long as they mess with the ships. If they stop messing with the ships, they'll reconsider calling them terrorists. So in other words, as long as people fight against the atrocities happening in Yemen on behalf of their people, they'll be called terrorists. If you stop fighting on behalf of Yemenis people, then we won't call you a terrorist. That's basically how the politics is being played. Okay. So now Ethan is angry at Hassan, okay, for interviewing this Houthi terrorist. And that's what Ethan keeps saying. Why does Hassan not talk to me? He keeps ignoring me. How can he engage with you when you don't even have the basics down as fact? What is your proof this kid is a Houthi? And Ethan's stream, I watched the whole thing. I watched half of it on stream with you, and I watched the rest of it on my own, okay? I watch a lot of content. Unlike other YouTubers, I actually watch tons of fucking content because I'm actually deeply interested in people and why they do things. So I know Ethan and Hassan aren't watching each other's clips. Hassan because he said so, and Ethan because he never shows the clips in full. He never shows clips of Hassan talking good about him, being empathetic towards him, being loving towards him. He only shows clips that allow him to have his feelings hurt. Okay? So now this video came out. Okay? So this video came out. Oh, and by the way, hold on. Before I get into it, this stream, no, sorry. You guys can't see what I'm doing. In this stream yesterday, Hila was really upset that Hassan kept, quote, denying the rapes. Oh, fuck it. I'll just say it. The rapes that were happening to Israeli people October 7th. Right? Remember that? Well, Hassan covers it on stream. Did Ethan show it? Did Ethan go into details? No. Ethan made a whole video whining instead without the full clip. So I've got the full clip because it's much more interesting than the clipped out portion Ethan showed, which is very annoying. Okay, I'm very annoyed that Ethan never shows the clips while yelling at Hassan for like never watching the whole clip. Hassan at least says out loud, I'm not going to watch it because he doesn't want to engage. Ethan is claiming to have engaged, but like never shows it. If you watched it, why not show it? Right? Okay, now, I just want to say, well, I'll get into this in a second. Okay, now let's go to Ethan's video from 11 hours ago. So this just happened. Okay, there's a lot here I'm going to have to go through with you.
The Ethan Klein video is in order. Been talking a lot about my former co-host Hassan Piker and leveling some pretty serious criticism against him. I knew that he wasn't going to take it well and wasn't going to respond to any of the points made. And basically, it's turned out that I've been right about that. There's one clip, though, that I just saw on our subreddit that's especially kind of...
P.S. I need to say this for people. Your audiences don't care about you. Your audiences will fuck you over. I've seen it time and time again with streamers who only see clips. Your audiences are not helping you. There's a part of your audience that is purposely going to sabotage you. They're going to send you clips out of context. They're going to get you mad at YouTubers for no fucking reason. And now you're battling YouTubers on the internet because you saw a 30-second clip of a 12-hour live stream. And that's what's happening to Frogan right now. Frogan, who said something much similar to what a lot of people say, and we'll get into that in a second, right? Clipped out of context, the clip that's going viral on Frogan has nothing to do with what she said ultimately, but taken out of context can look pretty fucking bad, right? This is the life of a streamer. This is the life of a streamer. This is the life of a YouTuber, which is why you have to radically accept that people are going to believe things about you that just aren't true. The hurtful thing is when it comes from other content creators, but the truth is that they, like, this is just life. It's happened to me. It's happened to you. It's happened to all of us. It's happened to all of us. We've all said things in the heat of anger, in the heat of our moment. Hello, people are genociding people because they're angry. You think we're not going to say stuff? But more than that, we're streamers. We get tired. Like, things get taken out of context, or people just don't want to see you. So it hurts when it comes from another content creator because we know what it's like to be taken out of context. But it's crazy the lengths that people will go to, like, not accept that it's happening to them, that they aren't doing it to other people. We are all at fault, which is why I try my best to issue apologies, take videos down, move forward. I really appreciate Asmin's recent, reaction to him being called out. I appreciate watching people have an ounce of humility to kind of move the conversation forward. But obviously, this isn't always going to happen perfectly. Okay, so again, we'll get into it, but let's use Ethan's video to kind of get us to the main crux of this conversation, okay? Also, shout out to my mods in the audience. Love you guys. Thank you guys. Okay, here's Ethan.
Nefarious. This is the type of character assassination and propaganda that I think is really important to call out the minute it happens, to get ahead of it.
Sorry,
this is also would be.
This is important. The video, Ethan is so dramatic. The video is titled, "I Won't Let Hasan Piker Lie About Me to His Audience." Streamers are so funny. Okay.
Especially good for fans of Hasan's, who's been listening to the podcast to help drive home some of the points that I've been making. So here it is. Let's just go ahead and jump right in.
Did you see this? I mean, yeah, I didn't.
But what's crazy is there's nobody on the entire platform to call him out.
Okay, so the audio is a little low in this edit, but he said there's no one on this platform to call Hasan out. So Ethan went on a tirade yesterday about Twitch and how Hasan is the biggest political streamer, and there's no one on the platform to call Hasan out. But the irony is, like, who would need to call Hasan out? Why would anyone need to do that? What do you guys think that's about? Like, why would anyone need to call anybody out? Like, what is this? Unless it's a TOS issue, what does that mean? I don't make content to, like, call people out. That's not my life. So what do you think that bubble's perspective is? Like, no one's here to call Hasan out. Call him out on what? You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? Like, call him out. Call him out on what? Like, a difference of opinion? Right? Like, what does that even mean?
Nobody. They've all been banned.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, Destiny should be unbanned so we can call me out.
Okay, I think that's kind of a joke, but I'm not sure because obviously, like, and Destiny's another one of those, like, liberals who, like, everyone calls a progressive, but, like, he's not. Even in my chat, I'll see people arguing about whether or not he's a progressive. He's not actually a progressive, right? He's just, like, a liberal, but I don't think he has any, like, actual consistent values. I think he has, like, he wants to debate. Like, because when you're a debate bro, you're not debating for values. You're debating to win the argument. I don't know where Destiny's values are, obviously, right? That's been the contention with him over the last couple of years. Like, I don't know where his values actually, I don't know what his actual value is, right?
Is a crazy take.
I said there's no dissenting voices, and he said Destiny should be unbanned is a crazy take. At what point did I say that?
I don't think Hasan is literally saying that. Ethan said that. I don't think he's literally saying that.
He's drilling into his audience brain already, trying to draw this association between Destiny, knowing that his fan base hates Destiny as a way to poison the well against me.
So this is crazy. This is paranoia. This is paranoia. Right? Like, Hasan is poisoning the well against, like, this is paranoia. Ethan, stop being paranoid. It's me, Jordan Peterson. Ethan, it's Jordan. Can you hear me? Don't the left is going to eat itself, Ethan. They're eating you. Don't get paranoid like me, Ethan. Don't take the benzos.
There has been I've mentioned Destiny on my channel over the last 10 years, maybe once.
I don't recognize Ethan any longer. I'll be honest. Like, who would call me out? Like, right-wing shitheads? Like, what do you mean?
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Who would call out Hasan? Except right-wingers. Like, with peace and love, there's no reason why a leftist would call out Hasan. And that's the part that people are missing. You're not a leftist if you were confused by Hasan's perspective. Like, you are not a leftist. You're not a progressive if you don't understand Hasan's perspective. That's the point. If you don't understand Frogan's perspective, you're not a progressive, right? It's the same way, like, you're not a conservative just because X, Y, and Z. Like, you have to, this is what I'm so confused, like, how people, you think you know where you are in the bubble or in the category, but you don't know. Like, you don't know. So again, I'm not saying Hasan is always perfect. I'm not saying he's always right. It's nothing about that. I'm just saying you're miscategorizing Ethan. So he's miscategorizing Hasan. Like, people are miscategorizing people, and so they don't know how to observe them. And so they're shocked. They're like, I can't believe you said that. And I was like, what? But that so coincides with this bubble that I'm in. So Ethan is miscategorizing Hasan, and Hasan is being clear. There is no reason, right, to have an issue with what Hasan has been saying if you are a progressive. If you have issues with it for a different reason, that's valid. But Ethan saying he's coming from a perspective of a progressive towards a progressive, no, you are not. Like, no, you're not. Right? Chat says leftists should call out other leftists, question mark. If you want to call people out, you can, but it's just about your own ego and values. If you're in a political group and you're trying to, like, signal to your political group, you can do that too. But Ethan isn't an activist, so I think this might be the turn. Is this his new activist bubble? I don't know what he's doing. So I don't know what Ethan is doing, why he's calling out Hasan, why is he doing this? If it's from a moral perspective that he thinks personally, well, morals are subjective. So you can call out Hasan all you want, but you're not doing something for the greater good, right? Like, you're not doing this for the greater good. You're doing it for your own ego and your own morals and your own values, which is fine. But, like, this is a part of the narrative that makes it all about Ethan. And Hasan is sitting here like, this is an opinion I've always had. I had this opinion before you made me a business deal, like business partner with you. Ethan is the one who doesn't do his research. Ethan is the one who became friends with Hasan without understanding Hasan. And now he's acting shocked that Hasan has always been this way. You act like Hasan hasn't always been this way. And that's, like, the irony is, like, why are you shocked that Hasan is exactly the person he's always been? Because you never saw him as a person. You always saw him as a fake friend on the internet, because all these YouTubers are fake friendships. They don't have real relationships with people, which I understand. It's all business or not. Some people get closer, obviously. And then on top of that, like, Ethan doesn't know anything from an educated perspective. So he doesn't have opinions about these things in the same way. And I get it. Like, we're all stupid in our own ways, right? Obviously. Okay. So I think, and what a beautiful reflection of humanity as a whole, right? I can't even get these two YouTubers to understand each other, these two guys on the internet. But Ethan is just, he's shocked by the fact that he wasn't paying attention. And now that he's paying attention, he doesn't like what he sees. But that has nothing to do with Hasan and everything to do with himself.
Well, I'm not a right-wing shithead. I'm a liberal progressive who basically had some criticism for
Liberal progressive's kind of an oxymoron.
some of the stuff you've been doing, but mostly agrees with everything you believe in. Not everybody that disagrees with you is a
So
right
what was the issue Ethan had with Hasan then? Because if it was interviewing a Houthi terrorist, he never did that. What was the other thing Ethan had a problem with? Right?
wing shithead. And that's part of the issue that we're having here. This is, once again, he's trying to put me in the bucket with right-wing shitheads.
Not only that, but I do get fucking yelled at all the time. Who do you want? Like some fucking weirdo Nazi? Like, who?
Once again,
I agree with that. Who? Who do you expect to go and contend with Hasan's ideas? Who is the person? Why do we even need that? What is the issue Hasan is doing that you need, that he needs to be checked? What is it? Because, like, I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm saying, what is it? I genuinely don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know what you're having problems with. So I need the thing, because I don't know what it is. Everyone I'm hearing from just sounds super, like, in their own, like, bias bubble where, like, anything Hasan does is bad. So I'm going to need, like, what is he doing specifically that you have a problem with? Hasan specifically. What is Hasan doing that he needs to change? Okay.
implying that I want Nazis on the platform. Literally all I said is that there's no dissenting voices on Twitch, and he's building a fantasy world in which I'm a right-wing shithead that wants Nazis on the platform to criticize him.
There's only one guy I think he means, and that's Destiny, which is crazy.
It is honest.
I mean, I don't know the context of that particular clip. I have a context of a different clip coming up. But I will say that Destiny is usually the person people want to debate everyone because he's a good debater. Like he's a good debater. And because he's a good debater, people think like, oh, he's the guy because he will debate any side, right? He will debate any side. He just likes to win. So fine. But what is he debating Hasan on is the question. Like, what is he debating Hasan on? That's the question. What is the problem?
Honestly, pretty severe the way that he draws everything back to Destiny. I don't know him. I've never talked about him on the channel. I don't know what's going on with this Destiny thing. The only explanation I can have is that he thinks that it's just an easy way for him to.
So he doesn't know. So he's assuming this is the answer. I'm assuming look, Destiny is the most middle of the ground debate person. So he's not a right winger. Destiny is not a right winger. Yes, he's a liberal. He's a centrist. He's a liberal centrist, right? He's like if you're denouncing progressives, if you're saying like the left wing is radical, you're like a centrist liberal. You're like a Democrat. Okay. And so he would be the most reasonable person to quote, but not even because you would want another leftist to come out and debate. But then again, what are we even holding Hasan to? So, okay, I don't know. There's like something to be said here. Obviously, it's a spectrum. So there's some blurred lines of where you would land politically, right? So, okay, because I want to understand Ethan's perspective, but I think he has too much misinformation in his own belief that we would have to deconstruct it first, and then we would have to figure out where to go from here. Okay?
Make me look bad to his community? Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic fucking.
Okay, and I watched this whole stream last night, so I watched it by myself. I watched it live, actually. I was editing, and I was like, I'll watch this stream. And he started spouting, like, all of these weird, like, anti-American, anti-Semitic, like, and I'm like, what is Ethan talking about? Like, why is he doing this? Like, I don't know if you're new to Hasan's content or if you're new. The greatest gift as an American you can have, I am an American. The greatest gift America has given us is freedom of speech. That we are allowed to have issues with the government, that we are allowed to burn our flag, we are allowed to protest. Like, it's not perfect. We have issues. Cops are used in many ways to like move those protesters out of the way. Like, the government enforces military use. I understand that. But the greatest thing we can do as an American is say, I'm unhappy, make it better. And everyone has the right to do that and not be called anti-America or non-American or whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, America isn't perfect. It's a construct of people who've come together to build what they think is good, but it's not perfect and we're working on it, right? So again, when we're having this conversation, it's like, okay, interesting perspective. I'm not sure what Hasan has done except be very critical of America, which is his right to do, right? Isn't Hasan an American citizen now? Am I stupid? Like, if he's not American, he still can have an opinion. Like, it doesn't matter if you're American or not. You're allowed to have opinions. So again, this whole like anti-America, anti-Semitism, and he said he doesn't think Hasan is being anti-Semitic, for the record. Like, Ethan kept saying, I don't really think Hasan specifically is anti-Semitic. In the same way Hasan has said, I don't specifically think Ethan is anti-Palestinian, but the way they talk about the issues makes them feel that way. So we're in our feelings. We're in our feelings. Okay, Hasan was born in Jersey, but he lived in Turkey till he was 18, right? Is that how it goes? Is that the lore? Okay, so when we have this conversation, it's like we are in our feelings. People are in pain. Palestinians are in pain. Israelis are in pain. Everybody's in pain. So we're in our feelings and we're mad at each other, and two friends can't figure out how to talk to each other. And so this is the world. The world is this. The world is my energy coming against your energy, and we don't know how to hear each other. Every time Ethan talks, it sends messages to my brain that signal his understanding of the conflict, but more than that, his understanding of like what's happening in Hasan's head. And more than that, I think Hasan has been very kind to Ethan, but very steadfast in his values. And this is a very difficult position to be in, is to show love and compassion to everybody, but stay steadfast in your values, right? Like, I take a much more radical approach of peace, right? I think all violence is petty. I think it's very important for people to stand up for the marginalized. I think it's very important for people to pay their fair tax. I think we should have, a dignified way of existing in the world that isn't about pushing other people down and lifting other people up based off of like our group connections. Instead, we should give people a way out. I believe in restorative justice. Like, I believe in like a world that is not going to happen. But it could happen in small ways and small pockets to individuals who are on a journey. So Hassan and Ethan are coming from large scale perspectives. Hassan wants the most people possible to watch him. He wants to move people in a direction. He's making prescriptions. I'm not making prescriptions. If you're new to my content, I don't care what you do, because you're going to do whatever you're going to do, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I just know I can sleep at night knowing that I don't cheat, I don't lie, and I don't hurt people, and I go to bed fine. Okay? And then I trust you. I believe in you. You're an adult. I trust you to live your life. I really do. Ethan, in his fear and in his anxiety, is also making prescriptions because he wants people to realize how anti-Semitism is hurting his family, which is valuable. That's valid. Anti-Semitism is real and it's a problem, right? The dilemma with how Ethan expresses his fears is he kind of makes it sound like he's implying that his problem is bigger than everybody else's. Now, to be fair, because he is Jewish, he probably feels more safe, probably advocating for, Jewish people to feel safe, Israelis to feel safe in the world, because he is one. So he probably feels more, it probably makes more sense for him to advocate for that group over other groups. But the dilemma we're having is that the way he's doing it is, it's kind of cruel. When he says, there's 8 million Jews in Israel. What do you want? You want them to be displaced? Like, that's the biggest difference I have between me and Hassan, Ethan says, is I don't want to displace all these Israelis. First of all, excuse me, it feels very cruel to say that to Palestinians that are being like rounded up right now. Like men are separated from their families. We're seeing homes destroyed. People are dying in hospitals. Like, little kids are carrying each other from one place to another, trying to get medical help. Like, it feels so tone deaf to sit there and have Ethan say like, oh, you want like 8 million Jews to leave Israel? It's like, it's not about the 8 million Jews. It's about the fact that those 8 million Jews and their government is forcing Palestinians to do the same thing you're afraid Israel will have to do. Like, the same fear is Ethan has for his own people is happening to the Palestinians. So when you focus that attention on them who aren't being displaced, who aren't being moved, who are being backed by a superpower, it feels really tone deaf. Even if Ethan says, I support Palestine, well, not enough, because all the messaging you're putting out, all the messaging you're signaling is basically anti-Palestinian. And that's the centrist view. The centrist view is making it sound like, and I know people mistake this with my work as well. So I'm not saying Ethan is this person always and he can't come back from it. But like, the kind of middle of the road view is as if to say that Israel is experiencing the same amount of destruction Palestine is. And it's not true. But at the same time, all pain is valid. We all suffer. Like, we all suffer. Okay. So again, hold on. Chad says we wouldn't call Brittany white, so don't do it to Ethan. Well, first of all, me, Hassan, and Ethan are all white, but Ethan is European Jew. So I think that's important. He is literally from Europe. But like, I don't know if that matters to you, but like we are all white, but we're all, I'm Assyrian. He's Turkish. Ethan's that Jew. So like, I don't know what to say to that, but I would just like to say we're all from different perspectives. We're all having different perspectives on this. Okay. So we're all white, but we're all Arabs, I think, in different ways. I don't know if Ethan is not an Arab, right? I don't know if I don't think Turkey's Arab either. I don't know. I'm confused. This categorization, what a construct. I'm exhausted by the constructs today. Okay. The point is, we're all from the Caucasus Mountains. At least Hassan and I are. This is stupid. I hate this cover. Look at these constructs, bro. Look at these constructs that are trying to eat us up. Look at this construct that's trying to eat us up, okay? The point is, we're all people, bro. We're all fucking people. I'm so exhausted by all of you. Oh, just wait until I get to the part where I can't believe I have to explain that Luffy's not a freedom fighter. I can't believe I have to explain that to people. Okay, we'll get into that in a whole other segment. You just wait, boys. You just wait. Okay, so Ethan and Hassan are fighting because they're both in pain, but Ethan is the one with less information. So here's the biggest dilemma in this conversation. Ethan is not educated enough to know why he's upsetting people and to know why he's wrong. And if you agree with Ethan in this whole situation, that's okay. That's your prerogative. No problem. If you agree with Hassan, great. That's your prerogative. No problem. I don't care either way. I'm going to sleep and masturbate just as good tonight as I did before. Okay? So you do you, right? But Ethan is less informed. And so it is frustrating to see a less informed person having a conversation, right? And that's what's frustrating.
Bro, I can't believe this man went from dunking on Steven Crowder to saying Steven Crowder ass shit. He's anti-American, radical anti-American.
Now, instead of actually addressing a single point, he stops it before he gets there. He conjures the image of Steven Crowder, who's got nothing to do with this conversation. And he says, how did you go from dunking on Steven Crowder to being Steven Crowder?
He's not literally saying it though, but that is the signal. I don't want to call it a dog whistle. I think that's disingenuous. I don't think Ethan means it that way. But this is where I would sit down. This is either, okay, this is the emotional labor we all have to decide to do. To be honest with you, I mostly choose not to do it. I can get why Hassan doesn't want to talk to Ethan, because if I had an Ethan in my life, I probably wouldn't do the emotional labor to explain it to him because he wouldn't get it. He's not willing to read the books. He's not willing to dive into the bubble. He's not really willing to see their side. So again, in order for everyone to understand the humanitarian crisis that's happening in Palestine, you would have to 100% understand they're the victims. Palestine is the victim in this situation. Okay. Now, once you've radically accepted that, I mean, like they are the victims in the way that the natives were victims in America. You have to fully accept this. You have to fully accept it. Then when you do that, you can zoom out and then we can have a conversation about how to make it work with everybody in the region. Because eventually we have to heal the pain and we have to move on. But no one's going to move on. Or if you do, you either move on in two means. You either genocide all of Palestine like we did to the natives, or you have a ceasefire and you figure it out. But there's only two options. And right now, Israel is only focused on Israel, which, you know, from a political standpoint, every country has the right to conquer in their minds, not my opinion, their minds. Each country in their mind thinks it's okay to conquer another piece of land to protect their people. And Israel only cares about Israel. Don't get it twisted. So as a Palestinian, how scary is that? Knowing that Israel only cares about Israel at the end of the day. That's pretty scary. Right? That's pretty fucking scary. So again, even though Ethan keeps saying I'm pro-Palestinian, you can't be pro-Palestinian and not understand where Hassan is coming from. Because it makes sense where Hassan is coming from. He's not perfect. You could be so mad with Hassan about so many things, but you can't understand the pro-Palestinian plight if you don't understand Timothy Chalamet, Houthi guy, who's not even a Houthi, right? Like you can't understand it because he's also not using language that exhibits he understands, right? He's not using any language that exhibits his understanding of the situation in a way that makes me feel like, okay, he sees Hassan. You ever have a friend apologize to you, but you can tell they don't understand why they're apologizing? That's what is going on. That's what's going on. It's like Hassan can tell Ethan isn't getting it, so it feels weird to say, oh, you absolutely get it. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how I hear Ethan. I don't hear him actually getting it to where I can trust him to move forward in the conversation now. Because he's still stuck. He keeps saying, as of last night, he keeps saying this kid is still a terrorist, which is a rumor going around on what parts of the internet, guys? Anti-Arab internet, white supremacist internet, centrist internet, liberals who don't want to pretend like who hate progressives internet. The only people pushing the propaganda that this kid is a terrorist, unless you have evidence I haven't seen, right? Those are the people that Ethan is aligning with. That's why, right? That's why Hassan is going to have a hard time understanding things in that way. Right? So it's just, okay. And then again, the word terrorist is subjective. You're only a terrorist because the other government decides you are, bros. So just remember that. Remember and be aware of who decides who's a terrorist. How convenient that when you stand up for your country, you're a terrorist. When someone stands up for theirs, they're a freedom fighter. Or they're American or patriotic. Oh, and just get into it. Get ready. Put on your little emotional blankets because this video is going to get pretty intense. Because I have footage to show you.
once again, this is a crazy amount of well poisoning, and it's so disingenuous and it's so bad faith. I hope it's clear to everybody just how bad faith this is right now and how desperately he's trying not to respond to any of the actual criticism that I've made. Criticizing Hassan does not make you Steven Crowder as much as he wants it to.
Hold on. This chat I think is interesting. I'm just going to deconstruct it for you for a second. You said people always using it's mandatory to defend Ela serving the IDF, but there are plenty of young people in Israel with actual values sitting in jail cells refusing to participate in a genocide. I just want to make it clear to people, most people would join the IDF. It makes no, you have to understand. See, now I'm going to make you put yourself in the shoe of an Israeli. Put yourself in the average shoe of an Israeli who is basically comfortable in Israel and feels pretty safe and also has been taught like propaganda about Palestinians. And you'll most likely end up serving, right? You'll mostly end up serving. So the idea that like you got to put yourself in people's shoes, people, you got to really put yourself there and think, okay, what information would I know that would make me pick something else, right? Most Israelis support the state of Israel. Right? So you have to think about it. You have to think about, okay, when am I going to come head to head with the possibility of prison, and when am I going to prison? What is it worth it? You ever see pro-lifers go to prison because they're protesting in front of abortion clinics? For them, that's the time to go to prison. Right? You got to put yourself in these people's shoes and kind of understand, okay, what am I willing to risk prison for? Most of us wouldn't want to go to prison for even our values. It's really hard to go to fucking prison. It's really scary, the prospect, right? Versus pushing some paperwork around, getting through your shift and leaving. Okay? So when you think of, like, yes, you guys are saying it's mandatory, but like, again, the comment I read out made it clear you can decide not to go and go to prison. That's the point. You don't have to serve in the IDF. You can go to prison. Okay? So everyone can make their own decisions. Like, I don't believe in the draft, as an example. I think if you can't get people to fight your war, it must not be worth fighting. So I don't think you should have to, I don't believe in the military draft, as an example. I think it's anti-human rights. Okay? And you know I barely believe in prisons as it is. I think the amount of people who genuinely deserve to go to prison are very, very few. And even that, they should be rehabilitated to the best of our ability. Even if that means after rehabilitation, they stay imprisoned, right? So there's something like, you know, very specific here happening. And again, my channel is about broadening our horizons and understanding that we're all born into bubbles with a perspective. All of us are living off our perception, and that's it. We do not have access to objective truth. You do not know what's true. You only know what you perceive to be true. And that is it's a very finicky line about thinking you know what's right. It's easy to feel you know what's right when, you know, you have well, we're people. Chat says, I think Brittany is in a bubble. Joke's on you. I know that. You think you're so fucking smart, my chat girl. You don't listen to me. I am telling you right now, I am in a bubble. And that is the point of my work. We are all in bubbles. We are all living off the perspective of what our brain understands. You're saying something like you think you did something right there, but you're not getting it. And you're upset by that. And I know you are, and I get it. I get you're upset. Why wouldn't you be? The perception is telling you to be. Deconstruct. And that's the thing. I do listen to you. Just because I disagree doesn't mean you can dismiss me. It's rude. Habibi, with all peace and love. Therapy, right away. Therapy right away, with peace and love. You just told a random YouTuber, I don't even know you, girl, like that. You just told a random YouTuber, you can't dismiss me. It's rude. What are you doing on this channel? What are you doing in this chat? Habibi, with peace and love. With peace and love. Okay? With peace and love. Okay, let's keep going.
Like, what's next, dude? Should I leave the country? Should I go back to my own country, dude?
Once again, putting heinous words in my mouth, implying that I want him to leave the country because now that I disagreed with him, I'm a heinous right-wing Nazi. Didn't say that. Don't want that. Don't believe it. But he's trying to build this image of me in his audience mind to turn them against me and to not listen to any of the legitimate criticism that I've leveled against him.
Again, I need somebody, can somebody in the chat do this? What is the criticism again? I already took away one of them. So now he's got, how many other things?
The fuck is this? This is the reason why I didn't want to watch a single fucking clip of Ethan, because I feel like I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Okay, not because I'm like escaping accountability. Like, come on, dude, come the fuck on. You think I haven't heard these fucking talking points a million times over?
If Hassan could at least just respond to the point
Which point, Ethan?
instead of saying, I'm Steven Crowder, I'm a right-wing Nazi, I want to kick.
He's not saying it literally. He's not saying it literally, Ethan. He's making it so about him. He's like, I'm talking about ideas, but Hassan is talking about me. He's not talking about you. He's talking about your ideas lead to this pipeline.
Kick him out of the country. Just talk about what I'm saying. Can we try that?
Over. I know the fucking subreddit that you basically scraped these fucking bottom of the barrel talking points from. I know. I hear.
You see, but Ethan doesn't know that. Now, in Ethan's, not defense, but explanation, he doesn't know. He doesn't know he's regurgitating talking points. He thinks he's an original thinker, bros. We all do. We all think we're like original thinkers. Ethan has no idea he's regurgitating talking points. And that's what's so funny is like he doesn't actually know. That's when he hears Hassan say this. He's like, oh, wait, why does Hassan think this of me? Because Hassan has heard this from so many people. And listen, as a person who's willing to do emotional labor to an extent for people, I often choose not to, because no matter how much I do for you, you will not listen to me. I can tell. I can tell by the way you type in my chat. You are not actually open-minded. You are pretty sure you know what's going on. And if you are, I love that. Go with God. Go with God. Go with God. Huh? Because at the end of the day, we're talking about a humanitarian perspective that dignifies everybody involved and understands that humans are the most messy animal species on this planet who have evolved through destruction and with the intellect to rise above that destruction. This is why I'm anti-violence. That's why I'm anti-death penalty. That's why I'm basically anti-prisons. It's why I'm anti a lot of things, because I think our desire to be violent, our desire to like do things to one another, to torture each other, is a biological reaction because we're not being introspective, extrospective, right? So Ethan, like, again, if I'm trying to think of who could explain it to Ethan so he got it. So Hassan recommended Sam Cedar, but Ethan took that offensively. So I'm trying to think, okay, who do you guys think? You tell me, chat. Who could explain it to Ethan? Because I genuinely don't think anyone could, because he's not actually listening. He's just feeling, right? He's not listening. So that's the thing. Like, who could it be? I'm not sure. It would have to be somebody he really feels safe with. And I'm not sure who that would be. Who would he feel ultimately like pretty safe with? I don't know.
Hear it all the time from his pathetic fucking fans that come in here and hit me with it every single fucking day. The real reason why I don't want to fucking watch these videos is because I don't want to like lean into the fucking mania that he is expressing every single damn day.
I genuinely
It does. It feels like Ethan's losing it, bro.
have no idea what he's talking about.
I know, and that's the funny part. Ethan doesn't know that he looks like he's literally losing it. Ethan, we've been telling you for months, you've been losing it. You're losing your fucking mind. Like, he's Jordan Peterson losing it, bro. He's not actually that bad, but he's like gonna get there. He's gonna get there if he doesn't get his shit taken care of, right? He is gonna get there.
Presumably, he's once again trying to tie me with Destiny, but I really don't even know.
I think he's just tying in the paranoia, because Destiny's also that paranoid, right? If anyone goes against him, if anyone says anything about him, he like burns the bridge. Ethan and Destiny burn bridges like they're masturbating and they're 13 years old. You know what I mean? Like they fucking burn bridges like the way Snoop Dogg takes a hit. You know what I'm saying? Like every fucking second. And they do that because they're both like in their own fucking traumas. Whatever it is, it like they're both fucking in their, that's I think the only comparison I can make between the two.
I don't know what's happening here. All I know is he's not responding to any of the points I made.
Because I think it's utterly irrelevant in the grander point that Israel is committing a fucking genocide, that Israel is an apartheid state. And I think it's like very
Mods, go ahead and be aggressive in chat, bro, because all these losers keep coming in from somebody's loser audience. I don't know whose. You guys need to get out of here. Listen to me, Jordan Peterson. You can't hang out with here. You can't hang out with us. Okay? Boop. Boop. Block them. Thank you.
very selfish to have a conversation about my radical anti-American views over and over again.
This is a logical fallacy that you'll see Hassan leaning on pretty frequently here. And what he's saying is because there's a genocide happening in Gaza, he shouldn't be accountable to talk about anything else because this terrible thing is happening. But again, I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about Hassan. And he's doing this smoke and mirrors where he's sidestepping my criticism and putting it like I'm trying to take away attention from Gaza. The truth is that we're smart, thinking, feeling beings, and we can hold two thoughts in our head at once. We can chew bubblegum and walk. And frankly, we all know that. And so this is a really cheap way of essentially.
Hold on. You guys are saying my mods are doing it too. My mods aren't a reflection of me. I made mods a long time ago to help me with stuff. If I see a mod break a rule, I'll take them off modding, but I haven't seen any of my mods break any rules. And my mods, though they disagree with me because my mods aren't a reflection of me, I don't run that kind of a channel. I just want to heads up. You know how people are like, Frogan is Hassan's mod. My mods are just people who are helping people. They're just helping me. I don't know them. They're not they're not my best fucking friends. They're just people helping my community. Okay, so I just want to say that if they break the rules, I'll keep in point, but they don't agree with me. I don't make them a mod because they agree with me. So like, you know how Ethan drives me crazy. Being someone's mod in my world doesn't mean anything. It just means you're here to help like take the white nationalists out of my chat. No racist, no Islamophobia in my fucking chat, okay? So, okay, I don't know why Ethan does this thing where he's like, Frogan's a mod for Ethan or Hassan. Why does that matter, bro? Like, I don't understand why that matters. Am I missing some social fucking expectation here? What's the social script here? I don't get it. Okay, thank you.
Actually avoiding accountability or avoid talking about anything he wants. It's very disingenuous.
Except plenty of people do, okay? Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Fox News.
Once again, I've talked about this quite a lot.
His volume.
And he's isolated one part of me saying that I think he's doing anti-American propaganda. And what he immediately does is he takes that and he associates me immediately and directly with who did he say? Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Steven Crowder. I mean, these are all people that I despise who have openly criticized.
It's funny that Ethan can put this together, but then doesn't think, okay, what do you think that means about what I'm saying? If I'm being associated with these people that I hate so much, then what am I doing that could be communicating that or signaling that to people? It's the fact that he's not thinking about that. And yet, chat, you are correct that Frogan is no longer Hassan's mod. That is true. Okay, so that is true. So, okay, why don't you think Ethan, because he's not having that introspect, he's not pondering his own, and he has no one on his team who's doing it. Now, one person on Ethan's team thought to say, hey, maybe you should wonder why people are doing that. Now, don't get me wrong. It doesn't mean anything, but it could. He doesn't understand why Hassan's doing it, but I think it's pretty clear why Hassan's doing it. He's not saying Ethan is literally conservative. Hassan even said, I don't even think Ethan would even go conservative. Like, I don't think Ethan's going to make why I left the left videos, right? I don't think Ethan's going to do that. That's what Hassan said. But I don't know if Ethan's going to do that. Brittany doesn't know. And we don't know. Ethan doesn't know. Like, even Ethan doesn't know if he's going to make one of those videos because he's just moving right now. He's not evoking his free will. So on my channel, because we're a philosophy channel, we talk about evoking our free will, which means like, instead of just reacting, like stop, meditate. What do you really want to do? What is really within your values? Because they're subjective. What really makes sense for you? And how do you want to react to this situation? Ethan's just reacting. Like he's not contemplating, why would people say this about me? Right? Like, why would he say this about me?
Who I think are just a blight on this country. And once again, because I disagree with him on some issues, now I'm basically Tucker Carlson. I mean, can you believe that leap in logic?
And now your favorite, Destiny. A person who has literally told me to go back to my own country.
That's true. Chat says everyone said that about Anna Kasparian, but now she's kind of doing that. It's true. And that was so cringe to see, bro. I'm not going to play. And look, everyone can do what they're going to do. I'm not here to tell you how to think. If you want to leave the left, you do you, baby. You leave the left. Like, you do you, right? I think that's beautiful. You follow your journey. Maybe all die in dignity. Maybe all live in dignity, you know? But it is one of those things where I think that that's always going to be the disconnect. It's like Ethan can't put it together, and neither can Anna. She doesn't understand it. Now, don't get me wrong. Again, do I think like leftist people on the internet are the most sane and like rational people? No. Do I think conservatives on the internet are the most sane and rational people? No. Do I think centrists on the internet are the most sane and rational people? Can you guys guess my answer? No. Go touch some grass, you losers. All of you are fucking losers. Go touch the grass like I touched Tammy's. Never mind. Whoa. Go touch some fucking grass, okay? At the end of the day, all of us, because we're humans, if we surround ourselves too much with the same information, we're going to become, right, these kind of insane people who don't really diversify our outlook. Like, again, you don't need to have friends in your group that like think differently from you, but you yourself should make sure you're checking in with yourself depending on your values. Depending on your values, okay? Sorry, my Jordan Peterson got crazy today. My Jordan Peterson's getting crazy today. Sorry.
Tree. Okay? A person who has fantasized about executing me.
That's terrible. I've never said that. I didn't talk about destiny. Why are you talking about destiny when I've articulated points?
Because somewhat of the lore, and look, when I was in the Destiny bubble more, I did think the worst of Hassan, and now I'm in the Hassan bubble. I'm like, oh, you guys are fucking losers, both of you. But Destiny more so because he's a pussy, as you guys know. Because this man can't fucking take a joke and burns a bridge so fucking easily. And this is honestly what Hassan is probably putting together about Ethan. Ethan is infamous for burning bridges. He's ultra sensitive. He is a pussy. He won't even have a conversation with Sam Cedar because he's offended? Like, it's the paranoia. It's the sweatiness. It's like, bro, please, like, move to the side, bro. And so again, Ethan isn't gonna go crazy conservative, but he might start becoming a Destiny. And like, you know how Destiny goes on this whole arc where he's like, going to Israel and he's like debating on Israel's side, and he's doing this thing where he's like, I'm not a progressive, I'm not a leftist. I even saw Kyla, shout out to Kyla, not so erudite, friend of the show, like even she was on a show and she was like, we're not progressives, we're not like a crazy leftist group anymore. Okay, fine, you do you, kids, but you can't hang out with us then. Like, that's the problem, is like, you can't ask people to hang out with you if they fundamentally think you have very strong different values. I have Catholic brothers that do not have friends that aren't Catholic. That's their prerogative. If they want to do that, that's fine. I tend to have a very diverse friend group personally, but that's me. And it is a pain in the ass, by the way. It is a pain in the ass to have friends who think so differently from you, because this shit happens and then you're like begging your friend to take a chill pill and he won't, Ethan. Ethan won't take a chill pill, but he's like, Hassan is the problem. Bro, take a chill pill. Okay? We wear pink on Wednesdays and we talk shit on capitalism 24/7. Okay? So make a fucking decision. Okay? Make a decision. But at the end of the day, that's the connection most likely. I can't speak for Hassan. I don't fucking know. Okay? But that's the connection I think he's probably making.
That are very easy to digest and respond to. But he's going on about how Destiny told him to get out of the country and Destiny fantasizes about murdering him. And I'm saying, well, that's all terrible, but what's that got to do with me?
Oh, don't worry, chat. We're about to start. Look at Hassan's VOD from yesterday, 40 minutes before it's over. Ethan's claim that Hassan denies the rapes. Oh, I've got it pulled up, girl. We're watching it. Don't worry. I've got it fucking pulled up because that's what Ela complained about yesterday during the live show. I'm so sick of Hassan denying the rapes that happened. I was like, I've never seen him deny the rapes that happened, but I'll tell you, Ethan and Ela are once again moving off Israeli propaganda, which makes sense. They're Israeli. It happens. You're born in a country. You have a relationship with a country. You're going to believe them over other people. That's why you have to deconstruct. I know this isn't The Last Samurai. You're not Tom Cruise. You're not going to join the other side. You know, I get it. We don't need to do that either. But we need to make it clear that we're all experiencing a perspective, and our perspectives are always going to be flawed. My perspective is going to be flawed. Your perspective is going to be flawed. We are not going to know all the things. We're not going to know all the things, right? Conrad says Hassan has burned as many bridges as Ethan, but what was the reason? The reasons are different, and this is what's so interesting. The reasoning is what matters. Ethan does it because I feel, in my opinion, it feels like Ethan is burning a lot of his bridges for what he thinks are his values, but I think it's like, I hate to say this, but Ethan's kind of a pick-me, but not a pick-me for men, but a pick me to be on a team. Like, look, Ethan's like a neurodivergent king. He's always been alienated. He's funny, but he's never really had a click. And every time he thinks he has a group on the internet, he burns the bridge with them. And so I think it's like so much of that. Hassan has maybe similar burn bridgings, but all the burn bridging I've seen have been over values and differences over branding and differences over like networking. And I do the same thing. Ask any YouTuber. I will cut connections with YouTubers because like our friendship isn't going to survive this political disagreement. Like our friendship isn't deep enough to survive this values difference. My deepest relationships can survive a value difference, but my shallow relationships are not going to survive a value difference. Now, that doesn't mean I want anything bad to happen to you. I don't want anything like cruel to happen to your family. I want everybody to live peacefully. I want all of your kids to go to school safely. I want all of you to eat tonight. I want all of you to like make lots of money and do lots of good things, okay? So I just want to make sure like that's important. I want all of y'all to be happy, okay? But that doesn't mean you can be in my personal space, in my personal cell phone, having a personal conversation with me. Like my emotional labor can't be used for this new relationship. Because again, like that's what friendship is at the end of the day. It's a level of emotional labor, and you want to do it with somebody who's giving back to you and you're giving to them, and it's working in positive symbiosis. If you're in a friendship where one person is giving and one person is taking, like it's just not going to work, Habibis. And the reason we might put up with people in our life who have those type of dynamics with us is because we're moving through trauma, their inner circle, we're working on their like, maybe they're an addict and we're working on that. Maybe it's a parent who's homeless and we're working on it. There are appropriate times to do emotional labor for someone who can't do it for you. But in relationships like this, it might not be worth it to Hassan, and it might not be worth it to Ethan to do that emotional labor to see each other more. But also, you know my theory on this. If a person cannot see you, they cannot see you. No matter how much you try to show yourself to a person, if they don't get it, they're not going to get it. Explaining this to Ethan is like trying to explain to a homophobe why gay people aren't all predators or trans people aren't groomers. Once they believe it, it's going to be so scary for them to deconstruct it. And Ethan, I think, is in a space currently, I don't think he'll be there forever, but maybe he will, where he can't deconstruct it. And just so you know, when you think about who people are in the story, later on in the show, we'll talk about Luffy. I think I figured out who Sneeko is in the story on One Piece. Can anyone tell me who I think it is? Because it is so funny to me. I can't wait to talk to you guys about it. Like because you know how much I'm rooting for Sneeko to get his shit together because I think he's so bad to women. He's so bad to himself. He's so bad to people. But there's a part of Ethan that I believe, a part of Sneeko that I believe in everybody. I have this faith for everybody. I'm an optimist. I'm an eternal optimist. Okay. I won't talk about One Piece just yet because I'll put a warning for people for spoilers. But let me tell you, I've been laughing about it all morning. I almost snorted like milk through my nose thinking about who Sneeko is in the story. It's so funny. Okay. We'll talk about it in the future. And just after this, we'll talk about it. Because I don't want to spoil it for anybody. But coming up, we're gonna talk about as far as Just Rosa, because that's where I am. We just finished that arc. Okay? Okay. All right. Let's go back to Ethan.
Me. He's poisoning the minds of his.
Yes. Oh my God. Wait. Monkey D. Trevi, of course. The D in the middle name. Of course, you're so insightful. You said it feels like Ethan is looking for sympathy rather than genuinely trying to bring up any criticism. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. That's why it's hard to engage with Ethan. He's making it about him. That is what he's doing. And that's why it's so frustrating. He is making it about him. That's why Hassan like kind of said that. And that's why Ethan is like, I'm not making it about me. You are making it about you. You are making it about you. And this is stuff that's personal. And to be fair, he did reach out to Hassan via text and Hassan didn't get back to him. To be fair, Hassan doesn't have to do the emotional labor for this guy. They're not that close of friends. They should have just ended the friendship. No hard feelings. Because at the end of the day, like the emotional labor that Ethan needs is pretty intense, which is valid. And with the right friend or therapist, it's we're able to make it happen. I don't think Hassan's probably that person, right? Chat says, what about platforming the Houthi kid? Isn't that criticism? Nope, I already debunked that. You can go back on stream and watch it. I've already debunked that. Next.
Audience trying to, once again, associate me somehow intertwined with Destiny, even though I've mentioned him maybe once in 10 years. I have never talked about this man.
A person who has...
Actually, the only time I've talked about him is in the context that I used to watch him play StarCraft 2. Like, it's not even political. It's just like, oh yeah, I used to watch him play StarCraft 2, like 15 years ago.
Okay, a person who has fantasized about executing me numerous times over, a person who has had prominent Nazi figures on.
I don't know what that particular accusation is about, but the next one is about, what's his name? Ugh. What's that guy's name who's kicked off everything and he can't? Who's the white nationalist? Who ate chicken? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Anyways, anybody who talks to that guy, even current day, is trash. Stop talking to that guy. Nick Fuentes. Yeah. Stop talking to Nick Fuentes. Stop talking to him. I'm seeing all these little debate bros come out of the woodworks and they're like, I'm going to debate Nick Fuentes. Stop talking to him. Stop platforming him. Stop talking to that boy.
On his broadcast, talk about killing me. Prominent Nazi figures who hate you too. Now you like Destiny? Really?
I have not said anything about Destiny.
Now, I don't know if Hasan is being fed misinformation, but Destiny's group is apparently embracing Ethan in his politics. And so there is probably misinformation going around where maybe Hasan is being fed misinformation. Again, your audiences, there's a part of your audience that is not going to protect you. Not that you should rely on your audience to do that anyways, but all of our audiences, I've had it happen, you've had it happen. There's a sect of the audience that actually wants to see the content creator fail. So they show up and they troll and they feed each other bad information. And that's what was so frustrating with Destiny during mine and his arc, where like people kept feeding him clips of me and he kept like not understanding me. And then he said the most, he tried to like be ableist and weaponize my stuff against me. And then he was being like racist. And I was like, what are you doing? And he was doing that because his audience was like feeding him bullshit and he just believes it because he's brain dead. As is Ethan. Like, stop listening to it. Stop watching the clips. Go home and watch the full thing. Be interested in people, but they're not. All these boys, can I just say something? Gendered, even though you know gender is a construct. Okay, I know gender is a construct, but can I just say something gendered? I swear to God, these boys do not truly, they're not interested in people. They're interested in the things. Like, I'm interested in people. Like, I want to know people. So I watch all of these hours of content trying to figure out, oh, why did this person do this? And why did they do this? And I just want to know. These people, they're not interested in people. And I don't know if it's their gender, because I really don't believe in gender, but it might be the way they were socialized to think about stuff. Right? Like, it might just be the way that they were gendered. And so they brought, like, they don't care about people. Like, you do not care about people. And people are so much more interesting than these, like, debate points you're trying to, like, do. You know, you do you, I guess. Okay? But genuinely, like, I just, you know, guys, look, okay, listen, I'm going to say this. If you put flags in my chat and you're doing it to be rude, I'm going to block you. If you're doing it to show patriotism, I also might block you because it's cringe. Okay? It's also cringe. Okay? Okay? But also, don't put flags in my chat unless it's the gay flag. That's the only flag we fly here, is the gay flag, okay? And maybe the pirate flag, but mostly the gay flag. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Destiny, but okay.
Fucking Sam Hyde doesn't like you either, dog.
I didn't say anything about Sam Hyde either. Once again, I don't know what's happening.
That's so crazy. That's the craziest part. Like, how do you not recognize that these people who fucking call for your death and have said horrifying shit about you over and over again, now you are aligned with, now you're reposting fucking Keemstar and shit.
That is a terribly bad faith.
This might be bad faith of Hasan. I think Keem is awful, and I don't think you should be reposting Keem, but...
Recounting. What happened in that case is that Frogan and her friends were trying to blame the harassment she was getting on me, even though it was quite obviously from people responding to her telling vets that they deserve to get PTSD. What I was doing, clearly in my stories, was I was showing tweets from all these conservative sources showing that the harassment she's getting is from them. I in no way endorsed it at all. I showed a picture of like Donut Operator tweeting about it, some cops account tweeting about it, Drama Alert tweeted about it, and a few others.
Wait, chat says, before you said Ethan was paranoid, but now Hasan is doing what Ethan is saying? How? How? I think Hasan's making the very obvious point that if you parrot conservative talking points, like, are you not a conservative? Right? But that doesn't mean he is. He's just making that point.
that had massive presence on Twitter and were talking about Frogan. So to say that I'm now reposting Drama Alert, implying that I'm co-signing or supporting him, is so bad faith that it could only imply that he knows exactly what he's doing, that it's actually that bad faith. That he's, you know, he's just essentially lying and doing a character assassination.
See, it's like these words, like character assassination. He's lying. He's probably just wrong.
What a silly, sad, pathetic state of affairs, dude.
True.
Jesus Christ.
True. True.
It makes me so fucking sad.
Okay, well, apparently he's disappointed and he's sad about a bunch of things that have nothing to do with me.
He is literally sad over Ethan. Right? Like, he is literally sad over the situation. It is sad. Like, this is just so bummer, dude. And then Ethan just being like, this has nothing to do with me. And I'm like, bro.
So going back, you can see there's layers and layers and layers of character assassination, propaganda, logical fallacies, and not one response to any of the points that I've actually made. And it seems obvious to me that he's trying to poison his audience against me by misrepresenting my beliefs.
I think both of them are misrepresenting each other because they don't understand each other very well. But I think Hassani understands Ethan better than Ethan understands Hassan, in my opinion. I don't think Hassan is willing to do the emotional labor for Ethan, nor that I think he's obligated to. But I think they should just end the friendship and move on, because they're not going to agree on this. But this is a great example of a reflection of the world, right? These small problems amplify into bigger ones. The conflict happening around the world, this repeated cycle that human beings repeat, is a part of this issue. Why can't Ethan and Hassan understand each other? Like, why can't they understand each other? Human beings are, in my opinion, evolved animals. They evolved on this planet. They migrated to different places. We have different skin colors and cultures, but we are all the same universally. I do not think humans are, you know, people always ask me, oh my God, is Croatia so much different than America? Guys, humans are the same everywhere. No matter where you go in the world, contrary to racist belief, contrary to, you know, bullshit propaganda, humans are the same everywhere. And this idea in your head that you have that humans are different is bullshit. Humans are not different. Just because they do things differently doesn't mean they're different. Ultimately, humans are literally the same everywhere, which is why it's even more devastating that we cause so much harm and destruction to each other. How unfortunate, but how human. Humans are going to human, okay?
And just straight up lying about things that I said and things that I believe. Now, this just came out. I just saw this on the subreddit, but things like this I like to get ahead of as quickly as possible, because I do not want him to be allowed to set this tempo as if this is the official narrative. I must fight this at every point. And once again, if you're a Hassan fan, challenge him to do better than this. This is dishonest. And more than that, I'd like for him to just respond to one of the points I made, just directly. Anyway, that's my video for the evening. Have a great one.
Okay, now, one of the issues that Ethan and Hila had with Hassan, the biggest one, I think one of the most offensive ones, like, look, Hassan isn't perfect. There's plenty of things you can disagree with Hassan over. Just make sure it's real and not something you created in your mind, and I'm good to go, right? Because, again, there are plenty of things you can be upset with Hassan over, though, of course, that's only if you're making a prescription. Because, genuinely, I get along with everyone, but I disagree with all of you. Just so you know, we are not in agreements, but I will get along with you. I disagree with most people. I think most people aren't fit enough to be parents. I think most people are making bad decisions with their lives. I think most people need a lot of therapy, including myself. And I think most people are believing in religions I don't believe in. They're adhering to traditional beliefs I think should be deconstructed. You do you. I can get along with you. You keep your whatever, I'll get along. But just so you know, I don't agree with you. But see how we can get along with each other? I wish you the best. I hope you sleep comfortably tonight. I hope you know, your kids are safe. I hope you're full tonight. All of that jazz, right? One of the things that Ethan and Hassan were going back and forth on, which I thought was like really strange that Ethan said this, and I was like, this can't be true. is that Hassan denied the rapes that happened on October 7th, which, by the way, depending on where you got your news about October 7th, it's going to be very, very biased. So I would recommend going for like more neutral sources if possible, though that's really difficult. And then maybe just viewing all of it and seeing who has, like, what's the general consensus between the different articles. So about the rapes that occurred, somebody in chat came in at Hassan with it, and this is Hassan's response. So he was watching stuff on Jeff Nippard. If you're not in the working out bubble, you might not have heard, but Jeff Nippard was assaulted, which is crazy, physically assaulted. We'll get into that probably on a different day if we have to talk about it. Shout out to Jeff. Hope he's doing okay. So Hassan was talking about Jeff when he got this comment in chat.
Single fucking mean thing about Jeff. Talking about honesty, do you want to retract your false statements on the Israeli raids? On the Israeli raids? What false statements have I made about the Israeli raids? What are you talking about? The pro-rape riots that the Israeli far right conducted? Saying that they never happened? No. They did. Israel tried to prosecute 8.
Okay, so Hassan is talking about a different rape case. We'll get into that, but he's going to get into the rape that happened on October 7th. I think there's like a so he read that comment and thought he was talking about the other rapes, I think, but it will get into Ethan's accusation against Hassan in a second.
Concentration camp guards at Sidi Tayman for raping Palestinians to death. Like, that is real. That's a real thing that happened. Hello? Are you confused? What do you mean? 8 Israeli concentration camp guards at Sidi Tayman were...
Okay, so chat says, so the clip of Hassan laughing when Kamala talks about the October 7th rapes, how should we interpret that? At nothing at all. Think about what you just said out loud. How should we read Hassan's mind? How should we interpret that? You don't. You don't. You can't read... What are you, a fucking body language expert? You don't. You don't know what it means. You can't read fucking minds. When I saw that, I was like, okay, I have no idea what that means. It could mean anything. You guys need to watch Dr. Kirk Honda, who is a therapist on YouTube, review people on TV shows. You do not know what people are thinking. I didn't. When I saw that, I didn't do anything. He could be laughing about anything. He could literally be laughing about a fart he just did and nobody heard on stream. Right? Like, you don't know. I don't do this to people. I don't assume the worst out of everybody at every moment. I am not paranoid. So I don't know what you want to do, but I'm not sure what he meant with that laugh. Okay? Because I'm not sure what it could, but I'll tell you what it's going to be. I'm going to tell you what it's about, by the way. And by the way, get ready, because you guys are going to you should feel bad. Because it's going to make a lot of sense now, hopefully. Maybe not, maybe not. But after I did my research, I was like, oh, his laugh makes sense now. It might not make sense to you, but it makes sense. Okay? So I need you to take your feelings out of it and observe this truly. Just observe human behavior. How is a human feeling? How is this human reacting? And by the way, laughter means lots of things, but lots of people have laughter as like a very specific type of reaction, right? Chat says we should feel bad. I can't believe you are a woman with this mindset. Man, okay, the bubbles are rough today, girls. The bubbles are rough today. All right.
Slated to be prosecuted by the Israeli state for crimes including but not limited to raping a Palestinian prisoner to death. Israeli society caught wind of it, got very upset, and did a January 6th style armed mass pro-rape riot. The primary responsible party went on Israeli national television with a balaclava and explained how he has a right to rape Palestinians. Then he took his balaclava off and he became a famous Israeli television personality. Is that what you're talking about?
Here's another way to think about it. We're going to get into it because chat said Ethan simply can't wrap his mind around the fucked up shit Israel is committing, and it goes beyond self-defense. I think what's probably happening too is like no matter how much information you're getting, I'm going to assume you cannot imagine that Israel is doing worse to Palestine than Palestine is doing to Israel. There are people who think Palestine has done worse to Israel than Israel's done to Palestine.
and by number definition, not true. I think it's 32 Palestinians die every hour. I think that's the number, right? Something like that. It's like, again, I don't like to compare suffering. I really don't want to do that. But when the pro-Israeli side sits there and thinks like, October 7th was the worst thing that happened to us. Okay, that's really sad. I empathize with that. Now you probably understand Palestinians, right? And instead of understanding Palestinians, they went even harder anti-Palestinian. The same way Israel felt justified in decimating Palestine over October 7th, they didn't feel Palestine was justified in going after Israel for the 100 years they've been occupying their space. And that's what I'm saying. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. And though we love blind people, we're not ableist. Okay? Stop it. And we'll get into these rapes, but let me make it perfectly clear. Military soldiers around the world are not exempt from sexual violence during war or conflict or even outside of it. The US government is fighting their own issue with rape statistics in our own military. So don't get it twisted. Rape is a very common occurrence in war and in civilian life. And it's disgusting. Right? Easy. Wow. Super brave of me, guys. Whoa. Amazing. I'm so brave. I'm anti-rape. Amazing. Okay? So again, when we have these conversations, you have to understand, what are people watching? What are the videos you're seeing? What are you consuming? And where's your prejudice pushing you? And fight that prejudice. Okay? So here's the story. I also have to trigger warning you. I'm going to show you a video. Okay? I'm going to show you a video, and it might be too much. So if it's too much, it's okay to walk away. It's okay to come back later, but I'm going to show you a video that goes along with the story that Hassan is telling right now. Okay?
Did you know that this happened? Or are you completely oblivious to this reality? Yeah. Maybe you are also oblivious to the reality that Israeli emergency Knesset session had to be taken. An Israeli emergency Knesset session took place where a member of Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party, a Knesset member from Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party, openly argued that Israeli prison guards should be able to rape Palestinian prisoners.
And that's not that crazy, considering the fact that we hear people say we should be able to bomb Palestinian schools and hospitals because Hamas is hiding there. Rape is like, it's a tool. That's why I say, like, do not let these men who are orchestrating these political prescriptions convince you that they're not doing horrifying shit to people behind closed doors. We know this with Guantanamo Bay. We know this with how we treated the Japanese. We know this with our own government. If you're American, you know the shit we've done to people. Do not think it is not happening right now in modern times just because it's too much to handle. And don't get me wrong, it's going to happen again and again and again and again and again until the end of humans as a species. Because this is a part of our evolutionary experience. This is it. This is our opportunity to do better. And if you keep wishing for people to be hurt, you are not contributing to the better. Wars, nukes do not bring peace. They just bring more destruction until the next cycle.
Precisely what happened. Now, were you familiar with that or not? Because your unfamiliarity with that I have never denied, by the way, is perhaps the reason why you're also unfamiliar with my commentary on the mass
I'm going to speed him up to 1.25.
Systematic rape charges that were unsubstantiated on October 7th.
Hold on. Before he gets into that, the case he was talking about is here with Sky News. 9 Israeli soldiers arrested for sexual abuse of Palestinian detainee. Sorry, trigger warning, trigger warning. Okay, these are Palestinian prisoners on the floor, and Israeli soldiers are going to take a Palestinian woman. I think it's a woman, or is it a man? It might be a man. Wait, a Palestinian detainee. I don't know the gender, male or female. I don't know the gender, and could be non-binary. I don't know, but takes this person and moves them. So just, okay, trigger warning. I'm going to start the video now.
This video from prison.
It is a man. Okay, thank you.
security cameras was reportedly filmed in July and broadcast on Israeli news this week. Dozens of Palestinian prisoners are lying face down on the ground, their hands over their heads. In what seems to be a second video from a different day, a guard dog is barking aggressively at a prisoner surrounded by soldiers. 3 of those soldiers use their shields to block the view of what is happening. It is alleged a prisoner was being sexually assaulted by the guards.
So we have seen the video, and reports of sexual abuse of detainees are horrific. They ought to be investigated fully by the government of Israel, by the IDF. Prisoners need to be treated, prisoners' human rights need to be respected.
The incident happened at Steteman prison in southern Israel. Gazans suspected of being part of the October the 7th attacks are being held there without charge and with no access to lawyers. The IDF, whose soldiers guard the prison, have said that 9 soldiers were arrested. 4 have been released and 5 are still being held and questioned. An Israeli human rights organization has told us that they believe that abuse of Palestinian prisoners is widespread and have described the jails as a network of torture camps.
We're talking about ongoing physical abuse, actually beating up every day, mental abuse that goes on, sexual assault that we hear again and again happening in different levels and different facilities. We're talking about people who are starved, sleep deprivation.
You don't think that this incident of alleged sexual assault is a one-off?
No, actually, we know it is not.
When the 9 soldiers were arrested, far-right Israelis, including some politicians, broke into the prison to try and free them. Since October the 7th, Israel has refused access to prisons for independent monitors like the International Red Cross, and that only leads many to believe that there is something to hide. Alistair Bunkley, Sky News, in Jerusalem.
Okay. So hold on. Hassan's going to go into the assaults on October 7th. Let's talk about those.
I have never denied the possibility of rape occurring on October 7. You will never be able to find an instance where I have actually denied rapes happening on October 7. As a matter of fact, I said it is highly likely that rapes occurred on October.
That was my impression of Hassan as well, is that I don't know where people are getting off saying Hassan didn't believe in the rapes on October 7th. But keep in mind, if you're not reading the papers, or if you're not looking up the government websites, you might also think, because there was a lot of propaganda that came out after those attacks, guys. There was a lot of news stories we heard before things were actually confirmed. And so we have to make sure that when we're saying something happened, we need to make sure it happened. And then we need to make sure at what level it happened and how we're reacting to what happened, right?
October 7, especially considering that once the Gaza boundary was penetrated, there were criminal elements beyond the Palestinian Resistance Front that actually went into Israel that were uncontrollable. Okay? Having said that, however, the only substantiated report comes from the UN Commission report that was not a sexual assault that occurred on October 7, but rather a sexual assault that occurred in captivity to an Israeli citizen. This is the only substantiated primary account of sexual assault happening to an Israeli citizen in the hands of a Palestinian. Not only have I never denied that rapes might have occurred, I have always said that there is a high likelihood that rapes did occur. As of now, given the unfortunate reality that Zaka, highly controversial group, and the Israeli government completely fucked up any kind of real investigation from occurring into sexual assault on October 7, that there are victims out there that will most likely never know the truth. But once again, considering that you are unfamiliar with, I suspect, the pro riots that occurred in Israel not that long ago, is actually new reporting from Israeli publications came out literally last week on this matter. I suspect that you are completely oblivious to a lot of things. How is Zaka controversial? Here, I'll give you an example of this from, I think it was Haaretz's reporting.
Okay, hold on.
You were super vocal.
If you go to the United Nations, reasonable grounds to believe conflict-related sexual violence occurred in Israel during October 7th attacks. Senior UN official tells Security Council. However, urges mandate to not war without rape, but world without war. Okay, so this is from the United Nations. And this was March of 2024. Okay. There are reasonable grounds to believe the conflict related sexual violence, including rape and gang rape, occurred across multiple locations of Israel and Gaza during the attacks of October 7th. Okay. What I witnessed in Israel were scenes of unspeakable violence perpetrated with shocked brutality, says Miss Patton recalled, detailing her methodology. She said that her team met with families and hostages, members of the community displaced. Okay. Now, okay, here it says it was conducted confidential interviews with 34 individuals, including survivors and witnesses of the October 7th attack. Okay. Release hostages, first responders, health, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. This one. However, she underscored that her findings do not legitimize further hostilities. Instead, they create a moral imperative for humanitarian ceasefire to end the unspeakable suffering imposed on Palestinian civilians. Now, if you go to Vox kind of breaks down this letter in the best way possible, but it is pretty clear that horrific things happened. But what Hassan is often reacting to or laughing at is a specific thing that Kamala said, which is sort of that the rapes were being used. And this isn't exactly what Kamala was saying, in my opinion, but it's like this idea that the rapes were being used as like a political retaliation on Israel. But the rapes were occurring for who knows? I can't read people's minds. It doesn't matter. If rapes occurred, that sucks, right? He didn't say the rapes were unfounded. I just showed you the clip. He didn't say the rapes were unfounded, right? Even the UN is saying it's reasonable to think they happened, and people are reporting rape happened. But you have to understand the nuance of the language that's being used here, right? Like, okay, I'll give you an example. If I click my phone on, will it turn on, yes or no? I don't know. I don't know that it will turn on, right? But there's no reason for me not to think it will turn on. Knowing something and believing something to be true are not the same things. I don't know if rapes occurred because I wasn't there. But I'm going to assume, based off my knowledge of people, that there was definitely a rape that occurred, if not many rapes that occurred. In the same way, I don't know, right, what's happening in other places around the world, but I can guess. Okay? So we agree that it's highly likely and more than likely that not only did rapes occur, but the people telling their stories are true. In the same way, it's probably true that a lot of the hostages were coming out of these situations said they were treated with dignity and probably were. Or maybe not. Like, you have to decide of who's right, who's telling the truth. But I'm not telling you to pick Hassan's side. Fuck Hassan. I'm telling you to think for yourself and to think, okay, do I know this or do I not know this? Okay? Do I know this? And again, you're holding Hassan to some fucking standard. Israel, America, and Palestine are the people who you need to focus on to help the pain that's happening there, or to move. You're holding YouTubers more accountable than politicians. And it's because he's easy to, like, who cares what Hassan thinks? Do you really give a fuck what Hassan thinks about anything? I don't give a fuck what Hassan thinks. I don't give a fuck what Ethan thinks. I don't give a fuck what Tectone thinks. I don't give a fuck what your mom thinks. But I still call her over every weekend because it's nice to hang out with these doofuses. Why do you give a fuck what these people think? Okay? Go for your governments. Vote appropriately this November. Protest or be an activist. Fuck these fucking YouTubers, bro. You think these YouTubers know anything about your fucking life? These YouTubers are only living theirs. You are watching these YouTubers live their life. That's what's happening. Let them live their life because you're supposed to be living yours. Chad says you should hold everyone accountable. Accountability is based off morals is subjective. I don't think people can hold people accountable if they don't understand their morals. So you have to be careful with that. I hold a stricter view of accountability. I think the only thing you can do is be open, but with boundaries, like the merch says. The only thing you can do is make it clear what you're going to do. Just because somebody is your enemy doesn't mean you have enemies. I have no enemies. Right? Terrorism is bad. Hassan supports it. If you pay American tax dollars, you support terrorism. And if you don't understand that, you can literally go meditate. Terrorism is the word we use for people around the world. We don't like what they're doing when they do it, but it's okay when we do it. We are not exempt. We are not exempt. We are not exempt. Everybody is a terrorist to somebody else. This whole planet has been conquered. We terrorize the planet. And we're a part of the planet, so it's within reason for our biological whatever word I want here that I can't think of, because I keep reading chat and it's distracting me. It was always going to happen this way. You need to take yourself out of sort of the inside your body and go above it and realize like this is all nature. And we're all coming head to head with our nature. That's what we're doing. Do you pay your taxes? I fucking do, bitch. And I pay more than most people. So fuck off. Okay. I pay a lot of fucking taxes because I'm paying double tax here. I have to pay the differences between the two countries. So, okay. I do pay tax. Everybody is a participant in the world. The world's a reflection of us. That's the point. Chat says, oh, so you are a terrorist. If being an American citizen makes you a terrorist, then sure. But that's all of us. All of us are participating in the world. Look, okay, you know what happened earlier? I am in love with cashew butter. And I was like so excited. I was like, cashew butter is so good. And then I researched cashew butter and now I'm like, holy fuck. Do you know what kind of disgusting, torturous ways cashew butter is created so I can eat it? It's disgusting. We all participate in the world. We all participate. I can't escape it. Personally, I try not to hurt anybody. I try very hard to keep the peace. Personally, I'm very kind to people to the best of my ability, but I'm pretty harsh on the internet because, you know, it's how it goes. But at the end of the day, we are in conflict. We're in conflict with where our money goes, how my food is created. Hell, did you know what I just learned about AI? How much water and power it takes to make AI. Like AI pictures, we're impacting the earth. And that's the problem. We think we're exempt. You're only exempt on the micro, but on the macro, we're all in this like ecosystem together, guys. So do your best to harm reduce, but you will not live a life that is perfect. And you will do things that engage with people in a bad way. Right? So it is one of those things that I think people are just forgetting. Is like you don't know how you're impacting the world until you do a little bit of research and then you feel bad about everything you do. But don't feel bad. Just harm reduce. That's all I'm going to ask anybody to ever do. Harm reduce. Ethan is doing his best. Hassan is doing his best. Do you guys know what I mean when I say that? I think all humans are doing the best they can. Otherwise, they do different. And that's how I accept humans where they are. I try to meet people where they are. I truly believe if you could do better, you would. I do. And I think that when you're ready, you will. But until then, you're doing the best thing you can. I don't expect people to ever be better than they are or more perfect than they could ever be. Right? I don't understand why you'd focus on Ethan's actions if accountability of others isn't something you believe in. Well, because on my channel, we don't make prescriptions, girlies. If you're new to my channel, which I know a lot of you are, we don't make prescriptions. I don't care what you do. I'm just letting you know how to observe people to observe yourself. If you see yourself in Ethan, maybe meditate on it. If you see yourself in Hassan and you hate it, meditate on it. If you see, like if you're angry, if these YouTubers are ruining your day, if you know you're changing your then learn. I use people to understand life. That's what I do. Right? Like I observe and I'm like, what are they doing there? I don't get why this is happening. And then I try to understand myself through the process to be kinder and more considerate to other people, but never perfect. So I know you're used to political channels and all these other channels. They make prescriptions. They tell you you're right. They tell you they have all the answers. I would never be so arrogant as to tell you I have all the answers. But what I do know is that I don't believe in violence. I don't believe the way that the world works is perfect. And I'm willing to hope for a better future by being optimistic about the condition of humanity instead of negative like everybody else. Because when I see humans, I see the best in them. And I think there's too much good in the world to be so fucking negative about all of it. But if you feel yourself getting overwhelmed, I've been there. I almost unalived myself because of how overwhelmed I was. So it's relatable. Go watch my latest podcast, my last 2 podcasts on this. It might help. Okay? Yeah, chat says, so engaging with others as a means of self-reflection, that's an interesting approach. It's a very neurodivergent approach, but yes. I think I think that's what I've done since I was like a kid. Yeah, I've always done that since I was like a kid. Yeah. Okay, let's finish this out. I don't actually know how much more of this we need to watch. Let's see.
Vocal about this early on too. It's all on your old videos. Yeah, I know. Maybe this chat is really high. No, I think that there's a lot of chatters that are coming in here with a false interest just to fucking try to get a clip, hoping that I slip up or say something that they can package in a way.
Oh, hold on. Chat says, I love new chatters because they really force me to like share my ideas. I love it. Chat says, is it natural to cast judgment? It is natural to cast judgments to create a conclusion about a person. Sure, you're not giving Ethan and Hassan prescriptions, but the judgments are there. You should always judge. We call it gay judging here. We're like, okay, sis, I don't know if that's the answer, but you do you. We gay judge. We're like, I judge them the way I judge people's decision to wear, you know, black and brown together. It's like, okay, that's a decision, you know? And then I judge other people a little harshly, right? You got to be open with boundaries. Judgment is not the issue. Condemning is. I would never judge you to condemn you. I do not judge people so I can torture them. People cast judgment so they have the right to bomb your children. I will never, ever use my judgment to kill you. But I cannot say the same for the rest of the world. So use your wisdom, have discernment. But if you're going to use your judgment to then justify bombing civilians, that's just, that humans are going to human.
That comes across like I'm being cynical, or in a way that comes across like I'm being dismissive. That's all it is. Haaretz original reporting from April debunking the December New York Times article, and then the UN report also debunked. That's what it is. You know, it's a sad, pathetic state of affairs, but it is what it is. You're getting noticeably brigaded. When am I not getting brigaded? Come on. Yeah. Israel forbade doctors from speaking to UN group investigating the October 7 atrocities as well. A separate commission was sent to Israel in which Israel, 1, denied the terms of inquiry as, first, not an investigation, just information gathering on sexual violence, pretty much in a vacuum. 2, determined who the UN officials got to speak with: the president of Israel, Israeli ministries, IDF, the Israeli Shin Bet, the Israeli National Police, the Shura military base, the morgue, and Israeli National Center for Forensic Medicine. The result was Premia Patton's UN report. An excellent analysis of the report has been produced by Feminist Solidarity Network for Palestine and published by Mondo Weiss.
So the Times of Israel says Israel forbids doctors from speaking to the UN group investigating October 7th atrocities.
Of Israel reporting also on the Israeli restrictions on the UN group trying to conduct an actual investigation into the matter.
Officials say commission of inquiry formed by UN Human Rights Council in 2021 is led by 3 people with anti-Semitic and anti-Israel views. So Israel wouldn't let doctors from the UN group investigate the atrocities because they said they were anti-Semitic.
Matter. This is also part of the problem with vibes-based hallucinations and analysis rather than like actually paying attention to what I have said. And there is no real, Twitch blocked Israel from making Twitch accounts. Talk about that yet? Yeah, I did yesterday. Oh, and also, the Zakah, Times of Israel reported on it. Haaretz reported on it. In terms of like the Haaretz investigation reveals cases of negligence and the spreading of misinformation by the Zakah volunteer group, which began collecting bodies in the devastated communities in southern Israel immediately after the Hamas attack. Death and donations. Did the Israeli volunteer group handling the dead of October 7 exploit its role? The Zakah volunteer group began collecting bodies in the devastated communities of southern Israel.
Okay. This is the article Hassan just brought up. Israel forbids doctors from speaking to the UN. Okay, the health ministry on Monday instructed members of the healthcare system not to cooperate with the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem and Israel, citing its perceived anti-Israel stance. In recent weeks, senior physicians and hospital staff who treated October 7th victims and released hostages have received letters and emails from the commission, which operates under the UN Council for Human Rights. The commission requested information and interviews for its investigation of the international and gender-based crimes since the beginning of the current Israel and Hamas war. The findings of the commission investigate the findings of the commission's investigations will be presented in its report for Human Rights Council in June and the UN General Assembly in October. Israel's public speaker public broadcast. Sorry, guys, hold on. I know it's the dyslexia. Hold on. Okay. Israel's Khan public broadcaster reported that the Justice Ministry instructed the legal department of the Health Ministry to tell Israeli doctors and others involved in the care of October 7th victims and released hostages not to speak with the committee of inquiry. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lior Haidt called the commission an anti-Israeli, anti-Semitic body and said Israel would not cooperate with it. When asked the Times of Israel what these claims were based on, Haidt said the Commission of Inquiry is there to investigate Israel without any time limits. Unlike any other commission inquiry from the UN system, the Commission of Inquiry is there to investigate Israel without any time limits, unlike any other commission of inquiry from the UN system. Furthermore, the 3 people chosen to head it are famous anti-Semitic and anti-Israel people. The commission's chair is Navanathem Navi. I don't know what that means. Pillay from South Africa, who served as UN's High Commissioner for Human Rights in 2008 and to 2024. Oh, that's their name, Navi? Okay. So human rights from 2008 to 2024 and is currently judged ad hoc at the International Court of Justice. Okay. All 3 made a statement in the past that Israel has been deemed incorrect and offensive and defamatory regarding the Jewish state and the global Jewish community, or both. All 3 have made statements in the past that Israel has deemed to be incorrect or offensive. Oh, interesting. What do you guys, I don't want to read this whole thing. What do you guys think? What do you guys think that means? Does that help anything? I gotta blow my nose. What do you guys think about that? What do we do with that? Not sure. Not sure what's happening. I'm not sure that this helps. I'm not sure that this tells me that Israel never investigated or that Israel was hiding something. Right? I'm not sure what that exactly means. I'm gonna link this in Discord so you guys can check it out. And I'm not sure what that means exactly, because like what I'm trying to figure out is I feel like what's happening is that we're unafraid to know who to trust in the media. So this is my misandry showing, and I'm really working on dismantling this. But I'm going to assume if there's a group of men who are hungry for war, there's a group of men who are hungry for rape. I said what I said. Statistics just show that men in precarious situations and given an opportunity where other people won't say anything are going to engage in atrocities around the world. And that's a huge generalization. It really is. And I don't mean it to be that way. But what I mean to say is that it wouldn't be surprising if assaults happened, given the statistics of what does occur, right? So a part of me says we can't have this conversation and say that rape didn't happen or rape did happen. We can have this conversation and say there are people who said it happened. There are statistics that back that up. And more than that, we could just say we believe it happens. You know? Like that, it could just be that. We believe it happened. I think there's this like insinuation from Ethan Nila that Hassan is like denying the rapes, but I wasn't there. I don't know if it happened. I just know what statistics and data show me are probably going to happen in times of war, which is really, really gross. You know, if you guys remember, The Body Keeps the Score was really controversial because one of the patients he gave care to, and look, I think everyone deserves care, even bad people, because I believe in rehabilitation / making human. I don't believe in torturing people because they're bad. Okay, that's my personal belief. And one of the controversies in that book, The Body Keeps the Score, is one of his patients had raped women because his buddies had died in the war. And he went kind of berserk and killed a bunch of people and raped a bunch of people. And we know shit happens. Okay, I believe all people should be treated with dignity within your values. I personally, and I've talked to streamers about this, Rashad Crenshaw, shout out to Rashad and I have had this conversation about the nuclear bomb on Japan. Like I have very strict standards of what I think is appropriate. I am an anti-violence kind of person. I don't think violence is justified, or if it is, it's justified evil, and in a philosophical sense, right? Even the word evil is a construct. So when we're having these conversations, do I think that people should move on? Yes, but only after things have been healed. You can't move on without healing. And we know this when we look at America and its history. We are not healed as a country. So you can't ask people to move on until they've healed. And we're not going to heal if we keep telling people to move on. Right? And so that's the problem. Uh-oh, Conrad. Bring Monkey D. Trevi back. Okay. Bridge, did you see the Arab Sabra hummus panel? Yeah, we'll get into it, girl. Stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's so brain dead. I love it. It's so brain dead. I love humans. I love humans. They're so brain dead. I love us so much. Okay.
Israel after the Hamas attack, while the IDF sideline soldiers trained to retrieve remains. An investigation reveals cases of negligence, misinformation, and a fundraising campaign that used the dead as props. They spent time, I remember some of the fucking details. They spent time literally taking bodies out of fucking body bags and putting them into Zaka body bags. That's what they were doing with the fucking time. Police said suspect Zaka officials hushed reports of founders' alleged crimes. Members of emergency services organization could be questioned by investigators. This is like
do you guys remember the conspiracy theories that started around this conflict, that Israel let Hamas get through their barrier and do what they did so they could go into Palestine without reserve? Do you remember that conspiracy theory? And I remember thinking like, oh, that sounds like a 9/11 conspiracy theory. And you guys know I do not like conspiracy theories. And why don't I like conspiracy theories? Because they're conclusions made off bad data. I do not like coming to conclusions with bad data. I'm a data-driven human. And I think it's interesting. You know? Chet says resenting and punishing an entire group of a few men is crazy though. I mean, it is crazy, but no one's doing that here, so. Right? Like no one is doing that. No one is going to hold the minority or the majority responsible for the minority. But in instances of conflict, at the end of the day, in instances of the globe, we're all participants, right? And I think there's so much that goes into this conversation that people just don't want to engage with because it's too much. Like, again, you'd have to pop your bubbles. You'd have to realize like everyone's just doing what they think makes sense within their story. I think this was all I wanted to show you from this particular video, but let me just make sure.
Previous reporting on now and who to spread times is of all of the things that they have said every single fucking day, every single day. I am one of the very few people that has been live almost every single fucking day since October 8th. So I can directly point to a moment where I've done the exact opposite of the thing that people are claiming that I did. You have the opportunity to seek this information out yourself. You have the opportunity to look at my commentary from back then.
FYI, mods, do not ban any of my members especially, but don't ban anyone that isn't obviously a troll, like obviously coming in bad faith, right? Like you can ban, because I will take away your mod privileges. Like, don't ban people if they annoy you. You can't ban people in my chat if they annoy you. I don't know if you're being serious in chat, but mods cannot ban people for being annoying. Okay? Just making sure. Okay? Thank you. Also, mods do not represent me. They represent their own beliefs. Thank you.
Today's eyes. Okay? You can look back at it. It's on my YouTube page. VODs are also directly on YouTube and elsewhere.
So in the same way, chat's saying like, why are you ignoring the fact that Ethan gets a lot of hate, blah, blah, blah. Everyone gets a lot of hate. Welcome to the internet. That's the problem with being a content creator. You never know if someone's hating on you because they're actually racist or if they literally just are hating on you because this is the internet. And you've got to figure that out. Ethan, there is plenty of reasons for people to hate Ethan. There's plenty of reasons for people to hate Hassan. But you know what? You shouldn't be hating anybody. I hate no one. But what I don't like is engaging in certain people's content. Okay, if you're genuinely mad at Ethan, look, I've never commented on a Hassan video. I'm not out here commenting on Ethan's videos. Y'all haters keep people rich. So if you want to keep bitching about Ethan or bitching about Hassan, congratulations, you pay their bills. At the end of the day, you're not doing it for any self-righteous reason either. Okay, like you're just doing it for some like bullshit ego reason because you're bored, bro. Okay, so you do you. But I'm not really that interested in. I want to categorize people accordingly. Ethan, there's lots of reasons people are annoyed with him. There's tons. And then there are people who are just like anti-Semitic. Okay. And that's the problem is like people will say, but how do we know the difference? You have to use the data you have and come to good conclusions. Okay. You have to come to good conclusions. And if you don't know how to come to good conclusions, you won't. You'll come to the wrong conclusions. But that's, between you and your God. If you're going to come to bad conclusions, that has nothing to do with me, girl. Again, talking to people is difficult because they're coming with an idea already in their mind, right? Like you're already coming with a value system in your mind. So if anyone says anything against your value system, you're like, they're bad. I don't think you're bad. I just think you're different from me. But I might think you're bad, but not in a way that would condemn you. You know what I mean? So I think that's the dilemma we're having with all of these conversations. Now, let's move on to another part of the controversy. Okay. Because literally Hassan gets so much hate on the internet. Ethan acts like it's never happened to him. It's so stupid. Everyone gets hate. Everyone gets racism. I get racism in my chat. I just block it. See, that's the difference between me, Hassan, Ethan, and all these people. I don't know what you're doing. I'm blocking everybody. If you are racist, homophobic, anti-trans, if you're, Islamophobic, whatever, I'm blocking you. I don't need your money that bad. That's maybe the difference. My chat is usually pretty dope because I block the fuck out of you. I know Hassan doesn't block enough, that's for sure, because he's always engaging with idiots in his chat. Block them. But the thing is he is in a political game. He wants to be seen by the most people. I don't. Okay? I don't. And that's the dilemma. Block everybody. Okay? I am not here to entertain you. I'm here to entertain the people that understand what we're doing here. We're having fun, bros. We're examining ourselves. We're growing as people. Like, I am not going to be held accountable by the internet. Half of y'all can't even get a job or pay your rent. You don't even have muscles as big as mine, bro. Bro, don't even try, bro. So again, like when we talk about who gets hate on the internet, look at any comment section. It's vile. It's vile. And I would just block all of it. It's horrible. Okay? It's horrible. Y'all, not even as ripped as Britney, bro. Exactly, bro. Exactly, bro. Okay? Everyone gets heat. Like everyone gets heat. Okay? Chess says, I don't think progressives get more hate. I think everybody gets hate. It just depends on the bubble you're in. Okay? It depends on the bubble you're in. You're going to get more hate or less hate depending on the bubble you're in. It's not one-to-one. It just depends. Okay? Chess says, do you believe Ethan Klein is overreacting or otherwise wrong about what he perceives to be a big problem with Hassan and his friends' attitude rhetoric surrounding Israel and Palestine conflict? Do you believe Ethan is overreacting or otherwise wrong? I don't know how to answer that question. I feel like I've been answering it for like 3 hours. Brittany, are you vegan? No, but I am gluten-free. I recently discovered I have self-tested a gluten intolerance. I don't know if it's real, but I just know I haven't had gluten for a week and a half and I've never felt better. And then I had gluten. I was actually funny eating vegan food and I had a gluten reaction and I was like, okay, I think it's the gluten, girls. So I am just off gluten right now. And I will tell you, I have never been better. I've never felt better in my whole life. And yeah, I've been experiencing a lot of health problems I haven't told you guys about just because it's been like a little private. And I'm so relieved that I feel so much better. Holy fuck. Like, I can't even tell you. But anyways, we'll get into that, I'm sure, in a few weeks or a month or whenever I feel like talking about it. Okay, let's go to the next stuff because y'all wanted me to talk about this. Okay. I want to talk about Frogan and her military comments. Okay, because I think this is important. Let's talk about that.
Paul machine. Very lucky, Paul.
This is last night's stream.
Okay, now we're moving on to this last part here. So here's another thing that highlights what disingenuous fucking losers these people are. Frogan gets in trouble for saying one of the most heinous, ridiculous things I've ever seen.
Okay, I just need you to know, I'm going to deconstruct this for you. So ahead of time, okay, I'm going to deconstruct it. You're super pro-military. That's beautiful. I got 4 brothers who were in the military. 2 of them served in conflicts and 2 of them, wait, am I muted? Did my mic go out? Am I still here? Wait, hello? Is it me? Did I go out? No. Okay. So if you guys don't know my background, right? I got 4 brothers. 2 served in the military and they served in the war. And 2 were discharged for medical reasons. Okay. So 2 discharged for medical reasons pretty early on during like basically boot camp and outside of boot camp. And then 2 of them served their full term in the military and served in Afghanistan and Iraq. Fun story. They also ran into family in Iraq because we are Assyrian. Little awkward, a little funny. There you go. Okay, so Hassan or Ethan says you're about to like Frogan just said the most heinous shit. Okay, Frogan just said the most heinous shit. So let's watch it, right?
And immediately, her and her cohorts start blaming me for it, saying, "Oh, it's my fault. Look what you did. Look at this shit." So she went in the midst of all this stuff, and she's trying to be an edgy fucking leftist. She learned it from daddy. And here it is.
I have no pity.
Right there, though, she learned it from daddy. That's an interesting way to say it.
At all for any fucking soldiers.
Actually, you know what, Nate? Put up the disavow, because this shit is nuts.
Okay, remember, I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm going to deconstruct it. Get ready. And I swear to God, I'm going to be real with you. If after I deconstruct this, you still don't see Frogan's perspective, I'm going to block you. So be very careful how you chat in my chat. Not that I'm supporting everything Frogan ever said. That's not what I'm saying. Right? That's not what I'm saying. But I'm going to show you how to understand people's perspective. Okay? Because I swear to God, if you still don't get it, that's the point. You're not ready to understand people's perspectives, and then you get mad at people for not understanding yours. And that's all I'm here to show you.
Did you know vets are a protected group?
Really?
Yeah, it's a protected group.
Like a minority?
Yeah. I swear to God. I look in the Twitch.
Okay, I'm also going to stop. I'm going to remove some mod privileges for people because, look, I'm going to get to this point where I'm going to get really strict on my stream. I got to do it for the safety of myself, bros, and other people. Listen to me when I say this. You cannot ask the world to be different if you yourself cannot change. You are just as angry as them as they are at you. So either deconstruct it or move on. Remember, I sleep perfectly well at night because I don't have to do any of this. But you guys are the ones who are angry.
Twitch TOS.
Oh, on Twitch.
No, I think they're a protected group.
In America?
Like, yeah, in America, like by default. Here's a protected characteristic.
Culturally, it feels that way. I don't know if they're like...
Google that. I think I'm right. Race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition. She makes fun of them having PTSD, so she hits that one. And veteran status.
Veteran status is interesting. I think that's pretty good, though. Right? That's interesting that veterans are considered a protected class. Okay, cool.
So she breaks 2 rules right now. You guys will see.
Yes, veterans are considered a protected class in the United States, meaning employers cannot discriminate against them based on their veteran status due to laws like the Uniform Service Employment.
These people are protected.
Protected.
I did not know that.
I did not know that either.
No.
The irony, sorry, Taylor just said it in chat. We treat veterans like shit here. The fact that conservatives are constantly treating veterans like shit by not giving them the government programs they need and then have the audacity to be mad at Frogan is so funny to me because you know who is always left at the wayside? Veterans. You know who gets mistreated the most? Veterans. And so the fact that they are mad at Frogan for saying what she said about specifically, quote, the bad soldiers is very interesting since they've said far worse about trans people, progressives, anybody else. Conservatives are the first people to deny veterans any kind of funding that they really need while claiming and running on platforms that claim to protect them. How many I can't even tell you the stories I have for people who served in the military. How many of them just wanted to get the fuck out once they realized, oh my God, like, they don't care about us. I was like, nah, dude, of course they don't care about you. They just say they do.
So she's breaking 2 of the criteria for hateful conduct, and she has not been disciplined at all for this. Has she really not been disciplined at all for this yet? That is fucking a massive, massive stain on Twitch's fucking record. It's just so here's the clip before I get too into it. Let me start it over.
Thank you so much. I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers.
Okay, by the way, pretty common take in a lot of bubbles. I don't know if you ever heard about the 1960s or 70s. Pretty common take for a lot of hippies. So I just want to point that out. Not saying it's good or not good. I'm just saying, like, it is very normal for people to say that to military soldiers. I'm just saying, but also she goes on to clarify later She's talking about a very specific group. Just like when I say, oh my God, these white men, am I right? I don't mean every man who is white, right? Now, if we want to stop using this language altogether, I'm going to be very honest with you. We're going to have to all do a lot of work because a lot of it is shorthand, right? Okay. So we have to remember that. Now, chat says it's also normal for people to get mad over it, but they're only getting mad over it because of a false sense of moral superiority. They don't mean it. They are not offended on the behalf of soldiers. Please grow up. No fucking way, bro. No fucking way are you all the bullshit I see these people say, don't even get me started. There's no fucking way. Okay? There's no fucking way. With peace and love.
Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. The U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
Okay, like everyone has said something that's sassy on stream. Don't even get me started, okay? Okay? Everybody has said something that's sassy on stream. Every single one of us. Don't even get me started.
Genuinely, I'm not like a simp for the army by any means. I recoiled when I heard that.
Oh, he recoiled when he heard that. See, the problem is that I know what that feels like to be on stream and you say something sassy. It's like embarrassing, take it off, right? This is not the full clip, by the way. This is the clip everyone is reacting to, but I'll show you the full clip because I think the full context matters.
I was like, oh my God, that's fucking crazy to say. She's eating, silent, but she's about to talk.
You know?
She's better about not chewing the mic than you.
That was very quiet.
True. Kay says she's broad, so unserious. She's being so unserious. She's being such a little streamer right now. And the fact that that's what I mean. The centrists and conservatives that are using this to be Islamophobic. And Ethan said, don't do that, of course. But like the people who are going for her, you people say the worst shit I've ever seen on the internet. And I'm not saying this is tolerable, but I'm saying you can't say, you're not the one who's allowed to take the higher ground is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't want to hear it from you. The same group of people that like the things I've heard these people say, like, I don't want to hear it from you, bro. Okay.
By the way, yeah, here it is. This is where I saw it.
And I don't watch her, but even as like a person on the internet, I'm like, okay, she's just being like tongue in cheek. She's like being sassy.
What? Who owns this company, Pure Leaf? It's literally on the BDS list, and she's sitting here drinking it.
Oops.
It's owned by Pepsi.
What isn't, right?
True.
Actually, Pepsi less so than Coke, right? Coke's the one that owns like fucking half of what we drink.
Even her chat is even like, yo, wishing PTSD on someone is wild. Shout out Sabrina Taylor. She got banned, unfortunately, a second later. I'm kidding.
Okay, chat says context. Comments Frogan made were said after she read an article about an IDF soldier's PTSD he spoke about, seeing the guts of civilians squirt out when he was bulldozing them. I mean, I feel bad for him. PTSD is no joke. I feel bad for the civilian he bulldozed. Probably a little bit more. But honestly, like suffering is suffering. I don't need to compare it. This is hard. Not comparing suffering is very difficult, right? Like not comparing suffering is so difficult because honestly, we want to. That doesn't take away from your suffering. Having PTSD is life-ending for so many people. That's why soldiers are committing suicide. It's like, and not only that, but what they had to do is like a part of that. Like that's the irony is the government sends these boys over and convinces them they're being patriotic, or maybe you're Israel and they convince you you're being patriotic. Then they give you PTSD. And then what? Did you hear about the Israeli girl who committed suicide because she was a survivor of October 7th and her family is blaming Israel for not supporting her through her PTSD treatment? She probably had survivor's guilt. Who knows what it was, but it was sad. You know what I mean? There's a reason there's a ton of homeless vets. There's a reason our military is suffering, right? Like if we're going to train our military to be weapons, then you can't expect people to not objectify them because the military is doing it. The military is objectifying these men, and then you get upset when somebody else objectifies them in turn. You started this. You made it clear that these men are nothing but cannon fodder, and I'm saying they are so much more than this, these men and women, these people. And not only that, but the military right now, gay, lesbian, bisexual Americans are pushing for their rights to not get honorably discharged or dishonorably discharged anymore and to get honorably discharged. Did you hear about this? During Clinton's reign, and don't ask, don't tell, gay people were kicked out of the military and dishonorably discharged for being homosexuals. And now they're saying, I want you to reverse what you did and make it honorable discharge. You shouldn't have even been discharged at all. You shouldn't have been discharged for being gay. Military soldiers are not above criticism. If she had said this about anybody, it would have been mean, but it would have been fair. And at the end of the day, you can say what you want about other people, but like, you are not without guilt. Like, all of us have said stuff that like wasn't our best moments. You know what I mean? You're acting like she fucking said something that's worse than what Trump has said and he's running for president. You hold streamers more accountable than any of the politicians you're willing to vote for. And you know it. And it's weird. You guys are fucking weird.
Kidding. I don't know if she did. Same. Zero pity. I don't know how you can forgive endorsing genocide.
I do the ones I do. The ones I'm like whatever about the U.S. soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, does he give the full clip here?
No, not compared to the PTSD every living person in Gaza. It's like, dude.
And keep in mind, like, Frogan has family in conflict. Her family's dying. Like, there's a lot going on. Like, she feels like connected in a lot of ways.
Listen, these people can't get passes for heinous behavior because of what's happening in Gaza. Like,
but this is coming from Ethan. Ethan, who says like people aren't allowed to do this just because horrible things are happening to Palestinians. Then what are all the Israeli pro-Israel people doing? What is Ethan doing? Isn't Ethan doing the same thing? Ultimately, is he like, this is why it feels like it's hard to have sympathy or empathy with people when they're not. You have to have a symbiotic relationship. You have to give it to each other. You can't heal unless we do it to each other.
Like this cannot be used as a shield. What's happening in Gaza is a terrible.
It's not, but it is an explanation. Now, if we want to get rid of all the ways we talk about people, then Ethan has said some pretty. The other day, Ethan put a Nazi hat on the Twitch guy and then took off the thumbnail. Ethan called him anti-Semitic. You don't know that. You do not know that. You do not know that. Ethan has the right to call him an anti-Semite and to say, you do not know that. You do not know that he's an anti-Semite. Like, at the end of the day, like, you do not know that. So words are just words, but you can't take the higher ground. Ethan has called people the worst names, accused people of the worst things possible. And so for like Ethan to then say like, oh, I can't believe she said that. What do you mean, bro? Like, what do you mean? Exactly. Pettis says, isn't October 7th being used as a shield by Israeli war supporters? Literally. Okay.
Terrible humanitarian crisis that we should all care about. But not everything bad happening needs to be compared to it and then used as a way to be like, oh, you can't talk about this. I see that all the time by Hassan and everybody. It's like they're getting shit and they're like, who cares with what's happening in Gaza? And it's like, dude, you're going to have to take accountability. They're like Bibi. They're putting off accountability till the war ends. They're no better. That's a joke. They're not doing.
I don't know.
They're not doing
If I'm
genocide. But Bibi's putting off. He's being charged for corruption, and it's being put off
I
after
see.
the war.
In that sense, yeah.
Just to clarify, in that sense.
Bibi's probably a little worse.
Yeah, definitely. Guess that was the joke.
It was wrong. They didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. Oh my God, Tom, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. So the U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, fuck imperialism. Fuck this. You don't deserve the PTSD. But like,
okay, see how she did that? So she's being sassy. We say this a lot. Like, okay, all you homophobes out there, like, get fucked. You know, like, you know how people say that? Like, get fucked. That's what that means. Get fucked. You're telling me you never say get fucked to people? Like, that is so specific. Like, get fucked. Like, it's like when people, but now, okay, zoom out. It's not good, but it is the language of the internet. It is the language of people. Have you ever been in a room full of conservatives, the way they talk about people of color or immigrants? Bro, get fucked. Like the way we talk about people, it's like, bro. But at the end of the day, we don't really want it. Like we don't want to hurt people. But some people feel like she's talking about her feelings.
Like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're, oh my God, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you.
See, she said the guys who sign up for the military and do horrible things to people just to get their student loans and stuff, like, fuck you. Which is kind of true, like kind of fucked up of you just to sign up for the military to kill people for like basically a house. But that's not what's happening either. People are signing up for the military because they're desperate. They don't have money. They need health insurance. They need like accessibility to stuff and housing. And so they join the military. They're tricked into joining the military to serve a country for a war they don't even believe in, just so they can have a chance out of poverty. A lot of the people who join the military are uneducated and absolutely seeking ways outside of poverty. And I really wish they choose a different way out of poverty. Because the irony is, even after they serve, they're going to be left in poverty. They don't get paid that much. And unless you turn that into something useful, it doesn't guarantee income. Chet said, so it's fucked up but not fucked up? Yeah, that's life. Everything's fucked up but not fucked up. That's what I'm saying. There's levels to fucked up. It's a spectrum of fucked up. People say fucked up things all the time. Literally all the time. The spectrum is how fucked up. I mean, saying you don't like the way someone decorated their house is pretty fucked up. Don't say that. Don't let them hear you say that. But we do it all the time. Do we not judge the way people decorate their houses on my stream all the time? Okay? So again, you do whatever you want to do. You feel how you want to feel about Frogan. But Frogan's just a person like you are. Some of these people who are mad at Frogan say the most disgusting fucking shit ever. Even I saw Tectone, who, by the way, love Techie, but Tech's an idiot. And he has the audacity to be anti-Frogan when Tectone has said some of the most horrendous shit about people. I listened to the podcast. Don't fuck with me. Like you guys say some of the most horrendous shit about people. And I get what you're saying. See how I'm trying to look at you through a lens of like good faith? I'm trying to think, okay, I see where Tectone's coming from. I get why he's saying that. I don't love that conclusion, but I get where you're kind of coming from. And same with Ethan, right? Okay, it's not the greatest thing to say, but I kind of know where you're coming from. Okay, right? Now, I don't watch Frogan, so I don't know. But this clip alone, I felt like I understood her context. I understood what she was saying. But sure, if you want to play victim on the internet and feel like this is the worst thing you've ever heard someone say, you can do that, girl. But like, grow the fuck up. What are you, 5 years old?
I hope you get PTSD.
Such vile, fucking disgusting language. And here's the thing that's like, these people don't believe in anything. She's like a socialist who's
Actually, Chet said, was AB on the live show? I didn't hear or see him. I noticed AB wasn't there. I wonder how long him and Lena are going to last. Because honestly, I would not be able to last in this bubble. I would have to quit. If I was working this job, I would quit. I would go crazy. I didn't see AB yesterday. He was there though. Chat wasn't sure. I'm not sure. I didn't see AB there, but maybe I missed him.
who's all about like healthcare. And she's like, oh yeah, I hope you don't get healthcare. Was that part in here?
You know, I did this back then, but now I know
Oh, there are screenshots of him there. Okay. So he's there.
it's wrong. Like I'm changed. Like fuck imperialism. Fuck this.
Is this
You don't
clip
deserve the
cut
PTSD.
short?
So she just said, if you regret what you've done, if you regret hurting people, you don't deserve PTSD. Okay. So, okay. How about this? My partner told me, don't be too sassy. I'm just trying to figure out where the line is. Like, where is the line? Am I allowed to tell those IDF soldiers that raped that Palestinian guy? Can I say, I hope you get PTSD, which is not good, by the way. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. Brittany doesn't wish anything bad on anybody, for the record. I'm just trying to find out where everyone's moral line is. I'm just trying to figure out where everyone's moral line is. Can I wish, like, nightmares on rapists, or is that too far? Did I go too far? Listen, in it, you know, as an enlightened person, you're not going to want to wish ill on anybody, right? Like, yeah, nobody should feel pain. I don't want to hurt anybody. But do you really think it's out of the ordinary for a person who's been hurt to want other people to be hurt? Right? Okay, so now we have lines. So that the Jewish American guy we watched the other day, the musician, who said he's okay with 41,000 Palestinians dead and only 1,200 Israelis. He said, I'm okay with those numbers. Like, if we have to bomb their schools, we have to bomb their schools. Remember? Okay, So he can say that because he's hurting, but Frogan can't say this when she's hurting. Okay, now if you're going to say, okay, none of this, we're not going to say any of this. Okay, let's start. You start. You start. I can do that. Let's go. I hope everyone is doing well today. I think I do that pretty good in general, but like at the same time, don't be sassy with me or I'll be sassy with you. Okay? Okay?
Like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you.
Oh yeah, this one's.
I hope you
cut
get PTSD.
There's one. This one's cut short.
And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back
Yeah.
into fucking America.
There you go. I cut it short. So
So unlike Frogan, I think everyone should get health insurance, even bad people. I think everyone deserves housing and health insurance, even if I don't like you.
not health insurance for everybody. People I don't like don't get health insurance. And by the way, even like, let's just accept the premise. Let's say that everybody joins the army is like a genocider. Like, except for the ones that realize what they did is wrong. Well, what about the ones that don't realize at this moment that they were wrong, but maybe...
Ooh, so maybe Frogan in this moment doesn't realize she's wrong. Are you going to hold her accountable, Ethan? Maybe she's only anti-Semitic, as you say, right now, but maybe she won't be later. So do you think she deserves a job in housing? Because right now, Ethan worked to get her deplatformed. He wants Hassan deplatformed, right? So he wants them off. He wants to stop them from making money. So he thinks she's anti-Semitic enough that she should make any money, but he thinks she can't say that about military soldiers that have raped or killed civilians because it's too far.
Maybe will realize in like 10 years, do they get PTSD?
And by the way, chat says, I don't understand the title. Is anyone on this platform ever allowed to speak about their feelings? Sure. But Ethan wants to deplatform Hassan. He wants to deplatform, what's her name, which he did, by the way. Frogan is suspended for a month. And fuck all of you. That is what Ethan said. And I've watched all his videos up until now. And he wants the Twitch owner fired for anti-Semitism. He wants the Twitch head fired for anti-Semitism. He wants Frogan gone for anti-Semitism. And he wants Hassan gone. So you can do what you want, but I think that's a little self-indulgent. You know what I mean? Chat says, I agree with you, Brittany, but it's literally against TOS, which is also fine. Like, that's also fine. Like, if they want to get her down for TOS, that's also valid, right? Don't break TOS. We all work hard to follow TOS. I'm not sure that's clearly TOS. That's what's hard about it. But if it's TOS, it's TOS. I don't care, right? If Twitch wants to call that TOS, that's fine. It's the fact that Ethan wants to deplatform them that I think is funny. Like, that's what I think is funny. Considering that, you know what I mean? Ethan, out of all the people, Ethan.
Also, to just go after like 18-year-old kids with zero fucking prospects in life. Like, people don't join the army because it's a great prospect. Most people join the army because they have zero other options in life. It preys on poor young people to, you know, fill these roles, and just to go after these people is just antithetical to this whole socialist belief.
And okay, so again, it feels like, again, everyone can have their own opinions, but it feels, and again, I said the same thing about being empathetic to military soldiers and people who are tricked into joining the military. But again, this is why progressives don't think Ethan is, because why would Ethan have a problem with what Frogan said unless he was conservative? Because it's a progressive take to be anti-military complex. Like, the military is used as a political force to ruin people's lives around the world. And we benefit as Americans, obviously. Like, I pay taxpayer dollars. I absolutely participate in that system. right? So like, why would he be shocked? Why would he be shocked? Chat says people are not tricked into the military. Yes, they fucking are. Yes, they are, bro. Yes, they are. They're overpromised. They're sold a dream that's not there. Have you never seen the like military music videos? Please. Please, you're crazy, bro. Okay, they're tricked into the military the way they're tricked into college like loans. You're crazy. Okay? They're 100% sold a dream that is not true. You have to work very specifically in the military. It's very specific. Look, I have 4 people in my family who served in the military. I'm not here to like say all people in the military are bad, but let me just tell you, none of them brag about their experience in the military because it is not what you think you're signing up for.
Like you're going after young people who are a victim, probably you could argue, of capitalism. And like to her, it's like, no PTSD for all you guys and no health care. It's
okay. I'll go a step further. I think everyone deserves health care, even racist people. I do. I think everyone deserves health care. I believe every single American. And you know what's funny? That's, I think, Hassan's stance too. I could be wrong. Who did I just hear the other day say the same thing? And I was like, based, I agree too. I think everyone deserves health care, even bad people, prisoners, thieves, rapists. I think everyone deserves health care. And I think the government should pay for it. And I think we should figure that out. I think everyone deserves health care. It's absolutely in a developed country like America. Absolutely. Oh, was it Asmin? Maybe it was Asmin. I don't remember. Asmin, Hassan, one of them. Absolutely. True. Bryson says, remember when you almost joined the military, Brittany? I'm for real glad you were honest with, they were honest with you that it wasn't going to give you what you were looking for. True. True. Child Brittany. Okay, so again, at the end of the day, remember that Ethan is like a pro-capitalist person, which, by the way, I'm pretty indifferent to systems. Just tell me the rules and I'll win. It's kind of my attitude, right? But when we have these conversations, we have to understand that it's never even about Ethan. It's not about Frogan. It's about us. Why are we reacting to what Frogan said? Who cares? If you don't like what she said, move the fuck on. I don't watch these people. If somebody upsets me and I don't agree with them for values-wise and I'm just not vibing with their content, I just don't watch them. It's like that easy for me. Nothing personal. I don't know you. But like, I just don't watch people. My life is so good. There's 8 billion people on this planet. So many people are offering you great content. The content that's not making you angry. And look, if you have a good relationship with yourself and you can watch people without becoming like a bad person, that's great. But some people can just make you bitter when you watch them. Don't watch people who make you bitter. Okay? Like, just do what's good for you and do what you want to do every day. And hopefully that involves something positive. Because genuinely, like, with peace and love, I don't care what happens to any of these people or what these people have to say about anything. But I still believe in free speech and I think they should be allowed to say it. Obviously, if it breaks TOS, okay. I think some people are better on platforms than others? Sure. Do I think some people should be banned? Sure. I just think it's all about the context of the situation. You know? It's funny, when you take like a total humanitarian perspective, like it pisses people off. I blocked this person. They said rapist. I can see why you think that. I wonder what else do you think you deserve? Okay, relax there, buddy. Some turf over there being crazy. Listen to me when I say this. It is a humanitarian perspective to think humans deserve basic care needs. And if you think that's disgusting of me, like, look in the mirror. Okay? I want everyone to get proper care, and I think that would make people better people. Lots of people end up in bad situations because they were not given proper care. And at the end of the day, some people might always be a threat to society. They shouldn't be abused for it. They should be put in a facility in which they are not raped, not beaten, and not tortured. The fact that people sit here and dream about torturing their enemies and then call themselves good people, please take a deep breath and meditate. How can you torture somebody and then claim some moral superiority over somebody else? And I used to be there when I was a Republican. I know, shocker. Over, 15 years ago, whenever I was a Republican? Yeah, I used to think, we're going to torture those people. We're going to kidnap them. I'll cut off their fingers if I have to. Relax. You're not Rambo. You're not Liam Neeson in Taken. Relax. Torturing people because you think it makes you tough or it's what's good, like you're just torturing yourself. I think you're just torturing yourself. Have you heard of the recent scandals with the Catholic Church? They settled another one in LA, the biggest yet, $1 billion. You don't see the Catholic Church getting shut down, but damn, at this point, maybe we should. But we're not going to because we believe in religious freedom. But you cannot be surprised that people look at the Catholic Church like just basically a sex trafficking entity. Like, just think about it. But the way Catholics get away with shit in this country, and I would know because my family's Catholic, because they have a better reputation than Muslims who just want to wear hijab or burqa in their regular fucking day when they're at Ralph's or at Walmart. Like, literally, I'm just sick of it. But also, I know it's humans. So I meditate and I radically accept. It's crazy, bro. It was 1 point something billion, but they settled for 900 million. True. Los Angeles. It's just like, look, you do you. I want religious freedom. But we need to have a real relationship with the fact that, like, this idea of, like, who's causing more harm, you're playing a losing battle. Like, you're playing a losing battle. You're losing. And it's about your perception. Chat says, Islam causes no harm, ? Did somebody say that? I don't think anyone said that. Secularists cause harm. People with no religion cause harm. Your mom causes harm. When she sat on my face and I suffocated the other day. Everybody causes harm. Every group on this planet, every ethnicity, every categorization has caused harm. Every single one. You are not exempt. Everything I say applies to you. Everything I say applies to one of your groups that you identify with. Because if you take it down, we're all people and people suck. But people are also really great. So again, don't come at me with these, what about men? What about women? What about your mom? Okay? Do you think Hassan Frogan have done anything wrong, or are you just fully set on Ethan equal wrong? Just interesting, you know, and you said Muslims just want to wear hijabs. Girl, haven't you been in my chat forever? Am I crazy? Don't I know this username? Haven't you literally been in my chat forever? What is this bad faith you're coming at me with? How many of my videos have you seen? I just can't. What are you doing? Haven't you been in my chat forever? Am I crazy? Is this a different username that I'm used to? I don't really read people's usernames, but I remember what they look like. And I swear to God, I've seen this username 1,000 times. Like, all I'm trying to do is humanize Muslims, and you fucking go crazy on me. What the fuck is this? I feel like you're being very bad faith with Ethan. Yeah, I've been here for like 2 years. Then what are you doing? 2 years? You see one video on me and you've decided I'm a piece of shit? Like, that's basically what you're saying in the chat. I didn't say any... Girl, where is the nuance in your brain today? What are you talking about? I've said 1,000 times during this stream that that Hassan has done bad things. I don't agree with him. That I don't even watch Frogan and she's done bad things. I don't watch these people. But Ethan is the one going against them. So Ethan is the one we have to go against. Ethan is the one who started this whole thing. That's why we're focusing on him. Because Ethan is the one who got Frogan banned. He's the one who wants the Twitch guy gone. Like, he's the one making the accusations of anti-Semitism. That's why we're focusing on Ethan. Because none of this would be here without Ethan. Ethan is the reason we're here. So I don't know why you think we wouldn't be focused on Ethan. But that's why we're focused on him. So I just don't understand, like, how that's confusing. You said, then why are we analyzing stuff about them if we don't know the full story? Ethan didn't get her banned. It was a whole group of people. It was right-wingers, Asmund Golden fans. Who started... Girl, you have not been watching all the videos. I have watched every single video Ethan has put out on all his channels and his streams. He even said he is the reason, and he doesn't want his platform to be used to be Islamophobic towards Frogan. But those people wouldn't have known this was happening unless Ethan broke the story. Ethan is the one who made it popular. Everyone is using Ethan's videos on Destiny's Reddit to push the narrative. So you can't, like, he's already come out and said, hey, I know they're using my video and everything, but I want to make it clear, like, don't be Islamophobic to Frogan, which is good. Ethan should do that. Right? Jess says, you just defended Frogan's statement. I explained Frogan's statement. And if you think she should be banned, that's on you. But like, agree to disagree. I don't think she should be banned for that. Just like I don't think a lot of people should be banned for all the other shit other people have said. I don't think Destiny should be banned for laughing at the guy who died at the Trump rally. I think it's really shitty, but I don't think he should be banned for it. We have literal transphobia and homophobia all over the internet and people aren't being banned. We literally allow this. Hello, I don't know if you've been to the internet, but on YouTube, you can be homophobic and transphobic and you're not going to get banned. So excuse me for not being surprised that like Frogan was a little anti-military complex. But also it was on Twitch and she did get banned. So if Twitch wants to ban her, fine. But on YouTube where I live, people don't get banned for these things, which is why I like it better. Because ultimately, like, we live on a planet and we all live on it together. Okay, so I don't know what you're on today. But you need to make a decision about who you think you're, like, whose stream you think you're coming into. Okay? With peace and love. With peace and love.
It's fucking pathetic.
He's fucking pathetic.
It's pathetic. These people are so hateful.
Ethan!
So mean-spirited.
They're so mean-spirited, these transgender Machiavellian mothers that are chopping off their daughters' tits to be men. Ethan, I've been saying this since day one. You and Gila, you need to come over and hang out with me and Tammy. We're going to eat meat together. Just meat, no vegetables. Ethan!
Zero accountability, man. Nothing's happened to her, really?
Nothing's
and so
happened.
this clip is
See, nothing's happened to her? Really? Nothing's happened to Frogan? Oh my God. We must do something to Frogan. Ethan, take down this hijabi wearing Muslim. This Muslim Frogan. Take her down, Ethan.
has gone mega viral, as you can imagine, on Twitter. It's being shared by all the like huge like cop guys and military guys. And you can imagine that she's getting a ton of hate from
See, listen, he's saying it right now.
ultra conservative fucking crazy people.
Yeah,
like
they don't
Asma.
like when you disrespect the troops.
I say this.
They
Twitch,
don't take kindly to that.
I tell you what, they may not care about anti-Semitism, but Americans sure as hell care about their veterans. At least in theory.
Well, insofar as they can attack leftists about it, yeah.
Yeah. But like, and then once again, the problem isn't even her. It's that Hassan, who is like the leader of this whole political movement on Twitch, runs defense on her, is an apologist for her, is constantly picking her. When I had problems with her, it was always, oh, Ethan needs to sit down because
Not true. This is actually false. And I'm mad I haven't pulled up the clip because I already did a stream on this. We did a stream on this. Hassan was very compassionate to Ethan and he fully explained Frogan's perspective and Ethan's and said they're both valid. Hassan, even during that same stream, said, I doubt Ethan's going to become a conservative. And now this is happening. And Hassan looks like an idiot because Ethan basically is doing the thing. He is doing the thing.
she's like, she's a woman with a HUD job, so you should just sit down and let her say anything you want about her. They are elevating this girl. This girl had a 45-minute panel at TwitchCon. Which, by the way, she used that time to fucking be anti-Semitic. She doubled down on it, by the way. And this is what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, and just one more time to disavow these people who are going after her. People are sending her hate and shit. I don't, like, I'm sure some come from our community.
We're not saying Ethan is conservative now, fuck faces. Oh my God, Chad, you're really pissing me off. To say Ethan is conservative is wild. I didn't say Ethan is conservative. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. We're saying that's what a conservative talking point looks like. Hey, are you becoming conservative? Because that's what it sounds like. Because that's the first step. That's how people change political parties. They usually get their feelings hurt, by the way. That's what it is. They get their feelings hurt and then they usually change political parties. So they go to the group that makes them feel good about themselves. That's literally how it normally happens. Now, if something's better, they can do the research and come to the conclusion that coincides with their values the best. Okay. So that's the thing, right? So at the end of the day, Hassan, yes, chat, Hassan is still being very charitable to Ethan. He's being so charitable towards Ethan. Okay. But he is using conservative talking points to move to bring out the criticism. Pro-Israeli talking points. Is that better? Is that what you guys would prefer I say? Okay. Man, we got a lot of losers in chat right now. Guys, if you don't like me, you know what you could do? Not watch, but like the stream before you leave, you little motherfuckers, okay? And I'll tell your mom I said hi. I'll tell your mom I said hi. No, your mom I said hi? Your mom, you said hi. You know what? Who knows? I'll just tell your mom I hi. Listen to me when I say this, with peace and love. Ethan is well-intentioned, but the road to hell is paved in those. Okay? I get who they are. Look, they're a bunch of dudes in chat or women who can't understand what I'm saying in the same way they can't understand Hassan, in the same way they can't understand Ethan. You guys don't understand what's happening, you know? And that's the problem. Like, that's ultimately the problem. With peace and love, you have no idea what you're talking about. I sometimes don't. That is true. True.
Just by a numbers thing. But like, I think the vast majority of this coming from conservative circles. And I want to say that I don't fucking, that shit is not cool.
That shit is not cool.
That's terrible. I don't like the way that they're trying to weaponize this and to make it.
Chaz says, why is it when we disagree with Hassan and yourself, it's because we don't understand? Because you're not able to tell me my own argument. You have to be able to tell me my own argument for me to trust that you understand me. It's like talking to my mom and trying to explain like why trans people have like are people. That's what it is. And you guys are starting off at a point where you're not telling me my position. Tell me my position and I'll trust you to just disagree with me on the details. You're not explaining Hassan's position. You're adding in false narratives and then doing that. And it's frustrating me because it's such bad thinking. You're bad thinkers, okay? You have to understand what people are saying and then you can deconstruct it, but you're not even able to say it. That's why Hassan doesn't want to engage with Ethan or anybody else. Because when we engage, you're starting off at a point of something false. And so it's like, well, how can I communicate with you if you're starting off here? So, okay, you have a friend and your friend heard you say something and they're really upset with you. This has happened to me a couple times, a couple times. Where like somebody will see my stream and they'll be like, hey, I can't believe you said this on stream. It really hurts me that you hate this group of people. And I was like, what? I don't hate that group of people. Why do you think I said that? And they're like, because you said like, ugh, these white men. And I was like, listen, are you serious right now? Are you coming to somebody you've known for years just to say like, you think I hate white men? Like, is that really what you think about me? And it's like, fine, we can talk about it. And okay, I'll give you another example. One time, years ago, I shared a clip from Jordan Peterson I liked. Brittany likes something I say, it happens. Okay, I like something Jordan Peterson said. My friend came to me and said, I can't believe you support white supremacy. And I said, what? What are you doing? People who just see the worst in you, they're not seeing you, they're seeing their politics. They're seeing the idea that scares them. I'm not pro-white supremacy just because I liked one thing Jordan Peterson said. You know, he's my favorite meme to make fun of. He really is, okay? Just because people are like, well, the problem is like this projection. So Hassan says things that make people upset. Okay. And then people use that to create a narrative. But the narrative you're creating your foundation on isn't real. It isn't real. Okay. And so that's the problem. Like, it's not real. Just now in chat, you guys keep saying I said Ethan was a conservative. I never said he was a conservative, but that's what you heard. Because that's how your perception is working. We all live in these bubbles where we filter sentences with the knowledge we have in our heads. And that's why you have to be very careful, even when you're progressive, especially when you're progressive, not to think everything is a dog whistle, not to think everyone's always being racist, not to think everyone's always being homophobic. But the world's pretty racist and homophobic, so it's probably happening. Chris, welcome to memberships. So again, when you're having these conversations, like you were hearing it. No, I did not say it. She literally just said it. I did not say it. I'm giving examples. I'm talking in a way that's about observation. So again, remember that when you're filtering, I always give everyone the benefit of the doubt until I ask them. Okay? I just give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Then I usually ask them. And if we agree to disagree, we might have to go our own ways. Right? So So again, when we're having these conversations, we have to be very open-minded. Ben, welcome to memberships. Brick says, I do agree that Hassan needs a better understanding of queer people, especially as a leftist. I mean, always. Straight people always need a better understanding, you know? Chess says, didn't you do the same to Destiny when comparing him to Sneeko? I have a 9-hour video. You can go watch on that. Destiny is pulling an Ethan in this way. Destiny, a guy who says the most horrendous shit on the internet, him and I had a moment of friendship that got squashed because he heard me make a joke about Sneeko and couldn't handle it, right? And he burned the bridge and then told everybody I was mentally ill and that I was white, which I'm not sure what that's about. So he was like racist and ableist. I'm not sure what's going on with him. That man's obviously like therapy, right? Therapy is needed. But that's the point, is that these relationships online are hanging on by a thread. Because once a person hears you and they can't understand you, they look at you like the most evil person. It was a joke, bro. It was literally like a joke I would say to anybody in my life. But that's the thing, is like agree to disagree doesn't even work. But then at the end of the day, when you even say like, oh, I think you're like morally doing something bad, people are going to take that personal, but like, don't be friends. Like at the end of the day, like Ethan and Hassan might not be able to be friends because they morally disagree. This is a disagreement of ethics. Not even morals, but even of ethics. So that's also going to play a role. I can do that. My inner circle is ethically and morally different from me because they're my family. My family's like religious. My family's homophobic and transphobic. I love them, right? But like, I can see the humanity in them, and I would never want anything bad to happen to them. So I can be in contact with people that are like severely different from me if they're inner circle, if I, that. But if you're just a casual friend, like, bye, bitch. Like, bye, bitch. Like, let's be real. Destiny and I were never going to stay friends. He abuses women in private, in my opinion. Okay? And even in public brags about it. Okay? In my opinion, we were never going to stay friends. In the same way that I wouldn't stay friends with Ethan. Like, let's be real. I probably wouldn't stay friends with Hassan either. Like, these people are not people you can stay friends with unless you really see each other very closely. You're too passionate and too divisive, and I'm too opinionated. I'm a very opinionated friend. So, like, you got to stay friends with people that are equally opinionated, but are in symbiosis with you. None of us are bad people. I don't want anything bad to happen to any of us. None of us are bad people. We do bad things sometimes because we're human, but like, nobody wants to be bad, but yet we do bad things. It doesn't mean anything bad should happen to anybody here. RL with the super chat says, so I was here for the Destiny thing and I like you both. Destiny was found contention with you being charitable to Sneeko and uncharitable to him. Exactly. He's mad that I gave a guy 10 years younger than him more leniency than a guy who was 10 years older. Pathetic. Grow up. You're in your mid 30s. Sneeko was in his mid 20s. Of course I give Sneeko more leniency. And also at the time, I knew stuff Destiny had done to women that I thought was unethical compared to Sneeko, who I learned later did even worse things to women. So frankly, both of you suck. And both of you need to get your shit together. Go meditate. Stop mistreating people. Stop being homophobic and transphobic and ableist and all the all the words, all the buzzwords. Go stop being those things. I hope you're okay. I hope you figure it out. But at the end of the day, like their values are very different from mine. Okay? Like, their values are very different. I don't want to be friends with any of these people. Like, I would never work for Ethan. It would drive me crazy being in a room with somebody who's so wrong about so many things. Like, I can't. The misinformation is insane. Who does his research? Who does his research for him? It's so bad. Right? It's so silly. And yes, Amber says none of these people were ever friends. The closest to friendship Trisha was Trisha and Ethan. That's the other thing too. All these people are casual people. It's not like I haven't talked to Sneeko in like over a year. We're not friends. I'm not like friends with these people. We don't talk. We don't bond, but we don't create bonds. We don't have like shared memories together other than working stuff. You know what I mean? Like with peace and love, we have to remember that again, these differences in our politics and values, our relationships will not withstand it. You have to understand this. That Ethan and Hassan, their relationship cannot withstand this type of disagreement. But neither can the world's. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. And that's the problem. So let's go back to observing.
It seemed like Arabs are like some type of way or inferior or whatever the fuck Asmongold said. That is not where I'm coming from. And I don't like those people either, and I don't want them here. Okay?
That's good. I'm glad Ethan said that. We don't want Islamophobes. We don't want anti-Arabs here. We don't want people who are discrediting people. Like, we don't want any of that bullshit towards Frogan. Like, that's not okay, right?
But so here's the part that pissed me.
Like, disagree with Frogan. Just say like, oh, I think she's wrong. I think she said something pretty awful. But then, okay, have you seen what Tommy Lauren writes on Twitter, or like what these conservatives write on Twitter? Like with peace and love, like a lot of that shit is so bad, but also why I don't engage on Twitter. Like I just don't engage. And Ethan engages on Instagram and Twitter. You know, a lot of these people fight on Twitter, and I'm just saying, like, you guys are writing disgusting things. Like, I'll make a sassy joke. I'll make like a joke sometimes, but damn. And I'll always explain my joke because I make very pointed jokes to kind of like prove a point. But I feel like I can always back it up, which I think Frogan did. I think Frogan said something, and then she backed it up with specification, which I think is like an agree to disagree kind of thing. But if you think it's so bad, you should take her off your website. I also think that's fair. Like, I have no problem with businesses making decisions, right?
Me off. A day passes. People are upset. Twitch does nothing. I mean, she literally broke 2 of their hateful conduct rules in one moment against veterans and people with mental illness. Not even a 1-day ban. And now she's back on her stream.
Any other motherfucker you're joining them?
Laughing about how people are upset by it because Dan Clancy, the Nazi,
Oh, so he can call Dan Clancy a Nazi. That's the guy who runs Twitter. But she can't say what she said about soldiers. What gives Ethan the right to call Dan Clancy a Nazi? Because he's not serious. He doesn't know he's a Nazi. He's just saying he thinks he is. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, why are you so mad at Frogan for saying what she said, but you're allowed to call somebody a Nazi? On the internet, like, words just mean your emotions. Like, on the internet, words are kind of explaining our feelings. And Ethan is saying, I'm really upset with you. I think you're anti-Semitic. But he doesn't know if he's a Nazi. For fuck's sake, bro. It's so stupid. Like, if we're being very serious about language, this shouldn't be allowed. You can't just go around saying, like, people are Nazis. That's crazy. But we do say people are Nazis because we're expressing our feelings or our thoughts on a person. Right? So, like, Frogan is expressing her thoughts and feelings on the military soldiers that are raping and pillaging and burning down people's homes and killing people in exchange for, like, a college education. Okay? You can say it's not right, but either is calling somebody a Nazi when you don't know if that's true. Right? Dan Clancy is Twitch, just FYI. Did I say something different? I'm sorry, I meant Twitch. What did I say? I'm sorry if I misspoke. My bad. Twitch. Thanks, Kay.
Fucking anti-Semite refuses to enforce their policy if the target's a Jew. Or well, actually,
Oh, I said Twitter. My bad. My bad. Sorry, the fuck face is in charge of X. My bad. Twitch. Thank you.
more like refuses to punish left-wing pundits on his website.
Oh my God, I want.
So I just want to know what Ethan's like responses to this. Why is it okay for him to say what he just said about Dan Clancy, but Frogan can't say what she said about, by the way, not a specific person, just an illusion of a soldier. She didn't even say a specific soldier's name. She just said like soldier. Right? That's what I'm saying. Chet says, one thing I'll say about you, Brittany, is that you certainly don't encourage an echo chamber here. You allow for dissenting opinions and argue back. It's cool. I'm very confident compared to some. Thank you, especially after I just blocked like 40 bitches. I appreciate that, though.
I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you.
Here she is
I hope you
watching
get
it.
PTSD.
She's loving it. Like she's laughing and giggling.
And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
She had a day to think about this, a whole day. And she came back and laughed about it.
What's Ethan's excuse?
This is not normal. This is what I'm saying. This is
Hold on, you guys are missing Ethan's face in the court. Listen to Ethan right here. This is so important. Listen to Ethan. This is not normal.
This is mainstream politics on Twitter.
Listen.
Normal. This is what I'm saying. This is mainstream.
How can he say this is not normal political discourse? Have you ever been to a dinner with a conservative? Have you ever been to a dinner with like a vegan hippie from the 60s? Have you ever been to a dinner with anyone with strong political views? My partner and I were just talking about this because like I'm married into a very liberal family. And like one of the things we talked about is like, this is why people used to not talk about politics with their friends and family. Because this is what it turned, this is why people want friends who only think like them, because it's really hard to feel humanized with people that like are different than you. But it's so interesting that Ethan's like, this isn't normal. Yes, it's specific to the internet, but if you've been at dinner with family, or if you've heard people talk about people, or if you've ever been like a minority that looks like a majority, or people, the majority mistake you for a majority, and then they say something to you thinking like, oh, you're like them. You're like, oh my God, like the things people say. But at the same time, right? At the same time, this is online discourse. And Ethan has participated in it more than anybody. That's the irony. Ethan, the most potty-mouthed person on the internet, who I have defended because I think it's funny, but also, oh my God, the things Ethan has said over the years, right? Funeral, welcome to memberships. Appreciate you. AIM, thank you for the gifted subs or gifted memberships. 10 gifted memberships. Enjoy those emojis, guys. Enjoy those emojis. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Also, I'm reviewing Love is Blind for members right now, so you should check that out. Let's go. Let's go. It's absolutely not normal to having rating boards and stick people's faces on how Arab coded they are. Yeah, I'm going to be real with you. You've never been in a room with people having these conversations, bro. I'm going to be so real with you. You've never had a conversation about like how black are you? How gay are you? How Asian are you? They just did a cut episode rating Asians on how Asian they are. Did you not see it with Uncle Roger? Was it a Jubilee video or a cut video? They just rated Asians the other day. I don't know what you're talking about, but you crazy. That is absolutely a thing we all do. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay? So I'm just explaining. Okay? My job is just to explain what's happening, but you can keep doing you.
Politics on Twitch. And you know that's true. Everybody walks to Hassan's tune, and if you don't, you're banned. Or just,
see,
I don't
look
know.
at that.
Yeah, why is there nobody?
See, if you don't walk to Hassan's tune, you're banned. Why is he doing that? Like, why is he creating a narrative that Hassan is some like dictator cult leader on Twitch? He's just a big streamer. But for the record, like other people contend with Hassan's stream numbers like Asmin. Like other people do contend with with Hassan's stream numbers. So why is Ethan, see how Ethan's pushing this narrative that Hassan like is the king? No offense, Hassan can't tell anybody what to do. And if you are an orbiter whose whole identity is based off Hassan, go to therapy. What the fuck are you doing with your career? Tying it to Hassan's. That's crazy talk. Don't tie your career to anybody but yourself. Okay? But this is why what I mean when I say Ethan sounds paranoid to me. Listen to this again.
This is not normal. This is what I'm saying. This is mainstream politics.
What are you talking? Chat says, have you seen Hassan streams? LOL, he spends an hour on one chatter, argues with them, and then bans them. He could be, wait, we could watch him right now, and he'll currently be banning someone who disagrees with him. I ban people who disagree with me. What are you doing? I'll ban you right now. Like, I ban people who disagree with me all the time. It's my fucking stream. Fuck you. Like, fuck you. I have to come to work every day. I don't want to be with a whiny bitch in my comment sections. Jesus, that's what Asmin does too. That's the funny part. The reason I watch Asmin is because he blocks people and it's hilarious. Asmin goes, hey, fucking stupid comment, blocked. And I'm like, and then Asmin has like unbanning parties. Like, fuck you. It's my work. I have to come to work every day. I don't want to see you in my chat. Okay, bitch? Like, peace and love, bitch. Peace and love, bitch. Like, these people, bro. The best part about a streamer is when they block people. It's so funny. It's my favorite time of the stream. It's literally I live for it.
On Twitch. And you know that's true. Everybody walks to Hassan's tune, and if you don't, you're banned. Or just, I don't know. Yeah, why is there nobody else? And this is the mainstream politics. Like, we have to fucking get real. This is not normal shit. This is not okay. You can't look at the chat and be like, you go, girl, you say what you need to be say, fuck the haters. Like, this is not fucking normal behavior. We cannot close our eyes and pretend this is not happening.
We have to watch out for the trans Machiavellian mothers. They're manipulators and narcissists. They're coming for your children's vaginas. That's Ethan. That's Ethan. He's paranoid, bro. You're all paranoid. All of you are paranoid. Go meditate, bro. It's not that deep. It's not that deep.
And frankly, as a progressive, I think it's fucked up that we even get lumped in with these leftist socialists because it hurts our movement.
Ah, ding, 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 ding. That's a conservative talking point. That's a pipeline. That's a centrist talking point. That's the liberal talking point that goes centrist, then goes conservative. We can't get lumped in with these crazy progressive leftists. I think, sir, you do not know what a progressive is. I think, sir, you were calling yourself a progressive when I kept saying you were not a progressive, sir. And then he hits himself with progressive values and he's like, what the fuck is this? Progressives are anti-capitalism and military complex? What the fuck? I can't believe it. I am shocked. Ding, 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 ding.
That's why everyone says, oh, leftists are just communists, which is fucking ridiculous.
What do you think it is? What does he think it is? What does he think it is? Progressives are traditionally communist or socialist or, you know, what Marxists, these Marxist, communist, trans, blue-haired lesbians with nose rings. Tammy, quickly come. We gotta get Ethan out of this fucking bubble. I'm just saying, you don't, look, I'm a progressive that's kind of indifferent to systems, but I think if this is capitalism, it's not good, bros. Like, if this is capitalism, it's not working. You know what I mean? It's fucking destroying people's lives. It's destroying people's lives around the globe. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, Jordan Peterson is gonna slide into his DMs. You're right, Alice. He is. Jordan Peterson is gonna be like, I knew it. He's gonna slide into Ethan's DMs. And that's the problem. Right? Like, at the end of the day, we've seen this happen before. We've seen it. See, Asman went a different direction. Notice that Asman, he was like, okay, I might not be a full progressive, but you're right, I fucked up. Ethan going the opposite direction. There is a chance that Ethan will end up like, he just did it just now, by the way. That was the claim. We don't want to be associated with these crazy progressives. Okay, well, I don't know what you think a progressive is. Like, I just don't know what you think it is. You know what I mean? Chad says, Brittany, what is the meaning of progressive to you? Spiritually or politically? A political progressive in my mind is about deconstruction. It's about challenging the status quo. And it's about uplifting those at the very bottom, out of that bottom and up a level. It's about helping the most marginalized, the most hurt. It's about prioritizing the health and education of society by uplifting those who most need. I think being a progressive means acknowledging the pain and suffering caused around the world by the military complex, by our relationship with capitalism. It's about deconstructing everything the world seems to be so proud it's built on. I think ultimately progressives are aware of history in a way that other people aren't paying attention to in detail. They're aware that, like, these weren't heroes and great men. They were men who took advantage of situations and benefited off the backs and at the expense of marginalized communities or the community that they felt entitled to, you know, colonize or overcome, or whatever we're seeing right now in Palestine, which is a part of it. So for me, like, being a progressive is about radically accepting that all of this history we've been feeding ourselves is built off the backs and subjugation of, like, whole communities of people and the planet itself. Like, and I think it's universal. I think every community struggles with this. I think even marginalized communities have their own issues with internalized racism and homophobia and colorism and all that other shit we have to deal with. And so I'm not looking to point fingers. I don't want to cause blame. I just want to say, hey, this is happening. And if you'd like to change it, you can, but you don't, you know, we're all going to die. So you can make a decision. That's my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion. I think people get afraid because they'll say, well, if it's not working, then what do you want to replace it with? Better people? Like, I think the world is a reflection of us as a whole, as a collective. I think if you're going to look at Muslims or you're going to look at Palestinians or you're going to look at Americans and judge all of them based off of the groups that they are, then you should you should judge humanity off of that as well. And if that's the case, then we all contribute to this ecosystem in our own ways. We're all complicit. And that's the hardest part about being a person. How do I continue living my life when I know even when I buy bread or banana or cashew butter that I am contributing to someone's literal living hell? And how do I make peace with that? Because you're going to have to. But not by ignoring it, and not by pretending it doesn't happen, and not by saying, well, that's just how the world is. Sure, you could choose that path. Lots of people are doing it, but I think they're kind of miserable. I think they're kind of sad. I genuinely think people that are pretending bad things aren't happening around the world, I think they're running away. But I think that that's fair. If you look at this from an animal perspective, it makes sense to run away from things that are scary. But I also think it's overwhelming to ask people to like do something and to be an activist and to do these like great, amazing things when that's so unreasonable for the, like, we can't even afford our groceries. And you want to like go out there and tell people like, go protest on the weekends. Like, we have to be realistic about the human condition. That's what I do. So I think being a progressive politically is about working with this in the systems. I think being a progressive spiritually is kind of accepting that this construct we've built is definitely not perfect. And it's not perfect because we're not perfect. All of us. So spiritually, I'm definitely progressive. Politically, mostly progressive. I would say like 99%. But I think ultimately, I just don't think the world is perfect, and I don't believe we should blame anybody. I don't want to blame anybody. I just want to say like we could do something different. But if we're not going to do something different, it is what it is. Like humans really are going to human. In the way that the bear bears. I don't ask bears to be different than their nature. I don't ask humans to be different than their nature. But the cool thing about humans is we can have different levels of relationship with our nature. We really can. And Ethan Hassan can't do it. Even Hassan has his limitations in my mind, but that makes sense within his bubble construct. Ethan makes sense within his bubble construct. But since Ethan is the one with the issue with Hassan, we're deconstructing Ethan because he's the one who says he doesn't understand. He's the one who's saying like, I don't get what's going on. How could this happen? Ethan is the one moving in fear. So we deconstruct the fear because I think fear is the cause like of everything wrong with the world. Right? Chet says Hassan doesn't even watch what Ethan says. Dude got zero respect. I will say this though. Ethan is worse because Ethan says he watches what Hassan says, but yet misses to platform anytime Hassan is good to him. Ethan is worse. Hassan openly says, I'm not going to watch any of these things, guys. I'm not going to engage in this. That's a consent thing. Good for him. Ethan says, oh, I watch stuff. Hassan should watch stuff. Then if you're watching everything, why do you never platform anytime Hassan says anything good about you? Especially when he's being compassionate to you and Frogan at the same time. What's worse? To me, it's worse pretending you're doing your research and not platforming those moments than being a person who says, hey, I'm not going to engage in this. So Ethan is worse because he's the one who's claiming to have done the research. So like, do the research. And I already did a stream on this. I don't remember what it was, but we already covered this during one of the fallouts. Ethan keeps saying Hassan never takes his side. No, he takes Frogan's. It's just not true. He agrees more with Frogan, but he doesn't always take Frogan's side like that. He does give compassion to Ethan. But of course, politically, he's going to take Frogan's side. They're more aligned politically. And that's what Ethan doesn't understand. How is Hassan more politically aligned with Frogan? I don't know how you don't think he is. That's crazy.
But like there are leftist communists and like Hassan and all these people that associate with him. And they're all the most hateful, bigoted people. It's not even like the communism. It's like that for some reason, they're all just so hateful and so bigoted.
Do you think maybe it's like trauma, bro? From all the racism and shit they have to deal with, which is not okay. But it's true. Like it's probably trauma based. I think bigotry and prejudice is rooted in trauma. And it's rooted in environment. I think it's a combination of those two things. I think that's what it is. So we're explaining why it's happening, but of course, what he sees as bigoted might not be bigoted to somebody else. Okay? Like, okay, if a person says, oh my God, the caucasity, is that racist? If someone says, oh my God, the caucasity of this person, racist or not racist? Because that's going to be subjective. Everything is subjective. Okay? I don't believe in objective morality, so don't come to this channel if you think I do. I don't. I think we're all animals, okay? Chat says no, punching up. I think Ethan genuinely feels persecuted, not bad faith. I know. That's the irony. Ethan literally feels persecuted. He's so fucking I try not to use the N-word. He's so ego-driven. It's all about Ethan. I feel persecuted. I know, Habibi. Go to therapy. Go to therapy. The fact that Ethan feels persecuted is why he needs to go to therapy. Because, like, it's not about you right now. It's not about you. He's going after Hassan, but he's making it about him. That's the irony. But okay, you know, what are you going to do?
I'm telling you, man, it's not normal.
And they posted it.
Chat says it's probably all the people calling him a Zionist and telling him to kill himself, babe. Hey, as if that's not everyone's fucking life on the internet. As if that's not everybody's fucking life on the internet. He's not special. Nothing that's happening to him is unique. That's what I'm trying to make people understand. Nothing that is happening to Ethan is unique to Ethan. It is literally, welcome to the internet. I don't know where you've been, but death threats, having people tell you to go kill yourself, that's a Tuesday on Twitter. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not good, but it's literally the internet. So he shouldn't complain. What? He's not just complaining. He's asking for deplatforming. Again, he's not just complaining. I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you. Who is that? I'm banning you. He's not just complaining. He's literally banning. He's asking for people to get deplatformed. He's calling people Nazis. This white woman telling us Jews how to feel. I'm blocking you too. There's no way you're Jewish. Did you just actually say that out loud? Did you actually just say that out loud? What is this comment? This white woman telling us Jews, telling us how Jews should feel. Is that a fucking troll right there? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard anybody say in my whole life. That's crazy, bro.
In my head, I'm like, based?
Based?
Also, I don't think Ethan is a Zionist, but I think Ethan would more than likely support Zionist policy over not Zionist policy if it came down to it, which politically speaking, you do have to vote for the team that saves your family. So politically speaking, Ethan really should be a Zionist because his family is Jewish, of course. And like in the same way, Palestinians shouldn't be pro-Israel because Israel wants to wipe out your family if you're Palestinian. So it's, you know, when you talk about it from a political standpoint, you really got to pick the team that's going to blow up the other guy. But that's how humans are discussed. That's why politics is disgusting. Politics is disgusting. You know what I mean? Britt, can you define Zionist for me? My understanding of a Zionist is a person who believes the state of Israel has a right to occupy that space. And Jews have a right to have a place they call home. Is that correct? Did I get it right? Did I get it? Yes? Can somebody correct me in the chat? Did I get it? Okay, yes? Okay. Okay. Okay, so I got it. A Jewish homeland, not just a place to call home. Yes, like Jewish people get a place that's like their place. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So like generally we're in agreement? Okay. Chet says, so is that wrong? That Jews want a place to call their own? Well, if they have to kick people out of a place who are already there to get it, kind of pretty shitty, bro. It's like basically Christopher Columbus coming into America and be like, hey, I'm going to move here since no one lives here. And they're like, no, we live here. And they're like, nah, we live here now. We live here now. You know what I mean? It's like, again, like you have to make a decision about how you understand the history of why Israel is there in the first place. But Palestinians basically played the political game really bad. Okay, here, you know a book I just read? The 100-Year War by the Colombian professor who was there. His family was involved. He said in his book, because he's pro-Palestine, obviously, but he's Palestinian American, but he said in his book that Palestine really struggled to play the political games, that they really struggled to understand how to have the right representation. But they are a people, they were there, they deserve rights, they have a place there. His family was there. Like, an example is, I wonder how many Palestinians to Israelis have to move homes because of displacement, right? Like, if this story, this guy moved homes like 3-4 times. He lost his home in Palestine because of the tragedies happening in that area, okay, because of Israel. How many times do Israelis on average have to move home because Palestinians come in and take it? So, like, what's the average? Do we know? Because right now, Palestine and those people are the ones with these really really intense stories about basically not having any chance of recovery, not having a chance to build infrastructure, not having a chance to build a country. They were neglected. They were left out, basically. They were kind of tricked, honestly. They were like kind of tricked by the way he explained the story. And I was like, oh, damn, like you got just like the natives. They were fucking tricked, bro. Like, and then they got genocided. I feel like I know this story already. I know how this story ends. It's like the people, look, we all tell our histories different. It's like the people that talk about Christians and how like Catholics and Christians were so good and the Crusaders were so great. And like all they did was like liberate people. Man, we tell history so interesting to ourselves, huh? Like, it's interesting. Yes, Alice says it's the Attack on Titan. It's a circle. It's all Attack on Titan, bro. Literally, it's all like Israel is like this little place, and everyone outside the walls are like Titans to them, which is disgusting, by the way. And then, of course, they feel justified, but those Titans are people. Like, isn't that the irony of Attack on Titan? Is like the Titans were just people. They were victims. They were literally like war crime victims who got turned into Titans. Oh, and by the way, let me pull this up for you. I saw this today, and I was, oh, yeah, that's not good. I was like, that's not good, is it? It's not fucking good, is it? Hold on. Have it list. Yeah. Okay. So, hold on. Talking about homes and displacement. So this is Middle East Eye. Israeli settler leader Daniel Weiss says Palestinians have lost the right to live in Gaza at a conference on, let's see. Have lost the right to live there. Okay, so have lost the right to live there, that thousands of Israelis stand ready to move from the north to the south. Okay, ready? What do you guys think about this? Like, what do you think this means?
We came here with one clear purpose. The purpose is to settle the entire Gaza Strip, not just part of it, not just a few settlements, the entire Gaza Strip from north to south. There are representatives here of 6 groups with more than 700 families. That is thousands of people who are ready to move to Gaza now. As a result of the brutal massacre of the 7th of October, the Gaza Arabs lost the right to be here ever. So they will go to the different countries of the world. They will not stay here. The world is still hesitating, but we will.
Bros, just keep chats kosher. You can express how gross this is, like very, very, you know, very gross. But no anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or anything in my chat. Thank you.
Convince.
Because I know it's tempting.
Ways. We'll convince the world. We came here.
Gross, right? That's pretty, like, right away you're just like, what is this? What is this? This is people. This is people. Americans have done it. They're doing it. It's tempting for us to villainize and hate people that hurt us. But this is your opportunity to remember, like, everybody is a person. And that doesn't take away your pain or your need to defend yourself. But pain and hatred will make you a bitter person. You don't need to be bitter. Okay? And I know it's easier said than done. But that temptation to, like, give in to feeling so disgusted by people. Listen, the people who motivate me the most are people who have gone through horrible tragedies and stay kind and humane. And I want to be like them. I want to grow every day to be a kinder and more compassionate person. And may I die with Uncle Iroh's wisdom. But for now, I am a young, sassy bitch. Okay? True. Chess says this is grooming. These people were groomed their whole childhood into believing disgusting things. And that's life, bro. We really do have babies out here to carry on legacy and tradition and to convince them to hate other people. Like, we really do. And it's why I will not let the world make me ugly. I swear to God, I will be a sassy bitch, and I'm trying my hardest to get better at that, you know, but I'm a young 35. Give me a second, you know, but I don't want to be Jordan Peterson, who's in his 60s and he's out here being paranoid over trans people. But of course, in my case, it wouldn't be like trans people. It'd be something else, I'm sure. I don't want to become that person. I know it takes a lot. Like I promise you, I've done enough emotional labor for people. I've had people cry to me about these, you know, whether you're Palestinian or Israeli. It is so hard not to just want to say horrible things about people. But use this as an opportunity of temptation. When the world tempts you to become bitter and angry, don't go incel. Don't go incel, guys. Don't go incel. You know? Okay. Go back to this. We're almost done.
Based?
By the way, and now she's complaining because people
Oh my God, the volume is so high. I'm so sorry. That probably fucking busted everybody's ears.
are shitting on her. Now she's upset. She's blaming me. I made her do this.
Like, am I supposed to be like I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base? Any other motherfucker?
The fact that she's not banned, every second that she's not banned is a complete. It's just a complete annihilation of Twitch.
Oh my God, Twitch is failing. The world is failing. Twitch is going downhill. Ethan's not even on Twitch. He doesn't even like Twitch. You know, that's what I'm saying. What is this weird like high ground he keeps taking? Oh my God, Twitch is a cesspool. I can't believe it.
Hypocrisy, the brazen. And what? How could this not go unpunished? How could not even a single thing happen?
Well, Ethan,
tell me. Give me the good news. She better be permanently banned. I'm not even talking. I'm being dead serious.
See, fuck all of you in my chat who I blocked probably already, who's like, Ethan didn't want to deplatform Frogan. He wants to get her permanently banned for this. Somebody please go clip Ethan saying all the bullshit he said in the last 12 months alone about people. Today on this stream, he called somebody a Nazi. What are you doing? I don't understand. What rules is Ethan playing by?
He should not be.
Well, let's start here, right? Can't you? You were literally just demanding this happen.
After this and all the fucking
this is 3 minutes ago.
And she's been doing this the whole time, and it's only now after the tier list and the Israel block that the media is starting to pay attention that anything happened to her. She is a hateful bigot who should not be allowed on this website. And Hassan and all of his all the people that rotate around him, that they need to be taken also a page and know that they need to fucking stop with the extremism. Because listen.
Okay, what is extreme? In this climate of politics, what is extreme? Because I don't even know what that means anymore. Like, I'm not even sure what that means. Like, this word extreme is so interesting to me. It sounds like a dog whistle for something, but I'm not sure what it is. Because it's like, what are you talking about? I'm not sure what that means in this context. What does Ethan mean extreme?
We shut down all the right-wing extremism. We deplatformed them. Hassan is doing left-wing extremism.
Ooh, there he goes, calling Hassan out. Now, if Twitch agrees with that and takes Hassan down, it is what it is. He should join YouTube. YouTube probably won't take you down, but maybe it will. Maybe you feel that's right. Maybe Hassan moves to Palestine and becomes an activist. You know? Yeah, Matt Walsh still has a platform, but he's on YouTube. YouTube allows a lot more leniency on things. YouTube is actually pretty lenient. You know what I mean?
It's what it is. And it's normalized on Twitch. And it's not normal and it's not okay. I'm sorry. That's what the fuck is happening. And I'm tired of tiptoeing around it. This man denies rapes happened on October 7th, openly, brazenly. platforms terrorists openly, brazenly, without any challenging them. He supports
Like, this is a crazy take, bro. This is a crazy take.
Russia and Chinese colonialism openly. Okay, he's pro-genocide in Tibet. That's not even debatable. He said it himself. He said their culture is inferior.
Okay, like, we agree. He's trying to deplatform Hassan, right? Like, that's what deplatforming looks like. And now they're looking into it. Like, now it might happen. Hassan's gonna become a YouTuber. Let's fucking go.
And that China did him a favor by taking them over. That's genocide. Pretty sure that's textbook genocide. You know, this is not normal shit. You should not feel comfortable to express these insane takes because this.
Do you think it's okay to show terrorist propaganda to kids? First of all, that's like a trick question. I don't even think it's okay to show certain animes to kids. I don't think it's okay to show homophobia to kids. I don't think it's okay to raise kids in churches if you're going to teach them to be homophobic. So you're really asking the wrong person. I'm stricter than all of you. I'm very strict. You know what I mean? Like, it's a trick question. I know you're trying to do a gotcha. Gotcha! Hassan showed stuff on stream. Okay? What I think people should show to kids, way too strict. No Simpsons. Okay? Nothing with cussing before the age of middle school. Okay? You know? Super strict. Huh? Super strict. I don't even think kids should be on social media at all. No kids on social media at all. Ban them. Nobody under 18 allowed on the internet interacting with the internet. Period. Nothing. Yeah, same, Alice. And no Pledge Allegiance in schools. Bullshit. And no Bibles in schools either. Period. No Bibles in schools. No religion in schools. No religion in government. Okay? All of it. Okay. Boom.
This is extremism. We don't allow right-wing extremism. But we got to be real here, guys.
By the way, I just want to, because I love anime. I grew up with an anime my whole life. So lots of anime is child appropriate, just FYI. I just think a lot of the fan service stuff that objectify women too much, I love it, but maybe kids should learn how to like value women first before we, you know what I mean? Okay. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like I don't want my kids being raised thinking like women are just nothing but boobs. But like, as an adult, women are nothing but boobs. Don't clip me. I'm a lesbian.
We have to look in the mirror and look at our own side. You know what I mean?
You're not on their side, Ethan. Ethan's like, we have to look in the mirror and look at our own side. You're not on that. You can't sit with us. I don't want to sit with any of you. By the way, I do not invite any of you to my table. So like, we're in the lunch cafeteria and Ethan's at a table where he hangs out with Hassan, and Hassan and Frogan are at a table, and I'm not even at the school. Okay? I'm not even at the school. I don't want to hang out with you guys. Don't call me. Don't tweet at me. Leave me alone. But Ethan is like, guys, we really have a problem. Ethan's not even at the table, bro.
Like, we have to look at our own side. It's easy to look at the right and be like, right-wing extremism, these people are all crazy, yada, yada. They don't believe in anything we believe in. And it's so easy to spot them and say, this is wrong. Oh, here she goes. This fucking.
Oh, that was actually, I sent the wrong link, but this is funny.
Ethan can slander me about anything, but the slander I will not take is him saying he would beat me at a hummus off. Honestly, bro, homemade hummus is always the best.
This is from today. Ethan can slander me about anything, but the slander I will not take is him saying he beat me at a hummus off. Okay.
That's funny. She's like being cute and she's being cheeky. It's kind of like a little olive branch.
Okay. Try to be funny. You're a fucking anti-Semite who just got banned on Twitch. I'm not laughing.
Jeez, bro. No chill, bro. God, he's so not fun. He's just no chill, bro. Damn. It's just a hummus joke, really. See, she's an anti-Semite. Okay, well, like, eat some hummus. You might feel better. Jesus. Maria says, thank you for being a member. Says, would you go on H3 or Hassan's stream? I don't. Look, I'm very strict with collabs moving forward because, you know, once once Destiny went AWOL on me, I was like, okay, streamers cannot be trusted. They are freaks of nature. But if someone is vetted and it's a safe space, maybe. I'm being very cautious because like I collabed a lot 2 years ago and I have some deep regrets about like in some ways, but not in others. I don't regret anything. But like some of these streamers are just not good and I don't want to collab with them. I don't know if I just feel like going on Ethan's stream would just make things worse. I feel like talking to Hassan would make things worse. Like, I don't know what we would talk about. You know what I mean? My work is so specific. And I feel like unless you're more in the philosophy bubble or you're more interested in ideas, it's like going to be very hard to have me on your show. So I don't think so. I mean, why would they have me on, right? It just doesn't make sense. Like, unless they want to talk about something specific, I don't know. I don't know. It's not that I would say no, but I'm not excited about it. I can't think of a scenario. It would make sense, you know? Chess says, what level is Hassan from your opinion, Brittany? Oh, perfect 2B. I made a video about this a while ago, how Ethan and Hassan are perfect 2Bs. They still are perfect 2Bs. Just like perfectly categorized. Yeah, like they're just so perfectly 2Bs together. Absolutely. I think so. Yeah. This is a 2B versus 2B war, guys. This is what's happening. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. Maybe you can help them flesh out their ideas. I don't really like helping Bubbles be more bubbly. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not excited about getting on someone's show to be like, here's how you can be more stuck in your bubble. And I just think Hassan and Ethan are both in their bubbles and they seem like fine, I guess. But like, I'm not interested in like helping people be more in their bubbles. You know, if somebody came to me and said like, you know, I want to have a conversation or something. Like, I don't know. I collab with Rashad. I've had Tom on. I've had other people on. I don't know. I just have to think that it would be constructive. Like, it would be good. You know? Yeah. Are the letters ascending or descending in introspection? Well, it's a categorization system that's meant to reflect where you are. So if you look at it as a hierarchy, that's probably not the right way to look at it, but it is 2C, 2B, 2A. So it's 1 through 5 and 2s. So C's are the lowest to A is the highest. But, you know, it's just a categorization system if you're new here.
Dummy. And I'm
Oh
not
my God, their audio's so loud.
trying to be your friend either.
Okay, damn.
Well, it was worth the shot.
You know, I'm not laughing this off, dummy. Enjoy your ban. Hopefully it's permanent.
Okay.
I don't have to ever think about you or
Hopefully it's permanent.
see you again.
Oh, wait.
So interesting that Ethan thinks she's an anti-Semite, so she deserves to be homeless. But she sees military soldiers that have like killed and raped people as deserving PTSD and no health care, and that's wrong. Is that what I'm hearing? So Frogan, for being an anti-Semite in his eyes, for making a hummus joke, deserves to get her fired. Is that what I'm hearing? Where did we get homeless from? Well, she'd be fired. She wouldn't have her income anymore. Like, she'd have to redo her place on the internet, which is possible, right? She could do a lot of things. So, okay. Also, for you guys saying, like, Brittany says she doesn't care if there's terrorist propaganda on Twitch. I don't care if there's anything on the internet. So you better fucking get your shit together, bro. This is the internet. I don't care what companies decide to have on their platforms. I care about the truth. Seeing terrorist propaganda lets you know it's there. Better than people not seeing it, I guess. I don't know, bro. Are you afraid to see it or something? Do you want boobs on Twitch too? Or like, where's your line? Everybody's got a line. Some people don't think trans people should be on Twitch. Are you one of them? I just think it's better for the world to know what's happening than not happening. But if you think like sharing anything you deem terrorist, like if you have to decide what that means. One of the reasons Twitch claimed to ban Israel from making new accounts was they didn't want them to show what was going on there. I don't know why they did it. I'm not going to speak to it. I have no clue. All I know is like, you have to make a decision about what you think is harmful for others and what you think should be there and not be there. Right? It's not the propaganda that's the problem. It's the fact that they're only letting one side show it. It's a company. It's a company in America. I don't know what to tell you, baby. I don't know what to tell you. That's like going to like fucking, what's Ben Shapiro's fucking website called? It's like going to like fucking, what is the Nazi guy's website called? It's like, I don't understand what you're mad about. What are you mad about? Are you mad that a website doesn't show the stuff you want to see? Daily Wire, thank you. It's like the Daily Wire not having people that are like trans or progressive on their like platform. Why would they? Like, why would they? So again, like, I just feel like you're not making the argument you think you're making. I don't think you're making the argument you think you're making. You need to figure out where your morals are and why you feel the way you feel. I'm angry. Well, that's your first problem. That they claim to have a standard that they don't enforce. I don't know, dude. Boo-hoo. Go meditate.
Is she back?
Okay, let
Is
me-
on band already?
No, yeah. They may be sweeping up everybody from that video, Ethan.
Do you know on my OF, I got my videos taken down because I got some things taken down because there was wax in a knife in one photo with knife play. Do you know on OF, if I write like anything that has restraints, it gets taken down? Do you see me complaining? No, it's just the rules of the website. I don't know why they do that. I don't know why you can't. I think you can't F yourself with a fruit. I think if you use a cucumber on OF, you're not allowed to. There's like a lot of strict rules. Oh, if you use like a dragon dildo, you have to be very careful because it's like bestiality. Look, I don't know why things are the way they are. I don't care. I just want to keep getting paid. Okay? I just want to keep getting paid. So you tell me the fucking rules and I'll play the fucking game. Welcome to the universe. Okay? I don't know why the rules are this way. If you don't like it, don't use the platform. Use your dollar bills to make a decision.
What does that mean?
Denims and the others. Let me confirm.
Denims also should be fucking. At least she should be 2 weeks.
You're like death noting these people right now.
Bro, she literally.
Chill,
I mean,
dude.
she's
You know, Olivia gets me. You guys see Olivia in chat? She gets me. Little Miss Word Salad, you're trying so hard to use unbiased language, but your bias seeps through. You act like you know everything, but nothing at the same time. Yo, she fucking gets me, bro. Olivia! Olivia, you get me, bro. Olivia really sees me, bro. Olivia, a real one, though. Olivia gets it. We are all biased. We all have prejudice. I absolutely know nothing, but I do talk a big game. I love ending a sentence with a period. It's the Assyrian in me. What can I say, girl? It's okay. I like to end. I like to celebrate with a triumphant. The moon is a planet. Facts. Moon, planet. Facts. Shout out to Olivia.
says in the video Ethan was put there derogatorily.
And then she goes, where's the Zionist category? Like, that's the thing.
I mean,
you
they're
can
saying
use that
it.
word however you want. It's anti-Semitic.
They're literally saying
You
what
can
it is.
say anything you want as long as you call a Jew a Zionist. And that's just anti-Semitic.
It's just because, again, we're allowed in the world, we're allowed to punch up, we don't punch down. Going for Israel is punching up. That's why people allow it. So again, if we want to recontextualize this, I would love to, but we're not there yet. Okay, Little Miss Word Salad, guys, I'll work on the merch. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Shout out to Elizabeth. I'll work on that. Thank you. Great merch, great merch. Okay, so that's the problem. Is like, I think this is a complicated, okay, let's zoom out of this conversation. This is actually really hard for people to understand. And I think we all have this problem. When are we punching down? When are we punching equal? And when are we punching up? This is one of the most complicated bubble things that we've had to deal with, right? Hedda says Zionist is an anti-Semitic term, ? It is sometimes an anti-Semitic term. Because look, okay, guys, let me tell you something. If you're racist, everything you say about that group is racist. If you're anti-Semitic, everything you say about Jews is anti-Semitic. So the issue we're all having is, when is a person saying something but isn't being anti-Semitic? Like, when is a person actually just anti-Zionism but isn't anti-Semitic? And when is the person who is an anti-Semite when are they saying something that just is anti-Semitism? Because if you're a racist and you're saying something, right? Everything you're coming from the lens of racism. So everything you say is informed by that racism. That's why bias and prejudice play so like into our communication styles. And that's why we're a little cautious when we're listening to people. We're trying to figure out, okay, is this like an unintentional dog whistle? Remember when FD came for my girl Kidology? Shout out to FD Signifier, who often is in this chat. And shout out to Kidology, who's often in this chat. Love both of them in different ways, for sure. Okay, remember when FD told Kidology she dog whistled? And Kidology was like, what the fuck? I didn't dog whistle. And the thing is I don't think Kidology meant to dog whistle. But Kidology has a tendency in her past work mostly where, wait, did I get names wrong? FD Signifier? FD Signifier? No, did I say something wrong in chat? No, stop it. Chat's distracting me. Okay. But the dilemma is that because of the way Kidology last year positioned herself, it often looked like that kind of centristy, liberal kind of take where she went on trigonometry. Look, if you go on trigonometry, just say you're a centrist. Don't be like, I left the left, I was progressive, but they never invited me. I didn't have a home. And trigonometry is the YouTube channel you go on. Trigonometry, is that what it's called? Where like you don't fit into the progressive bubble, so you go complain about how you wanted to fit in, but you didn't. And I love Kidology. Okay, good. Chat's talking. Okay, chat, you had me confused, chat. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay, never mind. So but I know Kidology enough. I consider Kidology like a nice online friend. I think she's really great. I love her content. I consider her not meaning to dog whistle, but I do consider her on a journey. And I don't think she fits into the progressive bubble. Look, I'm a visitor. Let's be real. I'm a visitor into the progressive bubble, but I also vote progressive, and I also technically like progressive policy, and I also technically am spiritually progressive, but I'm not hanging out there. I used to like protest and clean up streets and work with BLM, and I was always like canvassing, and I don't do that anymore because it was a miserable space to be in. I don't do it anymore. People became really bigoted and hateful, and I don't like it. But that happens everywhere. When I was with conservatives, same thing, bigoted and angry. When people were in different bubbles, they're all just, anytime I become a part of a group, the bigotry grows and I don't want to do it. I'm trying not to be bigoted. So the more I'm in a group, it just seems to grow no matter where I am. We're seeing it right now. Look at Ethan and Hassan. We can't even get these motherfuckers to get along. It just creates more controversy, more chaos, more bigotry. Why? Humans, bro. This is our burden as a species. We all want to be the good guys and the heroes, and all we end up being is the bigots. Until we aren't. Until we extrospect past that. So again, be diligent, consider what people are saying. Even like you guys saw me on stream the other day, right? I saw a YouTuber I knew in a video. They said something. I was like, oh no, oh fuck, maybe I have to end this friendship. I reached out to them. We're having a conversation about it. We're trying to meet each other where we're at, trying to do some emotional labor for each other. It's really nice. Let's see where it ends up. Maybe we stay friends. Maybe we don't. Maybe the differences between us are too different. But the point is we're trying. And we're trying because one, we're both girls. So of course we're trying. But more than that, like we see the humanity in one another. And I would like to see if we can see that long enough to stay in contact. But if not, I don't wish anything bad on this person. I don't wish anything bad on myself. But we don't have to get along. Two really good people don't have to get along, but it might be too much of a disconnect to sustain the friendship. And that's okay too. I don't have to come out against them, and I don't have to make a video, and I wish them the best. But I'm hoping we actually get to a place where we can see each other enough to kind of make it work. But who knows? I'm not here to hold on to the attachment of that conclusion. That outcome isn't mine to decide. I'd rather have it be natural, you know? I think sometimes we force connectivity. We force people to get along. I don't think we should be forcing people to get along. But I don't think because we don't get along, other people deserve to suffer. No one deserves to suffer because you're not getting along. Okay, let's finish out this video.
All right,
she's doing it.
Here we are. We have Denims has been banned.
Sorry, Alice, you fucking slayed right here. I think the longer you stay somewhere, hatred is seen as loyalty. Fucking yes. And that's why I don't like the bubbles. As much as we all live in bubbles, I constructed mine. I love my bubble construct. But yeah, that's exactly the fucking problem. That is exactly the fucking problem. The longer you stay somewhere, the hatred is seen as loyalty. Abso-fucking-lutely, bro.
And
Bye.
Why can't we talk about the...
Zionists. Just say that, and that song's fucking a hit on Twitch.
Capri Sun Poppy has been banned.
Who?
Bye,
Capri
bitch.
Sun Poppy.
Okay.
All these guys
Yeah.
running. defense.
Meanwhile, Neon unbanned.
What is going on?
Can't win them all.
Can't win them all.
By the way, if Twitch is banning them, then remember this happened at TwitchCon in their platform, on their platform for 45 minutes. This happened.
That's what I don't understand. There's so many people involved, plus
Ban them,
people
ban
that
yourself.
Ban
worked the
Twitch.
event and put this segment together. Like there was not even one
Okay, we're gonna watch the segment for those who haven't watched it. Just remember how angry they are about this segment, that they wanted people blocked and deplatformed.
person to say, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't do this."
Ban yourself.
You know, that's what I say every time I watch H3. H3, is there not one person on Ethan's team to tell him not to do this? I say that every time I watch an H3 podcast. I literally yell at my partner, like, is there nobody on Ethan's team to tell him to shut up? And it's crazy.
You could have done all these people a favor and told them, no, we don't want this kind of extremism. This is too far for our platform. You could have helped everybody, but you're a coward. You're a fucking anti-Semite. There's something deeply wrong. There's a moral corruption inside that company that is so deeply wrong and cancerous that it's fucking sick. It almost just needs to be completely like, totally like all new employees, like a total cleaning the slate for this place to be redeemable in any way. Yeah, this took place September 20th of this year. This just happened.
Oh, wow. That
Like
was a lot.
month ago. Oh, yeah, a month ago.
Wow.
So if we're banning them, Twitch, what are we doing about you? What is this? Oh, just the constant unbanning, banning?
Oh yeah, it's just.
So let's see. Denims, who was on that stage, got banned. Frogan got banned. Capri Sun Poppy got banned. It's awesome. It's like, okay, who's next?
You gotta be careful with this power.
This isn't my power. Me?
Yeah, I said you're like the fucking Death Note. It's like as you're listing them off, and then the bans are coming in.
Well, they could.
I mean,
They could not get away from this. There's no shot they could get away with this.
The next stop really is the title of our video today.
Dan Clancy's next. That
Clancy.
motherfucker. Yeah. Listen, at a company, shit rolls downstream. Everything happens because he fucking wants it to happen. That's how leadership works. The buck stops with him. He's the leader. He's the one that says he thinks Hassan is his favorite creator, a left-wing extremist who's spreading terrorist propaganda on.
Jesus, he went from Hassan is my friend, my feelings are hurt, he feels this way to me, to he's a leftist extremist who's pushing anti-Semitic propaganda. That's the switch up. It's crazy. I mean, I get it. I think here's what I think happened. I think what happened to Ethan is exactly what happened to Destiny, where they never watched my content. You know how Destiny freaked out when he saw my content? He's like, what the fuck? It's like you never watched my content before, dude. And you thought like he'll do this thing where he's like, Brittany only thinks cheating is bad because she was cheated on. I've always thought cheating was bad since I was like a kid, but that's because you don't watch my content. And also, Ethan did the same thing to Hassan where he never watched his content, I swear to God. And then he became his friend. And then now he's watching his content. He's like, oh my God, Hassan has always been saying this stuff. We've always been saying this stuff. It's like people want to be your friend because they see like, I don't know, your views or something, or Ethan wanted Hassan to be his friend so they could do a show together. I don't know what it was. And then they see you and they're like, that's how they think of me? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not know who I was when you decided to like be friends? Like, I'm just confused. Now, don't get me wrong. I was always the same. As I got to know Destiny, I learned things about him later. And I was like, oh shit, I got to make a decision. What do I do with this? And I was going to give him a chance to redeem himself, but he burned the bridge before that was going to happen because he saw a clip of mine, which makes sense. Just like Ethan is seeing a clip of Hassan's, which makes sense out of context, that you would want to freak out on him. But now he's turning around and being like, he's a propagandist. He's a leftist. Bro, he's been saying this shit since day one. Why'd you hire him, make him money, do all of these collabs? Like, what are you doing? What are you talking about? So I think he's having a bubble pop on Hassan. He's having a Hassan bubble pop where he's like, I don't think I know who Hassan is. I'm like, yeah, you don't. Like, you don't know. So now Ethan has to recontextualize how he sees Hassan. He's just doing such an extreme, right? It's like such an extreme, but he doesn't know that, like, he's upset, but I don't think this is really the reason. Like, often when we're upset, and unless you introspect or go to therapy or like have the tools, you're always going to think the reason you're upset is the first thing. But when you dig deeper into yourself, you'll notice like, oh, this is why I was actually upset. Like, I don't even know exactly why Ethan is as upset as he thinks he is, because he does very similar things. So then I'm like, okay, well, where's your line? Because if we're allowed to make fun of people on the internet, then why are you mad at people making fun of people? If you're allowed, like, where's the line for everybody? And everybody has a different line, and that's okay. The question is where is your line and where is my line, and can we meet in the middle? Because maybe we don't. Like, if you'll notice, I never talk to conservatives. I'm not interested in debating people. I don't do that. If you'll notice, like, as many times as I'm invited to talk to people, I don't want to debate them. They just want to do it for clicks and stuff. Like, I'm not interested, okay? That's Ethan's whole MO too. Is Ethan just calls people onto platform so he can, like, debate them, right, for views. And that's fine, but everyone, like, ew. Chat says, so your goal is to make everyone more centrist? Please don't come at me with, what a disgusting accusation. First of all, I'm offended. I'm so offended. Like, on behalf of everybody. No, I'm not a political, guys, I'm not a political channel. Stop observing my work through the political lens. I'm not a political channel. I talk about politics in the same way I talk about everything else. I'm not a centrist. Okay? I'm not a political centrist. I am not a centrist. Like, that is a political term. Okay? I'm a philosophy channel. I'm coming from a philosophy perspective. When I say, like, people should humanize each other, that's philosophy. That's not centrism. Centrists don't believe, like, centrists believe politically in one slither of a bubble. They believe everyone's got a point. I'm not saying everyone has a point. I'm saying most of you don't have a point. All of you are making up rules. You're playing pretend, and it's costing people's lives. You are literally playing pretend. You are building constructs to discriminate against people, and it is costing people lives. Everything is political? Wrong. You exist outside of politics. Politics is a structure. It's a construct. Political, the word political, that is a construct we created through social dynamics. You exist outside of those constructs. You are so much more than politics. But sure, keep letting the world convince you are just a number and just a data point and just a statistic and just another type of person. Oh, it was a joke? Okay, I love you. Very funny. You're right. It's very funny. You're right. I saw the emoji, girl. With that, you know what? I'm getting assessed for autism in November. It's probably just my autism. Look, okay, I didn't read the subtlety of your emoji. No, you're right. You're right. Wait, no, you're right. You're right. You're right. I was just kidding. Okay, we're good. Fuck. Chat says, wait, can you tell me what Ethan's stance is on the Israel-Palestine conflict? I think he wants them to have sex and make babies. I think that's pretty much his stance. I think he figures if Palestine and Israel have an orgy, everything will get better. But they have to use the Sambra hummus as lube. I think that's what I believe he said after watching everything. Yeah, that's what I'm getting from it. Yeah. Okay.
On his platform is his favorite creator.
Thanks, Dan.
I've been wondering to what level.
And he's a creep.
In our opinion.
And he's also accusing him of being a sexual predator, which he might be. Dan Clancy, who knows? He was looking at his feed on a phone. It was all pretty girls. And Ethan's like, he's a creep, bro. He's an anti-Semite, a Nazi, and a creep, according to Ethan.
I've been wondering if...
I saw it. Go ahead. Sorry.
I've been wondering, like, to what level does it go? And do people...
And by the way, he could be a very big creep. You know, Dan Clancy, he could be. You know what I mean? Like, he could be. I wouldn't put it past him.
At Amazon know or don't know about this?
See? Now they want to know if Amazon knows about it. Like Amazon. Like, they don't want to only deplatform them. They want to go to Amazon. Man, they're so
weirdly insulated from Amazon. I mean, I guess who knows really?
Who knows?
I'm just speculating, but
I fully expect Ethan to take his Bud Light and smash it because there's a trans woman on it. I'm just kidding. It's a joke.
But it just seems like their decisions like aren't really jiving with everything else that Amazon does.
And there's just too many things piling up. There's no Dan Clancy needs to fucking leave. They need new leadership. That's all there is to it. Slander you. Give me a break. Literally showing what you said. Have some accountability. Child. We're all children. Can't have any accountability. Hassan can't watch a single point I made. He just needs to fucking call me crazy and say I'm a...
Bro, this is what I'm saying. I don't engage. Don with the super chat says, go back to your country, Gayland. I'm heading right to your mom's house right now, girl. Keep the bed warm for me. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I think like right here where Ethan's like, he won't even engage with me. But like, how do you engage with an Ethan? Like if this was my friend, I would struggle to engage with him. Honestly, this is how I feel with my parents during the election. Like I do, like with my parents and this election, we've decided not to talk about politics. And I grew up my whole life talking about politics with my parents. But I was just like, hey, look, like we're going to really disagree. I've already voted for Kamala Harris. I'm willing to play that game in that way. I think this election's too important not to play the game in that way. You do what you're going to do. But I've told my parents, like, I love you. We can't talk about politics. I already know how you're voting. It is what it is, and because it feels like this. It feels like it's really difficult when people have already decided. Like they've already decided, this is how I feel. Like imagine if Ethan really realized like, oh my God, I can't just say these things. But then you can. We do. We live in a world where we live in a world where people are allowed to kill you for being trans. We live in a world where people are allowed to discriminate against you for being black. Like we live in a world where people rape their own children. You can do whatever you want, buddy. But hopefully you'll choose to do better. So just a reminder, we live in a world that's like genociding the Palestinians right now. We could do better, right? Like we could do better. You know what I'm saying? Ethan acts like, oh my God, we can't live in this world. What world? The world we live in right now? It just feels, bro, it feels silly.
Hallucinating. Zero accountability. That's so cowardly, man. At least watch it. You know what I mean? Justify what you did.
Hold on. Chat says it's weird to say someone is becoming Crowder or conservative without engaging with what they're saying. Nobody is saying that literally. Yes, no one is saying that literally. But let's be real. There's a high probability at this point that Ethan could become a conservative way more than before because of the way that he's going. He's doing everything conservatives do in a way. He's also not really there yet. He's more of a centrist. He's more of a liberal. He's more of a, he doesn't think of himself as a conservative, but nobody is literally saying he's a conservative. Hassan did not say that. I think that's really crazy for you guys not to understand. Like, okay, if you're black, okay, let's bring black communities a rise in the chat. Let's say you're a black person and somebody says to you, hold on, I'm trying to think of a good example. Maybe I should use gay people as an example. It's easier sometimes. But black people know exactly what I'm thinking of. Like, just think of a, hold on, don't let me look at chat. It's going to distract me. I hate thinking on the spot. Jesus Christ. Okay. You're black and you have a white neighbor. And the white neighbor says something to you like, Kamala Harris, man, is she black or is she Indian? I can never tell. What do you think? You're black. and then you're like, okay, should I take that as a signal that you're conservative or are you just genuinely like a liberal who doesn't know better? And it could be either. Your neighbor could be a conservative who's signaling a Trump talking point, or it could be a liberal who's like, hey, I really don't know. Is she black or Indian? But a liberal would traditionally Google it. That's kind of the fucking difference. The difference is technically usually the liberal would Google it so they don't look fucking stupid. And the conservative wouldn't Google it because they look fucking stupid all the fucking time. Okay? So do we see the differences? The point is, okay, it's like Ethan is saying stuff that either is a conservative thing or is a liberal thing, but it's not a progressive thing. Nothing Ethan is saying is progressive. Chat says, Brittany, are you saying Ethan is more open to conservatism than progressivism? He always has been. Ethan, since day one I've been watching this man, has never been a progressive. Not one time in Ethan's history has he been a progressive. He has always been a liberal, and he's always been a liberal with conservative fiscal ideas. Always. Since day fucking one. Since day fucking one. I have screamed this at the top of my lungs for like forever. And no one listens to me because you're all fucking brain dead. Ethan has always been a liberal who's fiscally conservative. That is his thing. And everyone letting him get away with calling himself a progressive is like fine, but it's not accurate. And my neurodivergent brain really likes categorization, and he miscategorizes himself all of the time. And it drives me crazy because it's not true. And if you get a conservative who meets a liberal, they're going to think they're progressive. You get a conservative who sees like a fat blue-haired feminist, they're like progressive. They could just be a liberal. Like, people think Ethan's a progressive because they're conservative, or they think they're a or Ethan's a progressive because he's a little bit more left than they are. And that's not what's happening. Okay? What conservative views does he have? He's literally fiscally conservative. That's like literally his thing in so many ways. Even though he says he's not, he absolutely is all about profit. Ethan is like he's just an entrepreneurial conservative, right? But again, progressive is different than liberal. You can be a liberal. Look, I have liberal friends I never talk about gender with. I have liberal friends that vote Democrat. I never talk to them about gender because they're not ready to have that conversation. Okay, so you're mind reading him? Okay, I'm blocking you, Jacob, because God bless you. Even though your name is in the Bible, you're dumb as rocks, okay? God should have came down from the mountain and put some wisdom in that brain of yours, okay? You don't have to mind read Ethan. He tells you all the time how he feels about money and business and voting. Like, okay, peace and love, okay? Even most Democrats aren't very capitalistic. It's a very specific, again, to be very pro-capitalism like that. Ooh, just blocking people with different opinions. I'm blocking people whose mom didn't put out. So tell your mom to get better at opening her legs or get the fuck out of my chat. Okay? Also, that's a joke. Your mom loves me, bro. Consent matters. Consent matters. That joke was a little edgy. It incorporated a lack of consent, but I am actually big on consent. So honestly, consent. Your mom loves me, bro. She told me she regrets having you as a child. Ooh, she should have aborted you under Kamala Harris's presidency. There, I got it. I got it. I figured it out. Okay.
Bro, explain it. How am I wrong? Don't say I'm crazy. How am I wrong? I'm being dead serious. It's just fucking pathetic. Yeah, I know it sucks.
It does suck.
Listen to Dan. You just suck.
And then, of course, by the way, once she starts getting shit on by all these fucking freaks on the right, who inevitably were called, who flocked to her like a siren's call when she went after vets, you know, it's my fault. Look at this guy, fucking Sean the Black is a socialist Hassan orbiter who literally fucking wished Destiny to die. He literally said, now listen, you don't have to be a fan of Destiny, but he literally said he should die.
Nobody should die. Everyone should live. Unless you want to consensually die with the assistance of the government and you want to make it do it in a humanized way. Then I think you have the right to live and die how you want.
On stream, and nothing happened to him. These people are constantly calling for violence. And now he goes, Ethan loves targeting harassment campaign. Oh, shut up, dude. Have some accountability.
Oof, I love watching Ethan just like burn out. I'm not going to lie. It's so human. You know, like, it's just so human to do this and to be this way. Like, we're doing it to each other, though. Like, it really is happening. But again, Ethan started this, and that's the problem.
Defending myself. Maybe she should stop fucking talking about me. If you guys are so boogeymaned out by me.
Everyone does that. Oh, they always talk about me. I would never talk about you if you didn't talk about me. You know, everybody talk about me. It's like, bro, again, we're streamers. Everybody talks about everybody. I don't know what the fuck everybody's weird about. Just like everybody talks about everybody. But the difference is like you and Frogan aren't friends. And you unfollowed Frogan because you weren't cool with her tweets, which is fine. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine. You know what drives me crazy about humans? One thing is I will say something and you're so arrogant, you think I'm not including myself in the conversation. Like humans' internal ego literally thinks when people are talking, they're talking about other people and not themselves. The difference is my channel is talking about me included in the conversation. So when I reference humans, when I say their faults, I'm including myself in that equation. And this is the biggest issue I've seen with Bubbles is every time they talk about other people's faults, they're never talking about their own. They're only talking about themselves or other people. I am including myself in that conversation. Okay? So if you're new to my channel, welcome. We are here to observe human behavior and to learn how to accept that, like, this is it, girlies. You can't ask the bear to be different than a bear. Humans are humans, but at least we have the ability to have different relationships with our nature, right? But I am always including myself in these conversations. Okay?
Congratulations. This is your audience now. I wonder how your Muslim employees feel.
True. Chat says if Ethan just made one good, strong statement about problematic anti-Semitism, or how problematic anti-Semitism is, it'd be way more powerful than what he's doing. Makes it look like a crash out. Yeah. If Ethan had just come out and said, hey, I'm really concerned with the anti-Semitism, I think all of us would have been like, yeah, that fucking sucks. Let's not do that. And he said, hey, I'm really concerned. That would have been fair because I think there is anti-Semitism happening, right? But it's the fact that he used a lot of like misinformation to make his point. And that's my whole point. That's my observation is like the bummer part about people is we can't just make a point that's true. We have to make a point that's true plus. Leave out the plus. The plus is the part that makes people not believe you, which is, by the way, the reason people didn't believe the rapes happened during October 7th was because there was other propaganda happening that wasn't true, like beheaded babies and all these other things. There were things coming out in the wake of October 7th that people said were not true or were true. And we were all like, who do we trust? And the only reason people were hesitant to believe people is because, guys, how many times do our own American government, if you're American, went into Iraq because they said they had weapons of mass destruction that we never found? I'm not saying be a conspiracy theorist. I'm not saying always just trust media. But I'm saying, like, it's not that abnormal for people to be hesitant to believe things when you never know what's true. Right? And that's the problem. Can Ethan not support Palestine and call it anti-Semitism? Frogan's tier list? Okay, so now the accusation is that Frogan's tier list of hummus is anti-Semitic. Okay, where is this clip, though? That's the problem. Who has the... We might have to watch Ethan watch the clip. Where is the clip of Frogan and her anti-Semitism? Is it?
This is my audience.
Got you. It's here. Okay. Is this anti-Semitism? Let's talk about it. I've already heard. Okay, so here's what I'm seeing on the internet. I've got it here with Ethan because I think it's important to hear Ethan's perspective. Okay, listen. Anti-Semitism is real. Okay? But this is my audience, you and me and whoever these guests are. Let's see if it is anti-Semitism. And please be very serious or I'll block you. Or I'll block you. Okay? So here's the thing you have to remember. This is what was making Ethan and Hila so angry just now. What we just watched. Let's get into it and then I'll hold that thought. Let's get into it.
Guys, to find a new community. I think it's better for everyone.
No. Fine. I'll say it. Okay. Here's what I've seen online already from people. If you're a progressive, it's funny and not anti-Semitic. If you're a centrist, a liberal, or a conservative, it's full-on anti-Semitism. And these are where the lines divide. So this automatically tells me something is wrong. Because if the camps fit so perfectly, then something fishy is happening. There's no crossover. We're not getting different opinions. We're getting some normies on TikTok very confused about a hummus joke. But the political people are picking their sides very strongly. So let's watch it together and decide, does this make sense? Can we see the anti-Semitism? Can we see where the people are coming from? Or do we think it's like a joke that got blown out of proportion? But I always raise an eyebrow when political groups fit too perfectly in an opinion. I'm like, ooh, then somebody's lying or they're both fucking up. Something's going on. Okay.
About it. You and me. Beep, beep, beep. That was fun. Being a haven for anti-Semitism. The Hassan thing is one thing. This clip started circulating Friday night. And I frankly was outraged by it. You know, in my whole life, I've never screamed foul on anti-Semitism. I literally have been getting this shit since the second I stepped foot on the internet. And I have never fucking ever done this, okay? So the people online, they're saying, oh, Ethan's making himself a victim or Ethan's making everything about anti-Semitism. I've done this once in my life right now. After 15 fucking years of being on the internet. Watch this. Tell me if you think this is cool. Frogan, for some reason, has a 45-minute panel at TwitchCon. I mean, she averages, I think our highlights fucking channel has a higher average viewer count than she does.
Okay, I don't know why you're being a hater. So Ethan's implying that like we get more views, so why aren't we at TwitchCon? I'll be honest, Ethan's always not understood social dynamics. Do you know what my partner said to me today? My partner, so seriously, was like, well, it's probably just his autism. Like he's not understanding the social dynamics. And I was like, Ethan's not autistic. His brother's autistic, but Ethan's not. And my partner was like, Ethan's autistic. I was like, no. And he looked at me and I was like, and then we were like, oh, honestly, I don't think Ethan, well, maybe, you know, who knows? He could be autistic, but I think he does struggle with knowing social things. Like he doesn't understand why he's not invited to certain things. Like, you know, actually he's not alone in this. A lot of streamers, they do have a really hard time understanding. So he'll think we have more viewers. Why aren't we at Twitch? Well, because Twitch is still a company and all companies push agendas. And I don't know how to tell you this. Like newspapers have agendas. Fox News is an agenda. Like this idea that like our companies, that's why capitalism is so dangerous, because it uses money to push agendas in different ways to like discriminate and like focus on marginalized groups. So it's kind of weird, I think, that Ethan doesn't quite understand those social dynamics, but also, you know, I get it. We're all online and we miss out on social cues and stuff like that. So maybe it's like that. But he doesn't understand why Frogan's getting a panel and he isn't. You talk badly about Twitch. You hate Twitch. You were on Twitch for a while and then you chose YouTube over Twitch. Why would he compare his viewership to Frogan's? Like, why would you be at Twitch? You know?
Edit me. Nails and everything. But okay, she has her own panel. Let's see what she does with it.
Who's we?
Raph? No, I'm all the way over here on the end of the couch.
All right.
But we are going to tier.
So they're doing a tier list where Arab is at the top. Arab coded, asks permission. Sorry, the resolution's so crazy. Thinks it's racist. Think it's that one was. And then
Thinks
this
it's
one,
a slur.
Thinks it's a slur. And then this one says eats sabra, which is an Israeli hummus brand.
Which I did not know. I used to eat Sambra all the time in Seattle. If you guys ever came to my house parties in Seattle, you know that hummus was there because I always felt like I didn't have a food processor and I was going to make my own hummus. But I will say your own hummus is always better. So I was going to buy that hummus. I bought that hummus brand all of the time. Never knew that. But my chat's saying it's American. Hold on. Fact checking. Sabra, the word means a modern Hebrew term that defines a Jew born in Israel. So I think that's where the anti-Semitism allegedly is coming from. But Sambra company origin. Sambra makes America's most iconic and beloved hummus. Hold on, let me pull this up for you guys so you know. Hold on. It says, Sabra makes America's most iconic and beloved hummus and a delicious range of plant-based dips and spreads. We are dedicated to uniting and delighting the world around planet-positive food. Sabra was founded in 1986 in Austria, Queens. Fucking bitch. And is headquartered in White Plains, New York. Okay, is that like Jewish? Okay, the company was founded, in 1986 by Zohar Norman and... Oh, that's a very unique name that I can't say out loud. The company was bought in 2005 by Israeli food manufacturer Strauss. Oh, so it's not Israeli or Jewish, but it was bought by a Jewish company? ex-Israeli in the Yanko family held in the two founding partners an ex-Israeli. Does that mean Israeli? Does that mean he gave up his passport? Okay, Isabra brand controversy at hundreds. This is in January 2024. At hundreds of supermarkets and other stores in North America and Europe, stickers denouncing Israel have been placed on Sabra's product containers. Many of the stickers are yellow and say that buying Sabra hummus means you support Zionism, apartheid, and the genocide of Palestinians. Okay. So, okay. Okay. What do you guys think about that? It feels definitely makes sense for anti-Zionism. But it was founded in Austria, Queens, and is headquartered in White Plains, New York. And then it was an American company. No, it was founded by Zohar Norman. Okay, and he's ex-Israeli. Then it was bought by Israeli Food in 2005. Okay, so then they're protesting the hummus because of Zionism. But Ethan says if you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Jew. So to Ethan, being anti-Sabra is being anti-Jewish. Okay, I think I got it. Right? Because Ethan has said at this point, if people keep calling him a Zionist, then really the problem is like people don't believe Ethan isn't pro-Zionism in some way. So since Ethan believes that he's not a Zionist, and when people call him a Zionist, it means the word only means Jew now, then anything that's anti-Zionism is anti-Jewish. I think that I'm understanding the thought process. I don't know if Ethan is a Jew. I don't know if Ethan is a Zionist, but in this stream, Ethan specifically said, if being like, I'm not a Zionist, but I don't think 8 million Jews should be moved out of Israel or displaced when they were like, a lot of them were born there. 80% of them were born there. But then I'm like, yeah, but then what are you doing to the Palestinians? And like, this is a political issue. The politics around Palestine and Israel is incredibly dehumanizing. And we are watching a shift in the whole world right now, right? So, okay. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't zoom out. They're just worried about their families, which makes a lot of sense. But if you really zoom out to the political situation, we are watching basically Palestine disappear. And we are watching in real time the shift in a map, if you will. Like, we are watching it happen. From my understanding, from the book I read this weekend, from all the videos I've seen, from my understanding of it politically, just go to the political bubble. Look at the way these men have done these contracts. Look at the way that these men have orchestrated these alleged consenting agreements. Just look at the way that it's happened. It feels pretty obvious to me that they're going to conquer Palestine through whatever means. And I think that Israel is focused on Israel, and that's what they want to defend, in the same way that America is focused on America, and they're going to defend Israel because they're an ally, which politically makes sense to me. Look, if politics was about morals, we'd be in a very different universe. But we're not in that universe. We're in the timeline where politics isn't about what's morally correct, and morals are subjective. So people are always going to pick their team, right? Like, they're always going to pick their team. So let's go back with how serious that was. Let's go back to what this is being called anti-Semitism, and let's have a conversation about it.
Okay. So essentially you have Arabs at the top, and an Israeli hummus brand that is essentially the hummus. I'll get into why for all the reasons, but just imagine on Twitch TV in this year of 2024 making a tier list based on race, and nobody has a fucking problem with that. Just on the face, people make all kinds of excuses to say, "Oh, it was about this or it was about that," and it doesn't matter, and you're blowing it out of proportion. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel?
You know what that sounds like? It sounds like when black people are having a moment and they're like, where's the white panel? Or it sounds like when women are having a moment, they're like, where's the man panel? So then we have to ask ourselves, when is it appropriate to represent certain marginalized groups over others? And Israel, Jews have a really rough spot of it, you know? There's not very many of them left. I don't know if you heard, they got genocided. Very bad. And a lot of them died. Very bad. And now they're very, I think that, okay, one of the, I think even though Jewish people and Israelis are a minority, a targeted minority, since they have the backing of America stronger than Arabs do, it feels like punching up more than punching down, right? So it's like one of those things. Yeah, it's really, I have so much I want to say, but I'm trying to not get TOS. Okay, hold on, let me think. I don't know what, it's YouTube. Everything should be fine, but, okay, let me say it like this. The thing about, no, you know what? I'm just going to let this panel play.
Where at the top it says Jewish, and then at the bottom it has like a brand of like Arabic.
Okay, hold on. Chat says they've literally admitted on Twitter when they say Sabra, they mean Jew, Israel, drop the gymnastics. Okay, is that true?
It says Jewish.
Send me send me the tweet somehow. Tweet at me on Twitter. Go ahead, tweet it to me. Arab coded, asks perms. This is who can say Habibi?
And at the bottom, it has like a brand of like Arabic fucking hummus that's unmistakably like sold in Lebanon.
Fearless them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
Okay, first of all, hilarious. I say Habibi all the time, Habibi.
And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy's like.
It's like a joke about the N-word, right? Like who gets the N-word pass? Only who gets the Habibi pass. Am I understanding the joke? Is that the joke? Like who gets the N-word pass, but who gets the Habibi pass? Yes. Is this like is that the joke? Okay.
Can I say it? Is it a slur? Is it
okay? Am I allowed to?
You know what I'm saying? And then you have thinks it's a slur, where it's like a white person that really they're like, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm so sorry. And then love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Yeah, they're not allowed to say it.
You know what's funny about this whole thing is that they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people.
Oh, he's being so literal. Maybe he is autistic. He's being so literal. He's being so literal. He might actually be autistic, which is so fine. Like I get it, but this is maybe this is his social sense of justice. Maybe it's his like sense of justice. You know, sense of justice is also a disability in autism. It's not good because you loop on this idea that like this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. But like, is it wrong? Or are you just like being very literal?
People underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like Arabic.
Also, I blocked that people who said don't diagnose people. We're not diagnosing people. We're observing and we're giving an explanation to the behavior. Okay? Because there is an explanation to this behavior. Because I watch this and I don't think anything about it. But is it because I'm not Jewish? Like people come into my chat all the time and make anti-Semitic comments to me because they think I'm Jewish. And I just block them. Like I get it. Anti-Semitism exists in my chat. And I have to block these people because like I get it. And I'm not even Jewish. Okay? But if I saw this panel, I wouldn't think about it. But is that because I'm Jewish? Like, I just wouldn't think about it. I thought it was like a joke on the N-word. And I was like, okay, I kind of get it. It's like the pass. Okay, it's like funny, blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
Culture is like deeply intertwined.
We say Habibi all the time. It's part of the language.
Because again, 20% of the Israeli citizens are Arab, Palestinians. And the cultures are very intertwined. It's one of the most multicultural places I've ever been in my life. Outside of like New York and LA. I mean, just don't see anything like it.
It's basically like you can't say it. If you say it, you're literally hate crimming us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is the perfect transition to our first person, Hassan.
Yeah.
Ooh,
His name
Hassan.
is Hussein.
No, so
Hussein?
Hassan is Turkish.
Okay.
But he's a brother.
Yeah.
You know? So
Yeah, I think he'd be on Arab coded.
I mean, I would put him in Arab to be honest.
I would put him also in Arab. I know Turkish
think he's
people
done
are
enough
different.
Notice how they dropped the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi. And then it's like Hassan, okay, actually he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab. There's no Habibi reference.
Yeah, like he's black, like he's one of us, but he's not. Like Turks don't want to be called Arabs, I think is how it works. And even Assyrians don't want to be called Arabs. Like if you Google are Assyrians Arab, it's like Iraqi census says we're Arab. But if you ask them, they're also like, oh, but you're Semitic and like you're a Semite. And then it's like Assyrians don't want to be called Arabs either. And so it's like confusing, I think. Like I hate these constructs. I really do hate all these constructs. Like I do hate them, but it is one of those things where like literally on my Myron Fresh and Fit video, people were debating if he was black. I'm literally shook to my core the way we all debate these constructs. Bro, stop.
The premise, the whole Habibi thing is just stupid as fuck anyway. Like who, you know, it's a tier list based on Arab to Jew.
Really?
I put
What do you think you should do?
Well.
Okay,
honestly.
Oh, I didn't think of a follow-up question. That's actually really good.
so you said Arab coded.
He's
I'm so
Arab.
pissed about the Ottoman Empire.
And again, placing, like, the man's Turkish. He's not even Arab. And he goes, he's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is this is racist. What are we talking about? These are the people who have spent the last fucking 10 years telling us being racist is the worst thing in the world you can be. Sentiment, by the way, which I agree with. I don't make exceptions, though. I don't make exceptions for Jews.
So what do you want to put him as?
Arab coded.
Okay,
Thank you.
pass this to Scooty.
There you
Yeah.
go. Thank you. Thank you, Skittish.
That's the good
Very
one.
much.
Chat says, wait, chat, wait, it's Arab to, wait, no, not this one. Where's the one where it's white? This one. Ethan is taking the Sabra as a Jew, but I thought it meant white, like the tier list is Arab to white. That's what I thought it was, because it's like a joke on the N-word, so you go black to white. So then I thought it was like Sabra is like the white person's hummus, because everybody eats Sabra. In America, and most America is white, Seattle loves Sabra, and Seattle's white, bro. I mean, there's a black part and a Filipino part, but Seattle's white. So that's what I thought the joke was, okay? And I feel like that is what the joke is. Right? Okay? Like that's because literally the reason I started eating or stopped eating Sabra is like, okay, this is getting too white people over here. Like it's getting too creative. Like stick to the basics on hummus, people. Okay? And that's why I stopped eating it like 10 years ago, literally. I was like, this is getting a little crazy over here. So, okay. I didn't know it was Israeli or Jewish. I thought it was white people. I literally thought Sabra was a white people hummus. I didn't even know it was Jewish at all. Zoop, right over my head. Didn't even know that.
Whoa, Scoot.
Yeah.
Broke her board.
All right, wasn't that funny?
I worked really hard on that fucking board.
That felt a little personal.
It looks good. All right, what's our next person?
Thank you, Joker.
And Austin Cho is Lebanese.
I don't know who.
I did not know Austin was part Lebanese. I heard he's half Lebanese. Let's go. Let's go, Austin. Yo, we're all cousins, bro. All of us are related. Yo, everyone's like, bro.
Austin, is that Hassan's friend?
You don't know who Austin is? The man whose name I always forget because I can't remember his name ever? How dare you? I think I'm officially going to remember it now.
Anyway, he's Lebanese, so he is actually Arab.
Also, we don't have an applause button, but every time we see a streamer claps, you know, be like, oh my God, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, thank you. Wow.
No, I do watch the pod, bitch. But it's my dumb person pod, so I half listen and I don't watch anything unless Cutie Cinderella is there. I only watch the pod when Cutie Cinderella is there, and I only half listen to the pod. In my defense, it's the pod I turn on when I'm cleaning the house and I move in and out of the bedrooms. And I've only been watching for like 6 months. Don't come for me, okay? I'm a new pod listener, okay? I'm a new pod listener, okay?
Thanks.
Austin's my husband, and I spanked him yesterday. At the Bait Lords with a leather paddle.
Excellent.
Thank you.
You just had to be there. But Austin, let's go down the line.
He's
Arab.
Arab.
He's Arab.
Arab.
He's
actual
Arab.
Lebanese. Like
Yeah.
he's Arab.
He's Arab. That's the good one. That's S tier
I saw
race.
that one.
That's the S tier race.
Okay, I'm trying to think of what if they had done a tier like Arab to what would have been the no, that's Greek. I was gonna say like gyro, you know, to like make it because you know Americans always say gyro instead of euro. Okay, so what if it's like I'm trying to think of one that would have been like, would it have passed Ethan's test? I'm trying to think of what would have passed Ethan's test for this. But then, you know, I saw Wick's panel and Wick said it would be the same as saying like white people to like fried chicken and watermelon. But everybody knows watermelon and fried chicken would be at the top of the list, bro. That doesn't make any sense because fried chicken and watermelon is delicious. The idea is the hummus isn't delicious because it's been like whitewashed, and white people food isn't delicious because it's been whitewashed. Like that's kind of the joke. Like I think there's like, look, I've had white people tell me sometimes I hurt their feelings. Okay? I don't mean to hurt your feelings. I mean to point out an obvious thing that is happening to the group of quote white people that might not be feeling like it's being experienced by individual white people. Okay? I don't want to hurt your feelings. Don't watch my stream because I'm genuinely not trying to punch down. I would never like punch down on an individual white person. But when we talk about like white people as a group, we're punching up at the people in power who like think they don't have it because they're not realizing how much privilege they have. Right? So, you know what I mean? When we have these conversations, we have to, and also I get called white all the time. So if I'm white, then I'm really just talking about my own people. So I'm not even talking about white people that aren't me. But then, you know, it's hard because I never grew up thinking of myself as a white person because I wasn't raised thinking about myself as a white person. But obviously I'm a white Middle Eastern person. So I am white. And these constructs are these things that keep us so confused about our identity and everything else. Let me say it like this. In a world where we are suffering, making a joke about watered down food and unsalted chicken is basically our only retaliation. That's it. That's what we get. We get jokes. Cool. Everyone else gets protection, but we get jokes. That's what it feels like. Do jokes have context? Sure. Chat says, but that joke, wait, what does it say? Oh, I missed it. Hold on. Chat's moving too fast for me. Ugh. My God, what a blessing. They should have gone for the beans and toast instead of Sabra. That would have been better. Okay. But that joke would be so inappropriate during BLM protests. Sure. Lots of jokes would be inappropriate based off of different times, right? Don with the super chat says, Jew is the new white, easy to hate. I will go cry with my money and power. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately we don't want to hate anybody, but I think it's really difficult not to feel, again, it goes back to this idea of, you know, you lost your leg in a fire and somebody else stubbed their toe, and the person who stubbed their toe was like, oh my God, I know exactly how you feel. It's like, sure, I guess, if you have a very good imagination. And it feels like that, you know? Because again, you know, you can look at it however you want, but things aren't happening one-to-one, but they never will in life. All of life will never be one-to-one. And so I think we're having this struggle where it's like, how do I feel empowered in the world? Most people learn how to bully, right? Most people learn how to bully, and that's how they learn how to get by. Or most people learn how to, it doesn't bother me. I don't care. Go ahead and make fun of me. Okay, so then they learn how to like suppress their own feelings. Or they take it to the internet when they should take it to a therapist. Or they take it out on their friends when they should go to a therapist. Like, realistically, I think this is where the nuance comes in. But given the context of the bubble and how you're observing it, you should be able to understand the context of the situation. But maybe not. I'm not really seeing the issue so far, but let's keep watching because maybe there's something here. I didn't know Sabra was a Jewish hummus. I just thought it was a white people hummus. I figured some middle class woman with hippie braids made it. That's what I thought. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I thought it was. I didn't even think it was Jewish. So I don't know, but they must know it's Jewish, I guess, is Ethan's implication. Right? So let's see.
This is Nazi shit.
This is Nazi shit. A hummus joke is Nazi shit.
Arab, that's the good one. That's S tier
I saw
race.
that one.
That's the S tier race. This is Nazi shit. S tier race? Are you fucking kidding me? And they're trying to run defense. Hassan and all these fucking people are running defense for this shit.
This is not.
This is good.
I thought we
Go
just
ahead.
had it. Okay.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
So hold on. There's some.
So now Ethan is going to be pulled into this, which maybe if they never mentioned Ethan, he wouldn't have cared. But Ethan got pulled into it as a joke. And now Ethan's mad. So I don't know if he's making it about him or if it's true. I don't know.
Did this guy. Hold on.
You guys to clap.
What did he say? Someone said, I told you guys. I think. I don't know.
Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
Do you know what he said?
He said, I told you guys to clap.
Oh, I see. Because they start booing me.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right.
Well, hold on. Don't do that because I want people to actually hear the audience.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one.
Ooh.
That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn that up.
Now, by the way, I'm being carted out as like the ultimate like villain in their story and their tier list. What is it exactly that I differ on them on? Other than that, I don't think 8 million Jews should be fucking displaced from a place they were born.
Man, it hurts my heart every time I hear him say that. It's just so ignoring the Palestinian plight. We agree. Israel shouldn't have to be displaced. But what do you think they're doing to Palestinians? Like, that's so cruel. Can you imagine you're a Palestinian and you're hearing that and you're like, what do you think we've been crying about for 100 years, bro? You're trying to displace our people and you keep blaming us for, quote, not getting along with you. And then they go, well, we're just going to take over anyways. It's painful. It's so painful. And I'm just looking at Ethan like this. Honestly, I thought about unsubscribing. I did. Every time he says that, my brain is like, maybe because I just read my book and I'm watching, like, obviously I've been watching this video, but it's like one of those things where, look, and everyone's always had conflict, but something about the Middle East makes people think like, they're always in conflict, so fuck them. Look, people are worried. People don't know if they're going to have a house tomorrow or water tomorrow or a life tomorrow. And whether you're Israeli or Palestinian, you both have your own individual fears that are unique to you guys. And you also have your own individual propaganda, your own individual stories, your own individual hate, your own individual issues. And all of you need therapy. God knows the whole world needs therapy. Okay? But it's one of those things where genuinely, like, I don't think he understands that when he says this, he's centralizing the Israeli struggle against the Palestinians. So when he says, I'm pro-Palestinian, like I'm pro-Palestinian, this isn't being pro-Palestinian. This whole stream is about Jews, Israel, anti-Semitism. None of it is about Palestinians. None of it. Now, for healing to happen, we have to really understand the issue the Palestinians are in, so healing can occur. But what is happening to them is unjustified, in my opinion. It's just unjustified, okay? It's unjustified. It's just so bad. Everything that happened on October 7th, so horrible. Now times that by 100 years of history. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It's happening right now. So again, for him to stand on this like high horse, it's his prerogative. He can do what he wants. I just think this is why people are, one, not calling him a progressive, and two, say he's not really pro-Palestine. You know, in that sense, like he's not understanding it. Now, politically, look, if you're an American, You have to side with your allies. That's what politics is. That's why politics isn't about what's true. It's about the deals you make. That's why the Palestinians got fucked over in all the deals that were made. This is a political issue, but it's a humanitarian issue. I come from a humanitarian perspective, but I understand from a political one. You always protect the country that protects your family. That's why Palestinians were integrating themselves and using Hamas as their elected group, because they just wanted the original regime out because they felt neglected. It's not that they're all pro-Hamas. They just wanted to change in the same way that we all feel with this Kamala versus Trump thing. We're like, Jesus, I just want to change. People aren't understanding, like, they have the same struggles everybody has. No one's happy with their leaders. But we pick the one that might give us the change and might give us something new in our lives. Might make us feel like we're not struggling to feed our kids and pay our medical bills. At least from my understanding of the book written by the Palestinian American that I just read. And if I take it at face value, that makes a lot of sense. And then Israel is pro-Israel and they want to protect Israelis. And why wouldn't they? They're Israeli. We all want to protect our own people. And that's why politics is so ugly. Because often the way men decide to protect people is by conquering, genociding, and decimating a side. Pretty interesting as a human, like as an observation, humans as a species, you know? Abby says, what would you do if you could change or actually do something about the whole conflict? I mean, what does that even mean? You know, like, it's a great question. I like how you, like, okay, Abby, I love you. I know you're being authentic. Jonah, you sound like a little bitch. Jonah's like, yeah, hey, lady, how do we fix it? You sound like a little bitch. If you're not being, my bad. But you sound like a little bitch because you're saying something that, I'm saying there is no answer. My platform has been very clear. Oh, it's the bad man's fault. I knew it, Jonah. I knew you were a little bitch. Block. You're asking a YouTuber what you would do differently. I don't know. But I wouldn't be killing people. Start there. No more killing. That's my biggest request. I wish the world would stop killing everybody. Start there. But we can't. We just love it so much. Stop killing anybody outside the womb. I'm going to be specific. Unless they consent to it in a reasonable manner. Okay? Because I believe in assisted suicide. So again, I want people to have the realization that, like, you are on a planet in middle of, like, this, like, floating ecosystem in space, girl. Asking a YouTuber what to do about a huge conflict, I don't even know what the point of that is. But if I could ask the world to do one thing, it'd be stop killing each other. But that's not going to happen. Right? So I don't ask the world to do anything. It's not my job to ask the world to be different than it is. It is my job to live in the world as it is and to do my best with that. And I know people will say I sound crazy. Oh my God, you're crazy. You can't ask people to stop killing each other. I know. So how do you expect me to ask for anything else? Chad says, so what's the point of this discussion then? To help people make it through, to keep people from going crazy, to keep people from hurting themselves, to make people feel calm in chaos, to remind you that you can be kind even when people are being cruel, to remind people that just because the world is being awful doesn't mean you have to be awful back. Okay?
Other than that fucking singular fact, what makes me the bad guy in your story?
Where this is going.
And you're not.
Ethan just said, what makes me the bad guy in your story?
Where this is going.
On your Nazi tier list. Actually Nazi. S tier race. Fuck me, dude. S tier race is Arab. Imagine Jews doing this. S tier Jews. Imagine white people doing this. S tier white people. White people are S fucking tier. You know what I mean? And then at the bottom, you're like, you know, at the bottom is like, you know, cornbread.
Okay, first of all, cornbread is really fucking good. Okay?
You know? Oh, we didn't say it's not racist. We just don't like cornbread. Are you?
Wait, which group has cornbread? The South? I think of cornbread and I think of the South. Doesn't it? Who has cornbread?
Fucking, are we dumb? These people are bigots, being greenlit by bigots, being straight up endorsed by Twitch, who, by the way, and I thank them for sitting right in front of imagine they're doing this right in front of the sponsors too. Chevron, who, once again, let's get real. Y'all are crying about hummus and Habibi. Who do you think does more damage? Chevron? And you're on it.
Yo, my Discord just fucking slayed, bro. My Discord says, I believe you live in the world you create. Ethan's career has been riddled with him spreading misinformation and canceling people, and now it's happening to him tenfold. His own misinformation is now causing his own suffering. Girl, karma is not you do good, you get good, you do bad, you get bad. It's your life reflected back to you. I'm gonna sneeze. So true. Ethan has literally spent the last 10 years misconstruing people's points, spreading misinformation. And sometimes it's funny. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's not like it hasn't been funny, but it's been like a lot of like just very quick, you know what I mean? And it is what it is, but it's not because he deserves it. Nobody deserves anything. It's just he's built this life for himself. And now he's wondering, like, why the fuck am I the bad guy? Well, first of all, we're always the villain in someone's story. Okay. No matter what. We are the villain in someone's story. And just wait, I'm going to go over Luffy in a second. Trust me when I say this, Luffy is the villain in people's stories. All of us are the villains in someone's story. Okay? And so as much as we love this person, that doesn't mean there aren't people who see them as like the guy who destroyed their town, or the guy who destroyed their restaurant, or the guy who ate and never paid. Luffy. Okay? So the point is Ethan's like, what the fuck? How am I the bad guy? The fact that you haven't figured out why is kind of funny. Like, I know why I'm the bad guy in people's stories. The more and more I spend time on the internet, I was like, oh, I see why I'm the bad guy in your story. That makes a lot of sense. I'm not a bad guy in my story, but, you know, it is what it is. My parents literally think the left is like destroying this country, and like they go, Betsy, the whole reason I came from Iraq to America was to give you a better life, and now you're going to throw it all away by voting Harris? And I just sat there and I was like, yeah, I get it. I get why that you feel that way. I feel the same way about you voting Trump. I guess we'll see what happens. Fingers crossed. They raised me. My parents are the ones who raised me. Of course, they'll claim my leftist perspective is because I've been indoctrinated by the homosexuals and my 2 years of public school. And Will and Grace, of course. You know?
It's a fucking Amazon-owned platform. Like, get fucking real, dude. Holy shit. I saw a clip of Frogan sipping like a Honest Tea, which is owned by Pepsi, which is like one of the main BDS films. It's like these people have zero conviction. They don't fucking care about anything.
Ooh, do you think Ethan's a Zionist? That's a great question. I think Zionist is like the word terrorist. I'm going to be real with you. And the word colonizer, I don't think they mean anything until they mean something. It's also like the word Nazi. I don't think they mean anything until they mean something. Do I think Ethan is, I mean, all words don't mean anything unless you put value on them, right? So do I think Ethan is a Zionist? I'm very big on definitions in these kinds of conversations because it's a categorization question. I would say Ethan, I'm not sure if Ethan's inner thoughts are Zionistic. I would have to like get into his brain, but I would say based off what he's saying out loud, that he's more Zionist than not Zionist. But he might not be a real Zionist, like on a spectrum. You know how there's like real Zionists or like really crazy Zionists? He's not that, but he is more Zionist than not Zionist. And so I don't know. It's hard to say because I don't know what's happening in his brain. But for him to say that 8 million Jews shouldn't be displaced, if he's saying that 8 million Jews shouldn't be taken out of Israel and therefore Israel has the right to take over Palestine, at the end of the day, like Israel must stand and Israel must be in charge and Israel must do what they're doing, then I would say Zionism, right? Something like that, you know, like it depends on why he thinks he's doing what he's doing. Yeah, like, ooh, like there's cultural Christians, right? Like, you know how there's like cultural Christians? I can't tell, like, are you a Christian Are you going to uphold homophobia because you're raised Christian, even though you're not, quote, homophobic, even though you are if you uphold it? Or are you something like, I don't know exactly what's going on in his head. Like, I don't know, but I don't think he's pro-Palestine enough for me to believe he understands what's happening there is truly as bad as it is. Like, when we look back on history, this will be a regret. I do think that. I really do think in 100 years when we look back on this, our grandchildren are going to be very embarrassed and very like, oh my God. Like, I can't believe we did that. It's going to be one of those moments. I do think so. Yeah.
They're bigots. And that's basically the normalized culture that we'll see online today. And that's what I'm getting sick of. This shit is normalized. So much so it's on, you know what I mean? S tier race. Let me also say this for the record. I disavow Asmongold and his community. You guys, I don't fucking agree with you guys. I don't think Arabs are
okay. Neither does like Asmon, right? He was just saying he apologized.
Inferior, okay? I don't think that Arabs are.
Okay, guys in my chat who are like, Brittany, he's a Zionist. What are you saying? If you've been here for the last 5 hours and not figured out that I'm very like specific about definitions and categories, with peace and love, I'm doing a lot of emotional labor right now. If you need me to only make you feel good about your definitions, I can't do that. I cannot say he's a Zionist. I don't know what that means in the context of this bubble. It's very specific. Okay? I've seen a spectrum of Zionism that some of it is violent and some of it isn't. And so I don't know if he's literally a Zionist in his own head. In the same way that a Nazi has to be a very specific person. You can't just be a Nazi. You have to have a belief system around it. I don't know if Ethan has the belief system. And I think someone in chat said it the best. He might not think like a Zionist, but he defends the policies that defend Zionism, which I think is valid. Okay. You can, Ingrid, you can let Nor stay. You can let Nor stay. Okay. We already talked about Zionism different in the chat. We already looked up definitions last chat or a few streams ago. We've already gone over all of this. If you come into my bubble here and you expect me to hardcore read minds, I'm not going to do that. Okay? I'm not going to hardcore read minds about anything. Okay? That's it. If you're going to be grumpy about it, you need to go meditate or go to therapy. Okay? Chez says, do you think people who want a two-state solution are Zionists? I don't know what that means. This is a philosophy channel. I have no idea what you're asking me. I don't know what you're asking me, right?
Are anything bad at all, or Muslims, okay? It's not like that. So fuck off, you guys, okay? This is not, I don't want this to get hijacked by a bunch of fucking right-wing fascists. Okay? Thank you. So fuck you guys too. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that. Dumbasses.
Okay.
Although it is worth mentioning how fast Asmongold's retribution was. That motherfucker got a ban the same day. And what? It's been now like an entire week that nothing's happened to Frogan. And you'll see the shit that she gets into is even crazier. Nothing's happened to any of these people. Actually, the only thing that's happened so far in this timeline is that they unbanned the Houthi fucking terrorist kid.
Who has not been proven to be a Houthi or a terrorist. Which I proved earlier in this stream.
I'm not giving audience input. They're like, you know, fuck what you guys have to say.
Dude, where's the, you guys are missing a category for Zionist.
See, she even said you're missing the category for Zionist. So Sombra doesn't mean Zionist, yes? Let's rewind it.
Dude, where's the, you guys are missing a category for Zionist.
Yeah. So that kind of just proves that Ethan was wrong all along. That if Sombra meant Jew or Zionist, they wouldn't have needed an extra category for Zionist. Right? Didn't they just prove his point? Or didn't he just prove them innocent? What?
It's not about race, actually. It's not about ideology or race. It's just about hummus and Habibi.
I think he's missing the joke. This is what I'm getting tired. This is what happens when idiots are famous on the internet. He's so stupid. Oh my God. It's like trying to explain to him. So in order to get this joke, you have to understand like race Olympics and oppression in America. You have to understand the N-word. You have to understand the categories of like, you have to understand enough to get the joke. This is so annoying. Okay.
Where's the category for Zionists, you guys?
Okay, you're doing it again. Chat says, but if this isn't a race tier, then why would it have to be Zionist tier? Zionism doesn't mean Jew. You can be a Zionist that isn't a Jew. I just learned that actually on stream last week. Thank you guys. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist. So it's not about race. If you associate the word Zionist with Jew, like that's not technically true, I guess, in certain bubbles. Zionism is a belief in Israel having a place, right? Or Jews having a place, a right to the land or whatever. So Ethan is saying Zionism in this bubble equal Jew. Ethan is making that claim, but that is not the claim that's being used. Zionism, some people who are racist will use Zionism to mean Jew. But the people who are politically talking, they're just saying Zionist equal Zionist.
All right.
Joke in my
Stand up.
Once again, I'm a Zionist because I don't want to displace 8 million people that were born there. Nice.
Some people say that Zionism could be. My Discord says History Channel's website gives the definition of Zionism. Simply put, Zionism is a movement to recreate a Jewish presence in Israel. The name comes from the word Zion, which is the Hebrew term that refers to refers to Jerusalem. Sure, but that still could be political, even though it's. I think it depends on the bubble. This is so bubbled. It really depends on the bubble you're in, right? Okay, chat keeps bringing up Native Americans in America. Like, what should we do? We've genocided and stolen from native lands. And we've talked about, like, should we give natives back their land? I'll be real with you. If humanity was healed, we would all just live on the land we're on. We would live together. We wouldn't have to move people. The fact that we have to move people is because we're unhealed. We will be unhealed forever, by the way. But like giving people back their land is just saying we haven't healed from our trauma as a humanity. We're still separating ourselves. As long as we keep separating ourselves, we will be separated, which is all of humanity, by the way. And you'll give birth to new babies, and the new babies will make that separation. You can do whatever you want. If you think that's a solution, I think the solution is that we have a right to the land. We exist here, no matter where you're born or who you are. I would argue that movement between borders should be easier. I would even argue that borders should be there, but almost invisible. Like, again, for the record, Palestine doesn't have land to give back. They're just occupying it. They're just there. They live there, right? Like, natives genocide. They got genocided by America, and now we're the result of that genocide. Okay, they're not currently we're not currently in that conflict. Palestine is happening right now. It's happening right now. They're there, and there are people who have had to go from home to home. They're right there. It's happening. Okay, so in the present moment, we need to be able to stop, but the violence is a part of that political movement. Politics is forcing a lot of this violence because it is about conquering land and taking over places. Right? So again, like with peace and love, as much as we're having these conversations where we think we know what to do, if separation and segregation is your answer, like, sure, but that's what they've been doing. That's what we're always like, that's not a solution in my mind. You know, we are all born on this land. We are born free. And it's only because of the constructs that we have to live under tyranny of misogyny or racism or homophobia or any of it. So I can't even get two YouTubers to get along. You think humanity's going to do it as a whole? They're not. Now what do you do knowing that humanity will never get along? How do you live your life? Because you can live it well. You can live it very well. And you can still be an activist. You can still make moves. You can still encourage people to vote. You can still raise money. You can do a lot of things, right? Right? You can do a lot of things. But it's not going to change. It never has. And we are in another cycle of life. It is getting better, but the change isn't fast enough for the micro. So you have to have the relationship, right? You have to have the relationship. That's what my work is about. I'm not interested in being your little political YouTuber. I'm not a political YouTuber. Okay? That's not what I'm doing here. And yes, shout out to the chat. Says, sorry to be that person, but natives are suffering right now. Their communities are being ravished by drugs, police brutality, sexual exploitation, and food scarcity. But I get what you're saying. And obviously that's true too. Native communities are suffering. You know? They are. They are suffering. Everybody is suffering.
Nice.
Oh.
Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah.
It has to be.
That's easy. That's
Definitely Love Sabra.
Obviously, love Sabra.
All right, so there he
Are we
goes.
being messy?
Are we being messy? Again, she knows what she's doing is fucking
Yeah, she's making a political statement, bro. It's not a racist statement. It's a political statement.
insane, right? Are we being messy?
I'm sorry. Didn't Ethan host an event like this and Tana got super drunk and weird? He's acting like he's never hosted an event with very sketchy people who do very sketchy things. Just a reminder that Ethan, this last year, and that's the thing with streamers, you know what I mean? They're just messy people. They're stupid, uneducated, messy people, and you guys are looking to them for answers. They're just entertainers. Hassan is just an entertainer. I'm just an entertainer. Ethan's just an entertainer. We have opinions about our own personal beliefs, right? And that's important. But you have to remember that you're just watching a person. Like you're watching your neighbor, basically, be on stream. Okay, none of us are like super extra educated. Yeah, Hassan is a political streamer and an entertainer. If you watch his interviews if you watch his interviews, he always says, to be clear, I am an entertainer. And that's very important because political streamers are, at the end of the day, entertainers. Okay?
No, you're being racist. Well, I guess you are being messy. You're also being racist and a total bigot. So anyway, shout out to Capcom, Chevron, and Samsung, who are proudly displayed on the back.
Oh, is he going to go after them too?
Of this panel, in which Arab to Israeli hummus brand, I perceive as Zionist or Jew basically. Arab to Jew tier list being enjoyed here in front of Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung, proudly sponsored in collaboration with Twitch. Fucking awesome. I can't get sponsors apparently. These dudes are doing Nazi fucking level race real.
Nazi level. This is Nazi level. Nazi level. Nazis. Nazi level?
Race supremacy tier lists. This world is fucking backwards, dude.
Yes.
You put him as number. Yeah,
I'm
our
so
third
scared.
choice.
Honestly,
Dude, Capri's gonna have anxiety about this for the rest of his fucking life at this
Dude,
point.
I see these faces and I'm scared.
Yeah. I'm like
By
going,
the way, people say, oh, they put other non-Jews in the bottom category. They put like Sneeko down there. They're like, yeah, they're calling him a Zionist. They don't fucking like him either. They're using that as an insult, that you're Jewish or you're Zionist. Doesn't matter that Sneeko's now a convert to Islam or anything, whoever. Yeah, they're using it as an insult. There's a reason I went first.
Oh my God. So true. Wait, where's that comment? He's giving white suburban mom upset. Bro, he literally, he so is. I'm like, would you relax, grandma?
And there's a reason, by the way.
Oh, and by the way, there is a Jewish person on stage, right? Is Dems, the person on stage, was also in the category? Oh, that's okay. That's funny. Wait, who's Jewish? Isn't it Israeli, a Muslim? Isn't their panel like a literally diverse? Right? Isn't their panel literally diverse?
Let me
Oh, Dems is a girl? Okay, okay. I don't know who the other people are.
move on. So that panel pissed me the fuck off.
Okay, wait. Chat says not him acting like it's normal to be a Zionist. I mean, isn't it? Isn't it? You know what I mean? Isn't it? I think it is. I think it might be. Right? Like in the Jewish bubble? Isn't it kinda? Or like in the Israeli bubble? I thought it was. I thought it was pretty normal. Right? Don't they kind of fucking, you know what I mean? It is normal. We have Israel. I mean, I think it is kind of considered normal. Right?
And I could see nothing was happening. So much, actually, that Frogan and Denims and all the people on stage, they went live and started laughing about it. You know, the Sabra comparison, by the way, goes pretty deep. So,
Oh my God, stop. I'm sorry, chat. That's so funny. Chat says, what a dumb panel, though. Like, what the fuck was Twitch thinking? It's a gaming platform. Gamers are the best at slurs and racism. What are you talking about? Okay, if one more person asked me to define Zionism, I might die. Like, we have talked about it so many times during this stream, but also, oh my God, like, obsessed. Obsessed, bro. But literally, like, gamers are the best at racism. I don't even know what they were saying here. Oh, it's your first time here? Okay, we've already gone over this. I'm not doing it again. But also, just Google it. That's the definition. If you Google Zionism, that's the definition, okay? The question is, are you okay with it? The people on stage are just chatting streamers. I think they're like political chatting streamers. I don't know, though. I don't know.
so it's an Israeli company. It's on the divestment list. So the one thing Sabra is known for, and you can see memes about all over the internet, is that they basically support.
Oh, actually, wait. Chat says Ethan's problem is that his overuse of hyperbole for the sake of entertainment. That's every streamer's problem. It's my problem. The times I get clipped are when I'm being hyperbolic. I'm being like extra facetious. Like I'm trying to be so fucking sarcastic, and I get clipped for those moments. The moments I make like an edgy joke, that's when I get clipped, right? That is the problem with all streamers. Genuinely, I always think, because it's hard. Like you're in the moment, it's funny. You've got like people in chat. You're like, oh my God. And you're just like, I'm going to make this joke. And then you remember like, holy shit, you're on the internet. And like people can see you. And they're like, oh. But it's also kind of funny. So it's like one of those things where it's hard because being hyperbolic is so fun. But when you're being serious and you're having like a serious discussion about racism, you can't just go around calling everything like Nazism. You know what I mean? Like this is, I feel like, okay, if we're being serious, we need to have serious voices. If we're not being serious, then we can have fun. Like if he went on, he's like, man, this guy's a Nazi. I'd be like, oh my God, Nazi. Like it'd be funny. But if he's being serious, he's like, this man is a Nazi. I'm like, whoa. You calling the guy who runs Twitch a Nazi? That's kind of a big deal. Is that slander? Can he get sued for that? Like that feels like a big deal. Right? Like, doesn't that feel like kind of a big deal?
Israel, and so they're being boycotted, right? But that's what people think of it as. It's an Israeli company. It supports Israel. It's a very popular brand in Israel. I don't know if you know that. It's in everyone's fridge there. Sabra literally means, look up Sabra. It literally means.
Yeah, but I didn't know that. Nobody knew that. Nobody knew that. He probably knows it because he's Jewish. Did any of you guys know that about Sabra? I never knew that. Does anybody know that who isn't Jewish? Because I did not know that about Sabra.
It's a Jew born in Israel. Literally. The one time that's actually the best usage. It actually means a Jew born in Israel. That's the F tier. Also, this focus on... listen, I'm not trying to defend Sabra, but can you even think of one other brand of hummus that's like regular in grocery stores? I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus.
Sure.
You know, it's what's there.
True.
Also, it plays.
And the packaging is really good. It's like really stands out and it makes you want to buy it. The packaging is really good. That's what got me. I started eating it forever ago because of the packaging, but then I stopped eating it because I thought they were going too crazy with the flavors. I'm a simple girl. Keep it simple, girl. Like all the different flavors. I was like, Sabra, we're doing too much, bro. Chaz says this is like when right-wingers lost their mind over Waltz's white people taco joke. That's a problem. That's the problem. I can't sit in a room with somebody who's genuinely upset that I said like the caucasity of it all. I'm Caucasian. But because I'm also like Assyrian, they're like, okay, but like, do you mean like you're anti? Okay. I'm losing my voice over here. We haven't even gotten to the best part of the stream. We got to finish this up. We got to finish this up, bro. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to stop. We should go back to the stream.
Into this trope that's fucking extraordinarily racist and bigoted that Israelis steal food. People say, I see it all the time, the sentiment like, oh, Israelis eating hummus and falafel and shawarma, like stealing fucking people's food. Who do you think is making the food in Israel? Who do you think is in there cooking that food? It's the same people making it for you, fuckers. 60% of the people in Israel are from the Middle East, who are banished from their country. How many Jews are there in Yemen and Egypt?
I feel like this is so disconnected from the struggle. Okay, hey, Israelis, if you feel so passionate about this, why the fuck are you fucking over the Palestinians? Why the fuck are you fucking each other over? What's wrong with you? Get your shit together. What are you guys talking about? You're right. We're all cousins. Why the fuck aren't we getting along? Because at the end of the day, Israel has a purpose for the land. They have a goal for the land that doesn't involve neighbors. Because they're playing the politics game. Because they're playing the politics game. Israel wants to be a contender in the world, and Palestine couldn't be politically. Palestine needs a bigger power to protect them the way Israel is protected by the US. And nobody wants to touch Palestine. Not because of the Palestinians, but because touching Palestine does mean going up against the US. And though they've had some support, and I know they have, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. The US is the superpower, and it's got a big boot on everybody's neck. And I know this, I'm an American. I know not to give up my US passport. I know what that means in the world. I understand the currency of it in the world. And I'm willing to pay double tax to keep it. Isn't that crazy? Because US will tax you no matter where I go in the world, girl. America gonna find me. And it's a political game. It's very powerful to have the US passport because the world is built with some of the most destructive constructs. Chat says, you mean touching Israel is going up against the US? I mean, they are a huge ally of ours, you know? So at the end of the day, you know, you should really see how they make cashews. It's really ruined my love for cashew butter. I might still buy it, but I feel really bad about it. Everything we do is connected. Our water, making AI, everything we do is like sucking out a little bit from the planet. And then we're going to die. So you don't enjoy your life, girl. Enjoy your life. And it's all, guys, this construct is built off a lack of a relationship with the land. And it's built off of what our species brain made the decision to do that made sense to it. I can't even fault people for being people. It's literally just how they are. Not everyone's having the same relationship with stuff. If Ethan can't have the same relationship with things Hassan is, and Hassan can't have the same relationship I'm having, and you can't have the same relationship I'm having, and then we're all supposed to live together, it's going to create a lot of issues. Right? And so I think what I want to remind my audience of is like, girl, you got to make the best, you got to do the best you can, and then you got to die with dignity. Because like, what we got? Like 70 more years, and that's it? Maybe a good 70. Some people have less. I think it's 32 Gazans or 32 Palestinians die every hour. That would be a crazy statistic. Basically anywhere else.
In Syria, in Iran,
Okay, Jamie, I'm probably going to block you. You said this whole everything is a construct talk is so pointless. Things have meaning because we give it meaning. Yes, you have to accept that. Wait, you just made my point for me, Jamie. What are you talking about? You just made my point for me. Stop giving it meaning. That's what I'm saying. Stop giving the construct meaning. Stop giving your Zionism meaning. Stop giving your racism meaning. Stop giving your homophobia meaning. Bro, you literally just agreed with me. Stop giving it meaning. It's a choice. A choice you can only make when invoking free will, which most people aren't doing. Most people aren't invoking free will. You have no idea what you're doing. You're just doing it. Stop giving your bullshit meaning. Ethan, stop giving your paranoia meaning. You built the construct. This is something you're making up in your head. It's not happening the way you think it's happening. Chad says, I don't believe in free will, but that's for another day. Girl, we don't believe in free will either. But what we do believe in is layers of relationship with what we call free will. Because who knows what free will is when we're a biological little, animal on a planet? Who knows? But that idea, that relationship you're having with giving meaning to things, that's the construct. Stop giving it meaning. Jamie, you get to stay just because you proved my point for me. Thanks for trying to be sassy in the chat though, bitch. Just like your mom last night. Sassy little bitch is she. Sassy little bitch.
How many Jews are in those countries? 0. Why is that? They're all fucking kicked out and forced in Israel, where they make hummus and shawarma and falafel.
So Ethan's argument is all the Jews were kicked out of everywhere else and had to make a safe space in Israel. Yeah, it sucks being targeted and genocided. I think it is a horrible experience that Jews have felt no matter where they've been in the world for many, many years. It's really bad when it happens to Jews, when it happens to Palestinians, when it happens to Native Americans. Genocide bad, very brave take. The issue we're seeing is for some reason Israel thinks they can genocide Palestine because they were genocided. Not good. Not good. Not good. Okay? You're making your own trail of tears and you're going to justify it because, the natives fell for it. Palestinians really done fall for it. If you read that book I just finished this weekend about the 100 Years War, Palestinians believed that people were going to advocate for them, and then bad people advocated on their behalf and just got them the worst deals possible. And I'm just sitting here like, man, Palestinians too good, bro. They're too good, bro. They literally thought people would be out here on their side. And they just get fucked over in these political conversations because politics is dirty, bro. Crazy.
Sorry.
Yes, Rashad Khalidi. Yeah, I read his book.
It's just bigotry. It's racism, and it's tolerated. It's mainstream tolerated by the left because Israel's a Nazi state. Apparently.
True. Chat says Ethan agrees with this, but then other chat says Ethan may agree with this, but that's not what he's communicating. Exactly. Ethan isn't communicating that. That's the problem we're having. Because if he understood it, then he would understand where Frogan and everybody's coming from. Whether or not you think it's justified, they're not calling for what you think they're calling for. They're just reacting out of trauma and pain, but they're not calling for they're not extreme the way you think they're extreme. The real extremists aren't these people. These people are not the real extremists. Extremists are like suicide bombers, guys. Okay? Kamikaze pilots. That's extremism. This is not the extremists. This isn't. Your little edgy, gamer boy on the internet is not a Nazi. He might be a white supremacist, or he might be racist, but he's not the Nazi you're afraid of. Okay? These aren't the extremists you should be afraid of.
By the way, they're running the defense on this clip so hard. But here's a part from earlier in the panel, or later in the panel, rather, where they kind of say a little too much.
I don't know.
I think he thinks it's a slur or ask for permission.
Ask permission. I feel like
I don't mean it in a bad way, but I feel like he just likes Sabra.
Yeah.
I feel like
So she's saying, we don't mean like Sabra. In Jinxie's case, we don't actually hate him. We just think he actually likes Sabra. These other people, they're just fucking Jews. Or we like to call them Zionists or whatever as the insult. There's so much stacking up.
Permission? I don't know.
I think
he
he'd
thinks
ask
it's a
permission.
slur or ask for permission.
Ask
yeah.
permission. I feel like
I don't mean it in a bad way, but I feel like he just likes Sabra.
Yeah.
Like I feel like he goes to the store. He's like, oh,
Honestly, that's based.
We need to put it in Love Sabra.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know the
yeah,
other
yeah.
people are in there derogatory, but he's in there just like.
We're in there derogatory. Right.
Neutral.
Yeah, Jinxie loves Sabra, not derogatory.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Mike.
He's like, no, I really fuck with Sabra. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why we put you on the Sabra category. Sabra's.
So, you know, the people they put here too is like Sneeko, Asmongold, and I don't know some of these other people, but like, what the fuck did I do exactly again?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out. Ethan, it's so funny. What did I do exactly? He's so funny, bro. So Ethan shares stuff on his Instagram. I think that's kind of like where he is social. He's not on Twitter anymore, but he's on Instagram posting a lot. Yeah. It's interesting. Ethan does this thing that okay, so hold on. Where did I put it? Here. Okay. So Ethan does this thing where he'll get mad at Hassan for suggesting he talks to Sam Cedar to help him kind of understand stuff better. And he's like, what the fuck does that mean? You think if I talk to a Jew, I'm just going to agree with you? But then Ethan will do a thing where he's like, go talk to your Jewish friends, guys, that they'll agree with me. So then Ethan will post this thing on like Instagram where he say, many Jewish friends and family have reached out to thank me for the show today. I want to thank them for their kind words. I encourage you guys to please go check in on your Jewish friends. I think you will be surprised by the amount of anxiety, fear, and isolation they are experiencing, and generally happy that that you asked. And then someone replied and said, many Jewish friends have reached out to me to share their disgust today and agree that Ethan Klein is a giant man baby with zero ability to reflect inward. Look, when October 7th happened, I reached out to everyone I knew adjacent to the region. That's what I did. And everyone cried in different ways. And people were pretty heated when it first happened. And I was really, really supportive. I still am. I'm very supportive of people's inner workings and feelings. Okay? And again, I always look at things in two ways, humanitarianly and politically. And these are two different opinions that I hold constantly. What does my humanity say? What does my political brain say? Because politics is about winning. If you want to win a game, that's different. It has nothing to do with morals, okay? This illusion that politics is about morals, if that was true, we'd have no slavery because of the legal system. We'd have no sex trafficking. Well, sex trafficking is legalized in different ways. We'd have no adoption in the way that it's done. How about that? We'd have nothing that's going on right now in terms of abortion rights. We'd have no reason to discuss like homosexuality or transphobia. If politics was about morals, we wouldn't be having to fight for our civil rights. We would be born free. But politics is the reason you are trapped. Because they have convinced you through political means that because you are other, this is how we have to do things, okay? So I'm not a big fan of the politics argument, but if you want to win a political game, I'm pretty good at the game Risk, okay? That's a joke. I hate Risk. So from the humanitarian perspective, of course, I reached out to everybody I knew, and everybody I knew was very sad, and there were lots of tears and lots of maybe not the greatest things being said about people because they were upset. But you have to realize once people calm down, you can see the humanity in other, you're just worried for your family. People in Israel do have a lot of anxiety. They are very scared. And once again, I ask this question I'm just confused. But every time I hear a story about a Palestinian, they've moved 4 or 5 times because their houses have been taken. I don't hear this story from Israelis, so maybe it's different. Even in the Middle East and Iraq, my family home is still ours. I can go back to my family home. It's not always safe in the region, but like my family home is still in my family. For Palestinians, they don't get that. They don't get to go back to their family homes. And I think that that's just a reality that we have to accept is happening. And it's happening in the name of what? Protecting Israel? Or what's it happen? I don't understand what you're doing except some political game at the expense of Palestinians, which when you play politics, it's always at the expense of somebody. Which is why I would never like work for the US government or work for government entities, or I'd be very cautious about what people do in relation to the government, right? It's why I'd never date a cop. It's why I wouldn't date necessarily, I wouldn't marry a military soldier at this point in my life. Like, it's very difficult to engage in you legally have to do things that your job requires of you that I think will probably be unethical. Right? So there are some things here that I think is just like missing out of the context, right? Okay. Now, so Ethan will say, like, what did I do? I'm glad Ethan's finding support, but at the same time, like, the fact that he doesn't understand the context of this. So, okay, are we good on that? Are we good on the hummus joke? Do we all understand the hummus joke? We like good on that? Okay. It's just like, if you want to be offended by it, you can be offended by it. I don't think it's secretly coded to be racist. I think it's just a punching up joke that minorities make on the majority. Like, Israel is not, it's just not the underdog in this story. Okay, it's just not. So, okay, we're done there. Yes, can we move on? I would love to talk about Luffy and why he's not a freedom fighter, but he's still lovable. Okay. Chad says, do you agree that people eventually have to accept the reality that they exist in to try to move forward? For example, if you start wars and lose wars over and over again, what should you do? I'm not sure about the war comment you're making, but I think it's better for people to understand that reality is more than you perceive it to be, and it is what you perceive it to be at the same time, that we are only aware of what we perceive, and that's very limited, that we're not as educated as we think we are, that there are things happening all over the world right now that we could even start to fathom, that we really are just like living in our bubbles, and all of us have our own perceptions, including Palestinians, including Israelis. Like, everybody has their own perception, right? And so I think when we have these conversations, I would recommend that individuals accept that they don't know as much as they think they do, and that there's so much joy to be had in life if you just move a little bit differently in it. But I think if you're like me, it can get, like, in the past, it would get very, very difficult to not feel overwhelmed with all of it. But the truth is like, the planet isn't always in chaos. There are parts of the planet that are at peace. It's just in moments, and we're always looking for those moments, right? And you can be peaceful even in chaos. There's a lot of philosophy that goes into this, right? I think when I hear you ask that question, my concern is that people will hear, do you agree that people eventually have to accept the reality? People don't accept reality. That's why we believe in gods. People don't accept reality. That's why people are racist. We don't accept realities. That's why we make constructs. Humans do anything but accept what's real. We tell ourselves stories instead to make ourselves feel better and to build realities around us. People rarely accept reality for what it is. And so I'm not sure asking that of people is even fair, right? Super chat, thank you so much from The Lost, says, as a 30-year-old gay man who grew up in America, let's go, who went through Don't Ask, Don't Tell, I said, worst things about America, I feel for Frogan. Let's go. True. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it so much. And same, like, I know enough military people who came out of that feeling very betrayed by the American government in a lot of ways. And gay people right now are trying to get their, honorable discharge happen from Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Like, ultimately, military soldiers are some of the people who want to talk the most shit because they've been neglected by the government and by this government. And like, it's not perfect. It's not like America's the worst place that's ever existed, right? If you're not happy there, you should definitely leave. But America's not the worst place ever. Nowhere's the worst place ever. Like, the reality is that nowhere on the planet is the worst place ever. It just might be worst for you. And it's a you thing. See how it's about you? Nowhere's the worst place ever. Like, nowhere, everywhere has its problems. That's what I think. It's what I've always thought. Everywhere I've gone, people are still people, no matter how well informed they think they are. Okay. Now, why would Israel not being the underdog matter for Jews in America being discriminated against Americans? I don't know how to answer that question. It feels like too many spoons. I'm not going to do it, but it feels weird that you don't know how much America has favored Jews more so. Like like Muslims or Jews, who's more discriminated against in America? Okay, if we had a Jewish president or a Muslim president, who do you think would have a harder time getting elected? When a Jew gets on a plane versus a Muslim in a hijab, who gets looked at funny more? I'm just saying. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. I need to take a wee break, and then I come back and I explain Luffy to you and who Sneeko is in the story because y'all, I was snorting milk thinking about it today. I need a snack. Give me 5 whole minutes to grab a snack, and I'll come back and I'll explain that, and then we'll call it a day. Okay? Give me a second. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Holy fucking shit! Holy shit! Bryson is a terrible mod. Bryson is a terrible mod. Bryson is my favorite. Stop it. Gifted 50 Brittany memberships. Bryson, you made me money today. Stop. That's so funny. Stop. That's so funny. Let's go. Let's go. That's crazy, bro. Shout out to Bryson, my mod Bryson, who made me some money today from a hater, bro. Appreciate the haters. Haters really do make you rich, bro. Never get it twisted. Haters really do make you rich, bro. A hater love to see you succeed so they can hate on you. Shout out, shout out, shout out. That's beautiful, bro. Okay, that's beautiful. Mods, if you're going to stick around for my 5-minute break, can you please just like keep the chat taken care of? I'll try to watch it from my phone. I don't want any sussy business happening in the chat, okay? Thanks. Appreciate you guys. Well, that's crazy. It's still going, bro. That was crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Thank you guys. It really does support the content. Go check out my Love is Blind series I got for members. I'm going to finish it out this week, hopefully. Fingers crossed. And then I'll be up to date and we can watch Love is Blind content. I'm so excited. I've really stayed away from like 99.9% of spoilers. I'm stoked about it. All right. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, I'm gonna eat my snack before we get into the next section. I'm sorry. I really gotta do it. Okay, I've got to do it. I've got to eat the snack and then we'll get into it. I gotta put up all my things I need. So I need. Da-na-na. I forgot to put my honey on this. It'd be so much better with honey. Damn it, I gotta go get honey. It's so much better with honey. Hold on, I gotta go get honey. Otherwise, I'm just gonna die. I'll be right back. When I come back, we can talk more if we want before we get into it. But I've got to eat this snack. Okay. Scorpio says member for 3 months. 3 months to my fave, Little Miss Word Salad. Let's go, Little Miss Word Salad. Let's go. Shout out. You guys are talking about the gifted subs. Look, if you gifted those subs, they'd be $100 because you can only gift at the lowest level. So I have a level at 199 and he would have gifted those. I don't think you can gift at higher levels. I think you can only gift the lowest level. Right? Also, Cree, welcome. The Lost, welcome. And welcome to everybody else who joined. Appreciate it. Also, YouTube is really good at not giving people refunds. So, on Twitch, they have a problem, oh my God, where people like refund their big donos because it's through PayPal, but YouTube doesn't do that. YouTube says, I want your money, bitch. You don't get a refund. Because YouTube takes like, what, 30%, 20%? So. It's a rice cake with almond butter and honey. Okay. Okay, so here's Luffy. Hold on, I'm looking up. I'm gonna create a picture for you. Da, Na na na. Na 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 na. Okay, and then I'm gonna tell you playing games of who's anime. Obviously, I want your insight on this because I just so much fun to figure it out. Okay, put this together. I don't want to eat and munch, but munch while Brittany. I don't want to eat and talk, so. Okay, which YouTuber is who in One Piece? Is the question. Who's Zoro? No one, because he's too sexy. How's the ASMR? Is it pretty bad? Is Ethan Usopp with the way he fucking tells tales? Okay. Do this. Let's start off with Luffy. I'll make my original statement and we'll go from there. Don't do Usopp like that, you know. Oh man. This is like the worst thing to eat for stream because it's so thick. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I want to get into this because as much as I want to enjoy eating these, and I am enjoying it, it's going to take me too long. I'm a slow eater. Okay. I eat like a baby bird. One time, I was at Moe's in Hillcrest, which is like a gay spot in San Diego. And I was eating my breakfast alone because I used to take myself out. And a gay guy comes up to me and goes, "You just eat so cute like a baby bird. Munch, munch, munch." True, I have a small mouth. Mirror check done. Oh my god. Woo! Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Here's how I want to have this conversation for all my One Piece fans. I'm only up to Dressrosa, just finished. So if you're at that point in the anime, I'm going to talk up until that point. Pretty sure Luffy's not going to have a huge character change. But up until this point, I think it's pretty clear he's not a freedom fighter. And I want to explain why, because I didn't know we'd have to explain it. The other day we were doing an anime stream and I said, you know what I love about anime? It's so straightforward, bro. It just gets right to the point. No questions asked. They tell you who's who and what they're thinking. No mystery. And someone in chat said, it's because it's for kids. They have to like basically make it simple. But apparently not simple enough because I went on Reddit after I found out Hassan's viewers were like, Luffy is obviously a freedom fighter. I'm like, no, he's not. So then I went on Reddit and found out that, oh, there is a whole argument about whether or not Luffy is a freedom fighter, which is such an interesting conversation because it's so obvious to me he's not a freedom fighter, meaning he's not part of a political group. He's not here for an agenda. He's not, you know what I mean? He's not in your bubble. He's not in your group. He doesn't want to do what you want to do. He does what he wants to do. Luffy is self-motivated. He's interested in two things, meat and friendship, so his values. In the manga, he doesn't even have a thought bubble. Like, Luffy is so specific, and he's so specifically different than Sabo or Ace. So, spoilers, I'm going to use names of people and images, but I'm going to try my hardest not to, like, spoil too much of the anime for those who haven't gotten that far. Luffy's not a freedom fighter. Ace wasn't a freedom fighter, but Sabo is. Sabo is a revolutionary, right? So it's kind of interesting that people think that that's what Luffy was, right? So let me open this up for you. Let me open this up for you. So Luffy, he's a kid. And if you don't know his backstory with Sabo and Ace and stuff, it's a little bit different. But Luffy is a 17-year-old kid who sets sail to be free. He wants to be free. That's what he wants, right? Shout out to The Lost with the super chat who said, I never watched One Piece. I'm a 90s Dragon Ball kid. Okay, so calling Luffy a freedom fighter is like calling Goku a freedom fighter. Goku is not a freedom fighter, okay? He's not doing what Trunks does in his timeline where he's helping out people. He's saving people from Goku Black. He's not in the timeline where people are working their asses off to like move, you know, people in different, like he's not raising food or getting food. He's not doing those things, okay? So calling Luffy a freedom fighter is like calling Goku a freedom fighter. They're not freedom fighters. Okay? They're not freedom fighters. They're freedom seekers. They want to be free. They want to be strong and they want to be free. They want to be able to do whatever they want. So Luffy thinks being a pirate is the best way to be free. But truthfully, the best way for Luffy to be free is just to exist. Right? Sabo, on the other hand, Sabo is Luffy's childhood friend who becomes a revolutionary, as you guys know, with Dragon. Okay? And that's his journey. He didn't have to do that. He could have done something else. You know, he could have gone in a different direction. He could have made different decisions. But he didn't want that. He wanted to be a part of something greater than him. Somebody similar to Sabo would be, what's his name, guys, in Crocodile's arc? What's the other rebel, the freedom fighter's name? Oh, fuck. I don't even know how to look up his name. Does anybody know his name? What's that guy's name? Because he's another example of sort of like a freedom fighter in his own country fighting for his people, right? You'll remember very specifically at the end of Fishman arc, right? You'll remember that Jinbei wanted Luffy to be the hero, but Luffy didn't want to be the hero because he didn't want to share his meat. And then Jinbei's like, I'll just give you meat. And Luffy's like, ah, cool. Because Luffy knows the hero never gets to do what they want. This is such a powerful story, like in a way, because that's what's so interesting about Luffy. Guys, the myth of the hero is that the hero has the best role in the story. But like I always tell you, the hero is the most trapped. The hero is the most trapped because the hero can't do whatever he wants. The hero has to be there for other people. Yes, Koza. Koza is a great example of a rebel, a freedom fighter, right? So Koza is like a freedom fighter who's basically like a Palestinian being raised in a world where he sees his government making bad decisions on behalf of the people, if you will. And then he goes, I'm going to do something greater, better than even the government. You know, maybe his story wasn't as like perfectly one-to-one here, but like, you know, he's a guy who's fighting for his people. He believes in his people. Okay, Luffy doesn't have a people. Luffy doesn't have a people, you know? So at the end of Fishman, Luffy's exhibiting an awareness that the hero doesn't get to do whatever he wants. He has to do what other people want. Because other people, like the heroes are there for other people. Goku's not a hero. Goku's not, that's like saying, calling Luffy or Goku the hero is like calling them an implication of a Superman, which they are not, even if they are slightly based off of them in some ways, right? So when we talk about who you are in the story, it always comes down to the motivation. Why are you there? Why are you there? Goku wants to be strong and he fights for his friends. Luffy wants to be strong, fights for his friends, and wants to be free, right? Bellamy, though. Who's Bellamy in the story, guys? Bellamy is a guy who's lost, who wants to be strong, who looks up to powerful pirates, who wants to be like those powerful pirates, who thinks bullying is the way to seek, you know, respect in status. Bellamy is unwise. When Luffy and Zoro first meet Bellamy, they don't fight him. Not because they weren't strong enough, because in that moment it wasn't wise. And that's the one of the first real moments you see Luffy, in my opinion, show an incredible amount of wisdom. I'm like, oh, look at that. Luffy's making a wise decision. Bellamy chooses an alliance with in Dressrosa, right? We see his alliance. I don't want to give away too many spoilers, but he has an alliance with a very bad pirate. And that bad pirate basically treats him like garbage, right? And then you have the whole kind of realization happen where Luffy sees the good in Bellamy. He says, I know this isn't, like, what are you doing? Like, you can be so much better than this. But Bellamy is fighting himself. He's fighting his own pride. Who is more Bellamy than Sneeko? Who is more Bellamy than Sneeko, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, who is more Bellamy than Sneeko? And Bellamy is pathetic as fuck. Not because he has to be, but because it's a part of his journey. It's a part of his journey, right? The loss with the super chest says Goku is basically a bro that has been punching stuff since the 80s. True. True. Discord said Superman is the hero. Goku is not. True. True, bro. And this is what I find fascinating, right? With stories and figuring out who you are. It's just so interesting that people think Luffy's a freedom fighter because you know what people said to me? They're like, Brittany, he fights for marginalized communities. Luffy does not fight for marginalized communities. Let me rephrase. He won't fight on behalf of you unless, one, you ask him. 2, there's meat at the end of it. 3, it's for his friends or makes sense within his values. Or 4, he has to get to somewhere. Luffy's not going to break up every single fight he sees. Luffy doesn't break up every fight he sees. He actually literally doesn't do that unless it makes sense within his values. He's not fighting for marginalized groups in the same way that a Sabo is, or in the same way that a Koza is. Like, they're the ones fighting for marginalized communities. This is why they're so distinctively different than Luffy, because they aren't free to just leave. They can't just pick up and go. People rely on them. They're part of an organization, right? Like, people rely on them. See, Luffy, his group relies on him, but the thing I love about One Piece compared to like Naruto's toxic codependency with Sasuke is the reason I like Luffy is he will understand when people have to come and go, even if him and Usopp had that moment together that one time. Okay? Even if him and Usopp had that moment that one time, okay? The crew all have their independent stories. They're all very independent characters. They're doing life right now at the same time, but at the same time, they're on their own timelines, like their own stories. I think sometimes there's like this toxicity that people have with like anime friendship stories where like everyone's going to be together forever. But we all know that even in Dragon Ball Z, the groups don't all hang out together. Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, like all those people, Yajirobe, like they tend to hang out kind of like on their own, you know, and Krillin and 18 hang out with the fam. And then there's like Goku and Vegeta are always with Beerus and Whis. And then there's like all of these dynamics that are happening. And that's what life is. Life is all of these dynamics happening. So this sort of like, we're an anime, we're a brotherhood, we're always fighting for rights, what's right. Luffy is the villain in someone's story. Luffy takes food from restaurants and doesn't pay bills. Luffy tries his best, but often creates messes because he fights other people in places. Luffy is a hooligan. Luffy destroyed a lot of buildings. Okay, my partner and I were just talking about Batman versus Superman and how superheroes have to come to that realization that every time you throw a bad guy into a building, how many people are you killing along the way? You're the villain in someone's story. You might have been Superman who saved this woman from a burning building, but you're also the Superman that threw that burning car into that burning building, which killed me and killed my mother or something, right? So when we have these conversations, like Luffy is going to be the villain in someone's story. I mean, he's technically the villain in the Marine story. And in Garp's story, he's just his grandson. And so we don't decide who we are in other people's stories, but we do decide who we are in ours. And we make sure that they make sense as much as possible sometimes. I think sometimes we struggle when people don't see us for how we see ourselves, but then we have to make sure we see things clearly. And that's always a struggle. If Luffy all of a sudden was like, I am the hero. What do you mean? The hero of what? The hero of what? That would be weird. Because Luffy's just here to have fun and giggle and make friends with just about anybody, by the way. Like, oh, yes, good point. Chat says for civilians, most pirates are villains. You remember the episode? It's in the very beginning. Where Luffy, the mayor, like gets knocked out and the civilians think Luffy kidnapped him, but Luffy actually saved him, but he knows that. And then Luffy's like, it's okay, let them think I'm the bad guy. And then he gets charged off the island. Right? And he leaves and all the people are like, we got the pirates off the island. Like, technically in this moment he was good, but he wasn't fighting for the credit. See, the thing with the hero character is they often also have the responsibility of taking the credit because now people can rely on them. Luffy doesn't need the credit. Luffy doesn't care. It's not about ego for Luffy. It's about fun and freedom and what's right. Like, Luffy's just doing his thing. He wants to be able to pick up and go. He wants to be able to do things. And so this idea that Luffy's a freedom fighter, I think is like a projection. But it's not wrong of you to want Luffy to be your hero. But I think it's wrong to Luffy. It's wrong to the people in your life that you want to put a role on that wasn't destined for them. Luffy's not destined to be your hero, even if he saves people. Luffy does save a lot of people. But it's not because he's trying to be the hero. It's because he's pissed off. Somebody offended his sensibilities. I think we all remember that very magical moment when he punched a very specific celestial dragon. Very satisfying, very cutesy, very demure. It's a beautiful moment. The rage on behalf of his friend who was trafficked. Very beautiful moment. And did he take into consideration any of the fucking consequences? No. That's the thing about the Straw Hats. They don't care about your politics. Remember when Zoro almost killed a celestial dragon because he was being a little sassy brat? Oh my God, so cute. And he was just like, I love it. He like pops up his sword. He's like, I'm gonna kill this bitch. He doesn't care about your politics. They're not paying attention. They're just doing whatever the fuck they want. Okay? So again, when we're having these conversations, when we're debating like who's a freedom fighter, who isn't the freedom fighter, it's all about motivation. Okay? It's all about motivation. So what do you guys think? So I think Sneeko is Deaf Bellamy. Like there ain't no fucking way this not Sneeko, okay? So if Sneeko is Bellamy, I'm trying to think, who is Sabo? So Koza is like, maybe Koza is that, I don't know. Is he that Yemeni kid that everyone called a terrorist that like isn't proved to be a terrorist? Who's Sabo? Sabo's def a terrorist because he's a revolutionary. See, revolutionaries are terrorists. That's why they call them terrorists. You know what I'm saying? So who is, see, that's the question. Bryson says, I want to be a character. Who's gay enough? Let's see. In the best way possible. That's the question. See, no one's really a Luffy. No one can really be Luffy because Luffy doesn't have any thoughts. And we are plagued by our thoughts. Like people can't be a Luffy. He's too free. You know? No, we're not all caught up. Oh, he can be Bon Clay. Oh my God, Bryson, you can be Bon Clay. Stop. That's perfect. We love it. Oh my God, there's so many good queer characters in One Piece. It's insane. The LGBT representation in One Piece is crazy mad. It's crazy mad. It's crazy mad. That's crazy. Okay, everyone keeps saying this. Like, did you just say hanging out with hostages wasn't a terrorist? Okay, first of all, I don't even know the context of that, and I can't find it on the internet, so someone better send it to me. 2, I don't care what anyone says. No one's reporting on this, so I think it's like a fake story. I need the evidence. 3, you can be hanging out with a hostage and not having kidnapped them. That's a crazy bubble take. Like, oh my God, hanging out with the hostages means you kidnap them? Like, that's not how that works in any capacity. So I'm going to block you because silly. Okay? So Luffy is kind of a Buddhist then? I don't know. I don't know if Luffy be a Buddhist out here. But Luffy is kind of like unattached in a way. Why are we talking about One Piece? Because we're explaining why Luffy's not a freedom fighter. Obviously. But see, and all these people, the thing that's interesting about One Piece too is that it really does force you to acknowledge like no one's a good guy or bad guy by your label. Your label of terrorist, your label of pirate, your label of marine, that doesn't tell me anything about you. It tells me something about your personality, I guess, but I don't know anything about you. I don't know if you're a good person or a bad person. I don't know if you're well-intentioned. I don't know if you're going to do things that are crazy. I don't know. That's the thing about One Piece, is it really forces you to remember, like, it doesn't matter what label you have. What matters is your character. And what we learn in many moments in this show, right, is a label a label can surprise you. People with the label you think you understand can surprise you, right? Yeah. Anyways, do we have any thoughts on that? Is that it? Did I do it? I feel like there's not much to say about this, except I know people are arguing about it. I'm sure people argue in the comments when I clip this. Like, ultimately, Luffy's whatever you want him to be. He's a fictional character. But the cool thing about characters is they fall into categories. And the cool thing about you is you're the character in your own story. So the question is, like, what character and category are you? Right? That's the question. Chat says terrorist is not a criminal term. It's a political term used to justify inhumane acts against a group. It is used for a lot of things, and that's the irony too. One person calls this person a terrorist, another person calls this person a terrorist. At the end of the day, terrorist is the thing that you think is either too extreme or too specific or politically needs to be dubbed a terrorist. And just like the US government says, the Houthis are terrorists as of right now, but if they do what the US wants them to do, they'll reconsider their labeling. Which means a terrorist is subjective based off of the person who's giving the label, I suppose. There is a real construct in which terrorist could mean very bad person and we should be afraid. But we have to only use it for those people. Because if we use it for just about everybody, then I don't know how to define this word. And ultimately, if we're going to use it for people who terrorize, then the US can sign up to be considered a terrorist too. Okay? Lost with the super chat says Frieza is my fave femme villain. Bro, we love her. We love her. Christine? Christine. Christian. Christine. Guys, I don't know how to spell names. Christian. Welcome to memberships. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Chad says I've lived so long as a side character in my own life, and now I am so confused as to how to find out what my trope is. You know what's so interesting too? And I think I talked to you guys about this a while back, and I talked to my partner about this earlier. Truly, I love being the main character in my life, but not the main character in other people's lives. Like, I don't want to be the main character in your life. Like, I don't want to be the main character in my partner's life. Like, they're the main character and I'm the main character. And together, like, our animes have a special where we're both on the same anime together. That's why I look at it. We're in a special season. We're like One Piece and Sailor Moon are having a what's that called? When they put the animes together. That's what my life feels like. But I want to make it clear that, like, I don't want to be the main character in everyone else's life, but I'm the main character in mine. You know what I'm saying? A crossover. Thank you, Joe. A crossover. Yeah. That's how it feels because I just don't want to be the main character in other people's lives. And heroes, they got to be the main characters. Actually, you know what this reminds me of? Do you remember Megamind? Megamind has a great storyline about this where the hero in Megamind was just so sick of being a hero. He was sick of the responsibility and the same old games, and he faked his own death so he could go live a life. Being the hero sounds good until you understand the responsibility that takes. It is a huge responsibility to be the hero. So it's interesting. I don't know if you guys did this in your bubble, but in my bubble growing up, we were kind of told to be the heroes, which might explain a lot of the ego on the internet because everybody wants to be the hero. Maybe that's a part of it. Maybe the part of the internet that makes these streamers so frustrating because they're all prescribing or making prescriptions is because they like think they're the hero. But I don't want to be the hero, which actually does make some of them upset, right? Isn't that some of the big criticism I get from smaller creators? Is they're like, Brittany must be hiding something. Like, Brittany obviously wants to be the main character. I'm good, bro. I'm chilling, you know? Yes, Bryson says Hunter x Hunter creator married the creator of Sailor Moon. Dope crossover. Love to see it. Love Hunter x Hunter. Oh my God, let's go. Yes, chat says millennials were raised to be the hero, save the world. I went to therapy, girl. I talked to my therapist about it. I was like, I feel obligated to save the world. And she's like, who told you that? My whole ass generation, my whole life, we were told, like, you have to do the right thing. You have to save the world. You got to do the right thing. Okay, but that's a very difficult thing to do in the world. It's interesting, too, that narrative of, like, you have to be a hero. Be a hero. Discord says being a hero involves self-sacrifice. A lot of people don't realize that. Huge self-sacrifice. Like, the irony is kind of, well, I think, I didn't watch The Boys, so it's probably a bad example. But I think the clips that I've seen of the boys, and this could be so wrong because I really didn't see the show, but from the clips I've seen, it feels a little bit like the dark side of being a hero, even though I know they're villains who became heroes. But there is like a dark side to being the hero that I don't think people understand, because people just think, I'm going to be the hero, so I'm going to get all the good parts. You know, the good parts come sort of after all the bad parts, but also the bad parts never stop. So I don't know. It's kind of an interesting idea, this obsession with wanting to be the hero. You know what I think people hear? Oh, if I'm the hero, I'll get fame, money, girls. Oh, okay. Yeah, The Boys was literally about that. Okay. So yeah, exactly. It's like, hello. Actually, I think that's what people think about everything. Oh, if I just get to this status, I want to reap the rewards of the status, but not understand the sacrifice that went into the status. And that's why people don't do it. That's why I say know the character you are in the game or in the show, the anime, and then make it a story. Like, is this your story? Because I already know my story and I learn about it every day. I turn a new page and I'm like, oh, look, my story is changing. And that's really exciting because I'm just here to be like an observer of my own life in many ways. But yeah, I was definitely raised to be the hero. And I remember distinctly when I told myself, like, this is not my story. I'm really not meant to be this thing. But people, you know, they see me, they think, oh, you're so like confident and aggressive. You could be a great leader. A great leader is not just somebody who's like aggressive. A great leader is somebody who's kind and patient. And God knows I've been working on patience my whole life. A good leader is somebody who's wise, and I'm just not wise. You know? That's not what I don't think a good leader is somebody who has a sassy opinion. A good streamer, though, sassy opinions kind of go really well with this job. You know what I'm saying? Interesting. Chat says a lot of people want to be the hero, but they fall into the anti-hero, in my opinion. In some ways, I see the kind of the temptation of the anti-hero as well, right? Almost falling into the anti-hero or even wanting to be. Like the good bad guy or the bad good guy, you know? Discord says, I just want to be the side character who could have a novella. Ooh, I love that. I love that. Yeah. Who do you think Ethan is in the story? Ethan probably thinks he's a good guy, maybe even a hero, but I'm not sure. I don't think Hassan thinks he's a hero. I don't think a lot of streamers think they're heroes unless they're in a specific kind of bubble. I don't know. Do you think Hassan thinks he's the hero? I don't think so. I think he thinks he's like the smarter politician almost. Like the, I think he thinks he's like the, what is Hassan? Like the good entertainer who's like smart and quippy. Like, does he think he's Jon Stewart of YouTube? So kind of, not really. What is it? I'm not sure. An anti-hero would be like, well, maybe you think you're an anti-hero, but you're not. Because an anti-hero is like a hero that's like less conventional, less obviously good. You know, think of like Superman as the hero. Would Batman be an anti-hero? Is that appropriate? It's like an anti-hero is like not the characteristics of what you think a hero would be, but is the hero all the same type of thing. Lost with the super chat, thank you so much, says, I used to read the Punished comics in the early days, my early days. The fact that a lot of the people wanted to be the Punisher obviously doesn't understand the comic. Oh, you know what's so ironic? I'm so glad you brought that up. Thank you so much for that super chat. Same, growing up in conservative bubbles for some reason. Wait, is Punish the Punisher? Is that, or Punish different? Wait, are Punished comics the Punisher? I just want to make sure, because I'm not in the comic book bubble, so I might be wrong. Oh, but it is the Punisher, by the Punisher. Okay, it is the Punisher, right? Like the Punisher person, because that Punisher character was really well loved in the conservative bubbles. Like, you know, when we talk about like revenge and, you know, getting back at people, that's the irony of the Punisher, right? From my understanding, I could be so wrong. I think he's like a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy of angst, right? Like a self-fulfilling prophecy of like never happy because he's seeking out revenge. I think I can't remember what happened to the Punisher. His kid got killed or something. I don't remember. But in the conservative bubble, they love him. They love him. They love the idea of revenge. They love the idea of saving their family and kicking down the door and Liam Neeson taken status, right? Okay, wife and kid. Okay. Wife and kid. Okay, good. So they love it. They love it. Okay, so Punisher's an anti-hero. You guys think Batman is a hero, Discord? Okay, anti-hero is usually someone who is selfish, who takes the law into their own hands. Feels like Batman. Batman's a little bitch. He like kicks everyone's butt. Okay, fine. So Punisher is more of an anti-hero. And I think like Hancock was known as like one of the anti-heroes that came out in recent years. Will Smith played him, right? Ooh, is John Wick an anti-hero? Catwoman is an anti-hero. That's a very rebellious take. I thought she was just a villain. Y'all think she's a anti-hero? Interesting. Catwoman, really? Oh, I love that. Powerpuff Girls. Batman doesn't kill the bad guys usually. Just throws them off roofs. That's so interesting. Okay, well, all of this to say, who are you in the story? Doesn't make sense with how you see yourself. And what do you do then after you realize that? B, welcome to memberships. Guys, thank you so much for joining memberships and being here during these conversations. We had a very spicy chat today, but I think we did really well handling it. And I think like major thanks to my mods today. I know things get a little heated. Nothing personal, okay? No matter what went down today in the chat, nothing personal. Wish everybody the absolute best. I know we have different ideas of the world. We have different perceptions, but I genuinely hope everybody has a really good night, day. It's 1:35 a.m. here, so I'm going to get going pretty soon. Any last minute thoughts about any of this, okay? I really hope you guys have a great day, great night. Hope you're safe. Hope you eat. Hope you have water. Hope you hug your loved ones, you know? Thank you so much, Ellie. Says I really enjoyed your takes. I appreciate that. What do you guys think? Any other comments, questions, things we should go over? I feel like I ran a marathon, bro. I don't know how Hassan and all these people stream for 10 hours a day, bro. Oh my God. Maybe it's just my chronic health, but oh my God. I need to like scroll on TikTok, eat some food. I'm like sweating. I'm like sweating all of this brain power in my head that was used today just to try to be coherent, and I still fucked up. Girl. Ooh, gyoza. Let's go. Let's go, yeah. Do we think Dexter is an anti-hero? Oh, Snape. Snape's a good one. Patrick Bateman. Am I stupid? Patrick Bateman from American Psycho? Excuse me? Excuse me, chat? Excuse me? Thank you, Rihanna. I was feeling a way about my bangs today. It was just like the whole haircut was like bangs. I appreciate that. Pretty sure he's just a serial killer, bros. Deadpool makes sense, yeah. Don Draper, I could see that. I could see it. Walter White is he? I didn't finish the show. I only watched season 1, so I don't know. Frog says you do look exhausted. You should do some intense self-care. Bro, I'm not even gonna play. I'm very tired. But very good, successful news. I got pants today. I got jean pants. I haven't owned jeans. I haven't owned a pair of jeans in years. I went back to the mall. I found one in my size and one that complemented my butt. As you guys know, I got a big butt and it's hard to find jeans. It's like a whole journey. Now, I still haven't found a winter jacket. I'm really struggling to find a winter jacket I can wear. I'm very sensitive to like textures and feels. But the good news is we got jeans. Amazing. Simple jeans I can wear out everywhere and I don't have to think about what I'm wearing because the winter here get wintry. Shout out to Croatia winters. You know, I love living here, but it gets cold for your girl. And about a month from now, it's going to be too cold for me. And so I'm trying to do it now. We had so much sun today that I was like, let's go. We took the bus. I took the bus for the first time today. I officially know how to use public transit here. I feel pretty confident. It's very good. And I feel really good about that. So lots of new things happened today. Okay. I feel pretty darn good about that. Yeah, the public transit here is good. Discourse says, help, I've fallen. I have a big old ass. True. All right, girlies. All right. Thank you for being here, guys. I really do appreciate it. And again, no hard feelings to anyone who might have gone banned or demodded or anything that happened. It was just a time for an era to move forward with peace and love. With peace and love. Papa bless. Okay. Papa bless. As the great former Ethan Klein would say. My boy, therapy is a lifesaver, especially when you're going through trauma. And there's a lot of trauma happening on the internet. Don't be afraid to utilize the tool. It's worth it. Okay? All right. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Good night. Good night. Ooh, should we listen to Devin Doe on the way out? I feel like that's so appropriate right now. My friend Devin is like an amazing artist and has amazing music. And that's the music I feature at the end of my podcasts. Let's go. Some Devin Doe. Here we go.
Stuck in my head, in real life I'm in bed, my belly's being fed and I'm okay, I'm just fine, yet all I do is whine. Not to you in my mind, cause I know I don't make sense, I've been nothing but blessed, so why's my life a mess? Please tell me, cause I'm sick of thinking, yeah, I'm sick of reaching out for the truth and living life as a fool. Trapped in this mind, trying hard to find the pieces to my life to make things clear. What just say? I was too busy calculating what adds up to me. But I know it's not solvable, an impossible puzzle. Yet here I am, trying to work it. Who's to say if it's worth it or just a waste? A never-ending chase me to the moon. Chase me till I am blue. I'm so blue. Color me, see through till I fade away. Finally rest this brain here in this world, mysterious universe, or just a floating rock. We'll never know. It's just our brains. Perception's not the same, it depends on who you ask and what's their name. What's my name? Stuck in my head, in real life I'm in bed, my belly's being fed and I'm okay, I'm just fine, yet all I do is whine. Not to you in my mind, cause I know I don't make sense, I've been nothing but blessed, so why's my life a mess? Please tell me why I take things serious. It's insane, a bit delirious, all in vain. After all, life's just a game.